fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah,
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, the Ascension dream stays alive and chugging along. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Ash on the analyst desk. And if you're just joining us this week, man, you've missed some games. You have missed some games that both Ash and Dryad and myself have been here for. But today, we have some ready on a silver platter for you all, because we have Blue Otter today versus Winthrop, excuse me. And then, buckle up, folks, because this is actually my favorite game we have coming up, NBG versus YFP. Because I'm super excited that one because we saw them play yesterday. But Dan, you've been here for some of the games. How do you feel about the games today?
I'm super excited. Now we are on the last round to see what teams are going to get eliminated, what teams are going to qualify for playoffs. And like you said, that first match specifically, the 3-3 teams, I feel like we've gotten the chance to see them this week, to see a lot of changes, a lot of improvements from them. And then this is obviously the final test to get that 4th win.
And talking about that final test, it being the last day of the Swiss stage, it was also such a quick turnaround for these teams as well to have had their matches earlier this week. And then to go into this do or die day here with honestly less than 24 hours for a lot of these teams to actually create those game plans heading into the last day of Swiss.
And again, if you're just joining us, you did miss some of these teams play yesterday, including Nightblood Gaming. We had yesterday SAD versus Nightblood Gaming, a very fun, close match that we were, I think, all excited to see. Ash, you were here with me on the desk yesterday. We know it was the back-to-back Icebox and went to the Lotus. It was kind of a game that we thought would be exactly what it was. It was a smackdown. It was brawly. It was cerebral. It was a fight to the finish.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely how it felt on Icebox when we kicked the day off. And then it ended up being those 13 fours back-to-back for SAD on Lotus, and then for NBG on Ascent. And I don't think that we necessarily expected the day to end that way in such dominant fashion on our last 2 maps to close out that series. But for NBG, it really felt like the calling was so good coming out from Screwface yesterday. We even saw him like in the interview. We know that Screwface is bringing the energy to the server. He was so hyped up and he always is brimming with confidence. And I feel like when it comes down to that crunch time at the end of the Swiss stage, when the season is starting to come to a close, being able to have that mental for your team is huge.
Now, Dan, I'm going to go to you next. One of my favorite teams we have in Challengers is Winthrop, and we're going to see them play today first. But they fell to Envy yesterday 2-0. You weren't here on the desk yesterday, so I want to get your thoughts because we weren't able to hear you. What were your thoughts on that game from yesterday?
I think MV finally figured out some of the things that were going wrong from them before. They finally got that 4th win. Again, this is a team that we expected to make it first once again, just like it was for stage 1, stage 2. And then they were having some difficulties losing to Core first and having a second loss. And I feel like the map pool really benefited them, but I feel like for Winthrop University, it was kind of expected. You cannot expect MV to keep losing and losing. So for Winthrop, I mean, just getting ahead, I definitely think that they should be getting the win today and making it to playoffs just fine.
I mean, we should give congrats to Envy for qualifying. We were worried about them a little bit yesterday, Ash. We said, you know, there was a moment where, like, if they hadn't won yesterday, the points would have gotten weird, Roy was telling us. But they ended up doing it just fine, joining TSM, Maryville University, QOR, and Cube. But today, Ash, I'm going to go to you again. We're going to figure out some more. Like, qualify for 4 and 3, or do we have some eliminations? It's do or die. It's scary. It's nerve-wracking. But today we're going to start, Ash, with Blue Otter versus Winthrop University, which I think, Ash, to go to you right away, just Blue Otter and Winthrop, I think, are teams that have had to continually prove themselves this stage.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of a different storyline for these two teams as well, right? I think that you look at Blue Otter as the underdog in this, even though I feel like the competition and the way that Blue Otter has grown is a lot closer than we could expect. But at the same time, for Winthrop, it's that story of, okay, they were super slept on during stage 1, and then they blow everybody out of the water when it comes to those expectations. And then now that kind of rides on their shoulders heading into today's match at the expectation for them to make it into playoffs. And then I think that it's a lot. I feel like we also had an uncharacteristic performance from this team yesterday, even though it was an NB that was able to fix a lot of their mistakes like Dan had been talking about.
Yeah, there's a couple things to talk about when it comes to Winthrop and the journey that they've had, and now that they're just one game away from finally qualifying. I feel like it's a great point to see where they're at. This is a very different season for them because we often see them playing collegiate and then playing challengers and then going back to collegiate and having a lot of reps. But this time around, they haven't had the chance to do so. So I want to see how this plays out in the final match. Again, they are the favorite teams, but on the other side for Blue Otter, I feel like they've been looking great. They look great last match. I feel like I had a lot of concerns that they were able to fix. And once again, I feel like it can depend on how those maps are going to go. If we're going to see those brawling maps like we saw in Icebox, or is going to be something else.
Well, we all know the Blue Otters love to brawl, and to bring up our roster that we will be seeing play today. I mean, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about our super sub and Coach Bob coming in here, kind of serving for this team. Blue Otter doing so well at Ash, but also, you know, Fair, who we spoke to in the interview after their game, who, you know, had plenty to say, and of course, Fireball Ops, who I think just really had a game the last time we saw Blue Otter play. This team, I think, has had so many individual moments, like standout individual moments, but also like the more they play together, even with Bob as a sub, cohesively have become such a unit.
Yeah, I think we've really seen this new iteration of Blue Otter grow throughout stage 3. And you're talking about Bob being the super sub coming in, but again, you couldn't have a more perfect substitute for Blue Otter. She's been playing with the core since the very beginning of this season. And then on top of that, she's super flexible when it comes to those roles. And Blue Otter have that ability to try out and still make the swap for like Mikester, like where he's on the duelist sometimes, and then also onto the initiator. 2 comfort roles there for Bob. And it was great that she was able to pop off in that matchup up against Landor, stepping in for the team when they really need her the most.
And of course, we would be remiss if I did not bring up again Fireball Ops. I love that Prada. I believe that's a Prada necklace we see on him with that like lovely headshot Dryad. But he is someone who I think if you didn't watch the last game, I would highly recommend going back and watching just to see how he pops off Dryad.
No, he's been great. Of the first time that they faced Lander, I mean, they played each other 2 times. So the first time he was still incredibly consistent on this Sentinel role, and now for the second time, now that they finally get the win, it was a little bit off the same. What I mentioned before is that they had to kind of go to the basics, keep it simple, keep the simple compositions here in Icebox, and him on the Sentinel, I feel like he's great at finding timings with this Killjoy. I feel like we've seen a lot of Challengers players have opportunities to do something like this, like when we talk about Inspire, but for Fireball Ops, I feel like he's just been great overall, very consistent, and that's kind of what you need to get that win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I cannot recommend enough go back and watch that game, because again, I think I keep on saying we keep on saying about how Blue Water, many of these teams and challengers, you know, you aren't the NVs or even the TSMs, have really flown under the radar. And the point of challengers is to make sure that we all grow and we all support the scene itself. And you can really watch how these players have grown, and it has been such a pleasure. But today, my dear friends, they'll be facing Winthrop University, who we've talked about them yesterday because they played against against Envy yesterday, really have come up in the scene, kind of made a name not only for themselves, but the collegiate scene. I think for a while, Ash, people kind of wrote off the collegiate scene. So it was always just collegiate, air quotes. But them including Maryville University, have proven that they are arguably one of the best teams we have in the league.
Oh, yeah. I think that you definitely have to give that credit where it's due for collegiate, right? The fact that these players are getting so much support from their schools when it comes to the scholarships, like how seriously these schools are taking it and how that translates now into other competitions with that support backing these players. But talking about that matchup yesterday, that loss up against Envy, even though we were expecting an Envy, I think that was looking to bite back after their last couple of matches. That was also a Winthrop where previously, they had been able to take a map off of Envy. They've made it close series before, the last time they had faced off before yesterday. And it felt a little uncharacteristic when it came down to some of the individual performances. And I think there are so many expectations on this squad to be able to step up, like Governor being one of the most experienced players within tier 2 right now on Winthrop. And then you've also got these expectations from like players like Infiltrator and Ali for to be able to just like have those insane like pop off moments. And it didn't feel like that was there yesterday. It was missing a little bit in the server, and I'm looking forward to seeing Winthrop bounce back in today's matchup.
And one of those players we're looking to see have an incredible performance is the IGL Glyph. If you didn't know Glyph is the IGL, well, now you know, because I saw some people in chat saying it was Ali yesterday, but it is indeed Glyph. I mean, Dryad, from yesterday's game, we talking about those individual performance. He is someone who I think has, like, especially as a leader, Dryad has kind of that, like, classic style, like, good sort of mechanical, like, they're like, you keep it simple, stupid, right? Like, he's not trying to reinvent the wheel when he's leading this team, Dryad.
I feel like in a way, in some of the plays that he makes, specifically with the Omen for some of their maps, he is actually trying to be a little bit different. He is actually trying to go for those plays that nobody else is expecting, and I love to see that from Winthrop. They have been always that unexpected team that is willing to change compositions as the weeks go by, and Glyph is a big part of it. But with the Omen, with the things that I've been able to see him do, not necessarily last match, but in general on Ascent and Haven, I really think that he is just bringing something cool and new that is allowing the setup Winthrop University to get those wins. And again, they have been struggling recently because they've gone against two big enemies, being Envy and being Maryville for collegiate. So now that we're going against an opponent that is a little bit more similar, that you can feel like go one by one and feel like you can even be or either an even match or a favorable match from the setup Winthrop University, I feel like Glyph is going to be able to do those one and done plays once again that he often gets away with.
I think you make a really good point, Dan, for correcting me like on your opinion about how he plays an Omen, because we see Omen played literally every single map, every single day. And to reinvent him is, Ash, I wouldn't say maybe it's like a dangerous thing, but you don't need to. You don't need to do that. You don't need to get inventive. You don't need to be unique and new with it. But to do that in, especially a do or die matchup in a do or die Swiss bracket, that takes not only confidence, but skill.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think that honestly, it feels like a lot of the Omen players, or controller players, I should say, in Challengers have been getting bold with the way that they're looking to play that Omen and being aggressive in moments that you're not necessarily looking to expect it. And I feel like Dan was saying, it's all about like the positioning that you can take when it comes to that like shrouded step, how you're trying to use that paranoia reactively or proactively to get into those positions and take those opportunities as well. And I think that those moments where you're able to catch your enemy off guard and have it work out, it just feels insane to see in the server. And it's moments like that that also are able to kind of like build up that momentum for the team as well. Like you need those clippable moments sometimes to actually kind of reinvigorate your team in the right time. Especially if you're down a couple of rounds, it makes a world of a difference.
We love a good clippable round, but two people we want to focus on today in our head-to-head is Fair and Infiltrator. I will never forget my interview with Fair from the first day this week, but Infiltrator is also someone we highlighted yesterday, I believe, Ash, and these are two people we want you to keep an eye on, because I think looking at, their agent pools and how they play and the stats are like pretty similar, Ash, but these are the folks I think, I don't want to say it's a win condition for both of these teams, but absolutely right now, especially in this match, they need to step up and they need to be as best as they can be today.
Yeah, I think that you look at two of these players and you're like, they are absolutely capable of taking over in the server, and they have very similar play styles as well. I would say that Infiltrator is a little bit more like hyper aggressive compared to Fair. Like, he's able to just like, honestly, I keep saying take over, but that really is what it is. He's able to kind of just make these rounds happen and make these plays for himself. Yes, with the support of the team as well, but he's always going to look for more. And he had a little bit of a quiet performance yesterday up against NB compared to the consistency that we're used to seeing from him, right? But this is also a duelist where I know that going into today's matchup, he's going to look to do a complete 180 and find that groove again.
The biggest difference for me is, I mean, you guys are mentioning a little bit of the agents too, but Fair is more comfortable going with a comfort pick of Jett compared to many of the other duelists that we have in Challengers right now. And you see this constantly. So in the last match, and every time there's a map that benefits Jett slightly, you know that Fair is going to go for it. It's not that he's not flexible, but I feel like Infiltrator is a lot more flexible when it comes to playing what's meta right now, playing what makes sense, whether it's going to be that Yoru. I think the Neon from Infiltrator is insane. And for Fair, it just, I feel like they are going for maps that are more reliant on Jett to set him up for success better.
I don't think there's anything more infuriating in my ranked games or just like watching a competitive game for a team you're not rooting for than like a good Jett. You know, it's like when you see a good Jett, it's like it's very hard to like be, it's easy to be a great Jett. It is even, I think it's incredibly hard to be a incredible Jett. You have to be a very particular kind of player, but we do have our map picks and bans moving forward for this game with Blue Otter versus Winthrop University, starting on Lotus, then heading to Ascent, and then ending, if needed, on Icebox. I mean, Dan, right away, this is just, they have to win this, right? Like, so you see these map picks, you see these the picks and bans, excuse me. Is anything standing out to you right away?
I think it's pretty much expected. Winthrop University, this map of Lotus has been their favorite for forever. I think every single time we see Winthrop University play, they are trying to play this Lotus map first. And towards the beginning of the year, they had a lot of challenges with it because obviously they had to play on the defense first. And then you see other teams willing to experiment with the defense first, going for a different approach, playing with the club. I mean, they've done a lot in this map. So I think everything is pretty standard. I feel like I'm very excited to see if it goes all the way to Icebox, how broadly, how messy it can be between the two, because we just saw that last 2 days ago from the side of Blue Otter. So for Winthrop, I like when things get a little chaotic too.
I think that going back to Dan's earlier point as well about Fair being so comfortable on that Jett, yes, this on paper, this map pool is pretty even for both of these squads, but it is a very Jett heavy map pool once you go into those last two maps as well. So in that way, I do think it does favor Blue Otter for that reason. The fact that Fair will be very comfortable. On Lotus, he does still pull out the Jett, but it's not as typical of a Jett map, right? You're used to seeing right now like the Rays and the Neon mostly, and then maybe some like Yorus being thrown out there, and very few players actually make that Jett work. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. I think that solidifying this Lotus pick that Winthrop have been so favorable towards before is going to be really important for map one.
I also feel like anytime we've seen just like a Lotus pick, people who have figured out defense have like figured out defense TM. Like they just have almost like just a unbreakable fortress wall type of defense. Especially like SAT Esports from yesterday, just having these incredible moments. But friends, we have our predictions. I believe we're a little divided on the desk, if I can remember. From the social post today. Is it just, Ash. Hey, Ash. How are you?
I'm good. You know what? Sierra's not here this week. I had to say, like, I'm going to role play Sierra. I'll be the odd one out. I'll be the odd one out. Honestly, while I'm pulling a Sierra, this is a win-win situation for me. If I pick Blue Otter win, okay, sick. I'm right. But also, if Winthrop win, I didn't caster curse them on the desk with my prediction. So like, I really can't lose. Like, I'm really channeling my Sierra Dawn mindset. But I think after seeing this veto, I definitely do think that this veto is one of the best opportunities for Blue Otter to take this series, especially when we get into a little bit further along.
I was going to bring up a tweet. I think Blue Otter said to you, Ash knows ball. She has dibs on the first Blue Otter plushie. So she's winning no matter what happens because she's getting a cute little otter plushie versus me and Dan who get nothing. But we do get the agent select right now, folks. We are ready to see how we're going to head into our first map of Lotus, that kind of classic Winthrop moment, if you will. Moving in, we see the Vise on the side with Fireball Ops, who highlighted him earlier. We also want to highlight Glyph on that Omen. Keep an eye on it, Dan. Dan, with this agent select, anything standing out to you right away?
Yeah, of course, the changing composition here on the side of Blue Otter before. On this map of Lotus too, out of all the maps, they were still playing that Jet. They were playing a double duelist with a Jet and the Raze. But now they're going for something a bit more standard, something that's a bit more meta right now, which is the same double controller that you see on the side of Winthrop University. I feel like this is a composition that everybody, all the coaches in Tier 1, Tier 2 have been talking about is the strongest with the Viper and the Omen and the many things that you're able to do. And I feel like I'm the most excited about seeing this duel between Moobs and Fireball on the Sentinel. Both have been incredible highlights throughout the year on this role. And on the Vice specifically, Moobs has been my favorite to watch for all of Challengers. So now Fireball Ops, who has been performing really well, being able to challenge that is something that is going to be great to see.
I'm really loving this compositional change coming out from Blue Otter as well, because I was really worried if they were looking to go back into that double duelist that we had seen last time around with the Raze and the Jet. I was concerned about how they were going to deal with how much utility Winthrop had to throw at them and how little that they could really respond with, even though Bob could have comfortably gone on to that Raze pick that Mikester was on as well. So I think this is a much better look and approach coming out from Blue Otter. I'm just curious to see if they've been able to shop it enough within the last 24 hours to make it work.
Well, folks, it is time to get into this match. Who wins and qualifies to playoffs? I know just who to send it to. I'm going to challenge them to say something nice about me. Here you go. It's Bans and Shift.
That is some major egotistical behavior out of Liz. We're not here for it. We are here for even, unbiased cast, including what we talk about with our colleagues. Shift here with Van Silly. Yeah, brother, just hit me with the hard facts, because let's be honest, it's kind of do or die. As much as I want to sit here and break down the nitty gritty, the details, I just feel like whoever plays better Valorant of the day is going to come out on top, which is easy John Madden commentary.
A great start for sure. I'm loving that already, Shift. Thank you so much. But yes, I do have to agree with you that this is definitely do or die, but I do also think the storyline between both of these teams has been actually quite good at the very beginning of the stage with roster changes and with the new look and get a couple of wins. But now having a do or die situation, it's kind of like a heartbreaking moment for these teams. What I do want to focus on, though, is this Fair versus Infiltrator as a Raze. I don't really know how the Neon's going to function with the rest of this composition when you're going to have to be somewhat self-sufficient, and you're already seeing it. A slide across, trying to get a pick early, but that's already a slide done. Now you're going to need the rest of the group to move in with you to get main value into your execution. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for that.
That helps a little lurking first blood on the Moobs, middle of the map. As Governor a little bit interested, and he's able to at least find the quick trade, allows Winthrop to keep their focus purely on this execute at A. Not a part of it fully is Zeke, but may not make much of a difference because Blue have already gotten control over at ropes. Good utility to get Zoe a little bit further up the ropes himself. And well, Governor, well, after the weakness that he was able to face in that first battle, not able to do much there. So just down to Ali, 1v4, good luck, have fun.
He's done it before, though. I would always trust Nali, especially now that he dodged this haunt and also has a sheriff to work with. Has to do pristine headshots all across the board, though, but it's a headshot from there instead. Now, you're already seeing it shift. The way that Blue Water are moving as a group here, as Fair has the first spacing that he makes on the outside, but when it comes down to the site execution, there's extra util to come through, and you're trying to make sure that you're cutting rotates. And not only on the players that are pushing towards the spawn, but also keep an eye out on Fireball Ups. He's finding great value, at least in the pistol round, to cut that rotate in the front of the B site already. So now you want to keep that continuation on that line for Blue Otter for that win condition on your side on the attack. This round, though, all of them looking to focus one more time into a very similar pistol round. 4 of them for Rumble Control. Late lurk coming out from Fireballs on B.
It's Vice versus Vice battle. We're just going to see that all day, it looks like. Here. Guardian shot from Zeke. Alerts Winthrop that, hey, don't peek that anymore. Door will pop, and honestly, Winthrop are stacked up correctly. Even better, Moobs, I said it yesterday, Vance, Moobs is always good for one with the Sheriff. At least he was in 9 out of 10 times he had it yesterday. So good start here for Winthrop with the stack still lurking over towards A.
Ever since Moo's been hitting the gym, the weapons have been so light in his hands. So that's why he's just able to be pristine on the shots, you know? Probably has a super light as well. And he's just able to carry up a nice little duel in the very beginning. And looks like Blue Water want to refocus towards that. So jump spots are going to continue on. And then potentially this triple push might at least be able to take down Zeke.
Well, Zeke, whoa, dancing, waltzing with most of this Winthrop defense. Noise being created over towards B that will pull Winthrop back just a touch. Moves, wow, difficult fight with Fair. Anything but, you would say. And Zeke will find one more before exiting. Ali able to supply at least the trade, but here's the problem with the minimap. Blue Water have gotten onto C and into the defensive spawn.
And once again, they flipped the map, so they're in a prime position to really play this pulse plan. So Bob, she's the one at low HP, gonna try to jump spot for information. Instantly owned by Glyph, who played the off angle, but this should be still a great position for Blue Water to play this pulse plan, especially if they have double Vandals for the last few players.
But the Prowler clears out a lot of these tight angles, so you still hold on to this paranoia for a little bit longer. Extra clearance of the site on the way. Blue is gonna have to come back, try to contest against this, because let's be honest, it is starting to get a little hairy. But clock is starting to fade. Governor finds one. Oh, but the lineup for Fair is perfect, and it's gonna be essentially a 1v3 for Fair for Blue Water to take the second round.
The slide coming in again to line up the last two, but it looks so doable for Winthrop University, who they on their side have had a pretty, maybe not the best results against NV yesterday, but what they were really good at was on the protocols of actually being able to play these ecos to actually eco their opponents and try to keep the game close. It almost worked out in their favor then, but unfortunately here, the slide from that Neon. So we talk about not much utility helping out Fair, but he's definitely being self-sufficient himself with mechanical skills and prowess on how he's opening these duels.
Yeah, that was tight here for that. Spam from the Odin, we've seen this before, saw it yesterday. NV was doing a lot of it. Not a lot of action initially, but a chance to possibly still put the pressure on with the Neon playing forward for Fair. And that's unfortunate. Infiltrator just kind of staying right outside the fast lane, eventually capitalized for first blood.
He's about to get pressured though, and thankfully he walls up on time. And with that smoke, actually, that gives him good control for the map for the defensive side.
Well, Governor finds another. Full weapons looking good here for Winthrop's defense. Moves the sole defender inside of C, but it's going to get some quick help from Ali. Teleport on for Zoe, not quite able to find moves, so that'll be the spike and likely also the round to Winthrop.
The last two are also looking to save their weapons. Bonus round coming in on their side, but it's two Vandals that would actually be very important to use into the next round, as Fair, Zolstal, and Zeke could all buy within the next round. Maybe some econ damage would be good, because if you're looking across the board from the side of Winthrop, it's actually quite low. But you are also going to have to notice here, Shift, how even Moobs is playing towards the C side. I was going to say previously, when he got his ankle broken by Fair entering the way that he did, he didn't really place a wall towards that side because they're on an eco, so he's just jump spotting for information. But while they have a gun round going on their side, he still doesn't really proc up that wall. He's really focusing on supporting that B side and really trying to cancel out the lurk for Zolstal. So that might be an opportunity for Blue Water later on to maybe try to take advantage of this lack of utility and stall that you kind of have on the C side, especially as you saw here, how they executed towards the C side on the first wave. He already popped out his Razor Vines and didn't have really nothing left for the rest of the site.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to have to learn coming through here on the attack side, and Blue Water might be able to manipulate the map a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's from what we've been able to tell, again, it's early, but they do really kind of show us a level of versatility that could lead towards success on really any site for that matter. So there's a lot to be excited about. I think if you're a Blue Water fan, I think the thing is as Winthrop starts to really cook up and get, again, very, very strong, and the weapon department with ultimates to support, it could get very difficult for Blue Water to find that same kind of success. Little feel out over towards A. Meanwhile, late Prowler to C doesn't really get even into the choke point. So not a lot of info here for Blue Water.
They're fine. They're just playing a 1-2-2. You're just spamming with the Odin. You're trying to see if there's going to be some noise being made towards this A side, but the position you have from Blue Water, The only thing they really have is, yeah, making some noise with the door, but maybe playing a walk contact for the rest. So there's still an opportunity for the off angles here, and that push, though, is going to stall some things for Blue Water.
Yerp. Well, Infiltrator, no, can't get the second. Fair, any more magic for you? Prowler coming through, kind of backs off the play just a touch. Snake bite in just to make sure that there can be a forced commit onto A. And this will lead to a plant, definitely doable. The difficulty is, how do you survive against the numbers once they're all here?
The thing is, on the defense, they don't have too much for the retake either. They already used most of their flashes. The Haunt's the best thing they have.
Spike planted.
Well, you're going to get an opportunity for the Neon to play up top on ropes. Triple stack over towards stairs, long flank on the way. The Vice Wall will proc, and that'll be enough to turn the attention a little bit. But the problem is, I mean, not that it's a problem, but the good news from this long flank is that you already have Governor clearing out that space. And beyond that, Fireball will also drop. So now it's just down to the last two members for Blue inside of the site. Zeke backing off just a moment. Has two on the corner. A little bit of damage, but no kills. Fair still waiting for their opportunity, but may have missed their window. Not a lot of support, and then dropping off of the top of ropes. Ollie still connects on the headshot. That'll be enough for Winthrop, ties up at 2.
Fair didn't have a chance to even put his toes onto the ground before he got popped in the face. That was a very nice shot coming down the other end. I think that was Ali, at least to help out. Good clearance coming out from Winthrop University too, though. As you know, you talked about the wall being propped up on the flank side, but looks like Governor was really making sure that they haunted towards rubble, that they made sure there was no lurk on that side, and he kind of kept everybody pinned towards that A site. You still had great position, as I said before here, from Blue Water. You had to lend your shots. Unfortunately, you don't. You have a buddy system coming out from Blue Water, and then you're just getting dropped down one by one. So it worked out at least fair game for Blue Water until that happened, because they had a player disadvantage. At least still good money to work with for Winthrop University, and not for Blue Water, though, on that end after losing that round. But they are looking to move quickly towards A.
Well, Nightfall will come through. Fair, finger guns out, finds the first. Trade from Governor is good. Decay also really becoming an issue here for Blue Water, as Fair is able to shred apart a couple and is doing it all himself at the moment. Gonna get a 3v2. Infiltrator, op out, sees one. Misses the shot just a bit wide, and Blue Water will collect the spike and get the plant.
He's gonna hate himself for that one for sure. Now it's still, once again, a player disadvantage. This time, oh, okay, 2v2, doable now.
Bob's not gonna like that. Poor timing, unfortunately. To the 2v2 we go. Zoa pop. Fair still down low with an Odin, of all things. Winthrop trying to stack on their way back in. My feed is completely frozen. Can't see what's going on. Knife is out for Infiltrator. Is able to find the kill. I'm sorry. My feed froze. I couldn't see anything. And I'm pissed that I missed it.
I think everybody was frozen pretty much at that point. I'll telegraph it for you. Here you go. Dot, dot, long dot, Morse. It was just some satchels going through and some sliding across from Fair. And then it was like a shorty to shorty battle that came in favor of Winthrop University towards the end. But so much value was taken by Fair with the overdrive. 3 kills on that side, a broken buy that they had. They have a plant on top of that. They keep the econ low. But there, you'll see on the replay. Look at that. Look at that. Both of them missed their shorties, and it came down to bringing a knife to a gunfight. And it was a knife kill that sealed the deal. I think that's the most important thing that I didn't talk about, but at least you got to see it.
I did get to see it. Infiltrator, who's going to kick things off with an opening paint shells for First Blood. That'll work. That'll help. The question from here is, how do you get this back into plausible opportunities for Blue Water, and that will work? Able to find some openings over at B. Follow-up. Governor is there. Sheer wall proc, and that may have actually saved a life. Hard to say whose, but very well may have. Arkrose does at least blind out part of the B site, but everyone is fine for now. 3v4.
Really, the only thing you could do is play soft side on A. They're kind of crossfire set up on this B side. Aware of potentially a second push coming through from Fireballs and from the B site. At least, thankfully, though, Blue Water are all separated across the map, so they have to go for some sort of a pincer maneuver, and there you go. And then, fortunately, that's the second time that a shot misses like that from Infiltrator.
Toxin screen down.
So now to the 2v3. Showstopper available for Infiltrator, who can get active on the retake, which will likely need to happen with Zeke stepping really far up. Ooh, mercy me. Glyph is somewhat primed to possibly expect this.
30 seconds
Is obviously avidly worried about it, and what a shot from Glyph. Governor through Waterfall. Now into the backside at C main. No problems there. And Winthrop, 4 in a row. cruising.
I couldn't focus. Sorry, you had "Oh Mercy Mercy Me," and I just had a song going in my head. I think it was Marvin Gaye, right? You know that song?
I do know that song. I'm an old head like you, brother.
But yeah, thankfully, even though a couple of off shots are missing here and there from Infiltrator, the rest of the team are still there to support. If anything, it is getting rather difficult now for Blue Water to take control of Rubble from TPs or Neon Slide, because this seasoning combo is going to continue over and over and over towards Rubble. So Blue Water now focusing on a heavy lean side where Moobs is holding us alone.
Now, here we go. Gonna get a little bit of a mute up over towards the C site. Moobs still hanging around. Goodness. Prowler out. No way he finds the second. Fireball is able to finally put together some sort of a response. The Sheriffs are connecting. A little bit of punish here, but largely speaking, Winthrop pretty calm and comfortable throughout. That just a little bit of financial damage from Blue Water, who find themselves now down 5-2.
And Infiltrator never really lost his op in the last few rounds, so the econ's still going to be quite good for Winthrop University to continue on in a strong suit. And mind you, I know people have been talking about it from stage or week to week, but the addition to Governor to this team for Winthrop University is a huge addition to the team as well, to allow for them to have such a good turnaround throughout the season when, you know, as we mentioned, ups and downs on the side of the collegiate team. And they're still looking for a way here to get to the playoffs, to try to get to Ascension. A team that also went 0-5 in last year on the stage when, you know, you kind of had Screwface and lead at the helm, as an IGL.
Not ready yet.
But now they are looking like one of the best collegiate teams that we have so far here in Challengers, as Blue Water are just holding back towards that spawn. And I guess they're expecting here Winthrop University into the mid-round. You remember that double push they had towards that B side when things kind of get quiet. They want to run into the buddy system and try to find that information, especially now that they're deprived on what they could see towards that C site, because Moobs is actually set up towards A.
Well, first time in a while we've had some quiet echoing over the first 30 seconds of these rounds. Slow approach here for Blue Water up to the front doors at A. Prowler, I don't know if it actually sees Infiltrator on that angle, but Zeke is able to find it. Beautiful. That's the op out of the picture. And a chance to flood here, pending you don't get stuck by Razor Vines.
You're stuck. But at least that's a good delay. And that's a 0 stall now for the A site. I think this should be a re-hit towards the A site as soon as you sell a fake towards C now. From Fireball Ups. Oh, sorry, from Zeke. Sorry, from Bob. I'll go through the roster. I'll go through the roster. We got A site. It's all good.
No way, we both have the same old man side right there. That's hilarious. Who let us cast together? Governor on the cross. Not going to be able to stop this. And honestly, Blue Water going to get in, plus also establish some control with the Vipers. And, ooh, I was going to say, maybe a from the shadows deep behind ropes. Not the case. Winthrop able to clear. Bob a little bit mixed up. And wow, that is about as clean as it gets in terms of a retake for Winthrop.
Yeah, what a nice little denial from the Poison Orb or the pit going in towards that A site. But I have to commend. I mean, they were mentioning on the desk, keep an eye out for Glyph. Like always playing Omen so far, and usually it's Ali when I was thinking about him back in the Challengers days and even in Collegiate. But the way that you drop these smokes, you're starting to see that more and more from like Tier 1 and in the last few days of Challengers too, where you're creating these small one-way smokes for you to be able to see feet and try to get the sprays across. And he gets a beautiful pick towards tree. It allows for Winthrop University to really reflood back towards that site and really just overtake here this attempt of a post plant on the side of Blue Water. Very, very nicely done. And now, as it looks like it was potentially on the side of how Blue Water's been opening up these sites and how Fair has gotten so much value from the pistol round into the anti-ecos, Winthrop University are definitely finding their footing.
Looking solid, looking good. Moves has been a lockdown really throughout this stage. I mean, I gotta say, Moves is really impressed. But he's been key in a lot of these initial isolations of these executes from Blue Water, which is going to be cause for concern and also cause for conversation here in the timeout. It's just tough, man, because like you look at the timeline, it's like technically speaking, Blue Water are getting plants down. It's just their ability to set up their post plant is 0, which is, you know, I think the biggest thing. It's not the fact that they're not holding it. They're not even getting a chance to set up their post plant.
And it's going to be difficult even more, even after this timeout for the side of Blue Water, to try to muster something because they've used so many of the big ults to try to get the last few rounds to failure. And now it's Winthrop University that has 3 B galts to work with. Already the Viper setting up on the C site, so you potentially could start seeing a pit if you jump spot for information, and you're pretty much set up on that C side over there. For the rest, though, Showstopper available for the B side for a stall, for retake as well. So Winthrop University in a stronghold in this current gun round.
Well, Operator is going to get, well, pushed out initially by the Paranoia. There's help nearby, so not much concern for Infiltrator. Plus, the Showstopper is there if things get really dangerous. And speaking of, Missile does not quite get over the ledge. And honestly, if you're fair, you're like, damn, I'm in a great spot right here. And that's why shuts down one of the defenders. Now the offense can make their way at least into B, if not rotate around it over to A.
Definitely looking like a slow start here for Infiltrator, and unfortunately with that miss from the rocket, it opens up the site now for the B site to take. So now you've already inserted players towards the staircase as well. A big opportunity for Zolstal for the backstab.
Well, Bob for one, trades out. Zoe able to finally get the judge into play. Can't quite save the teammate, but may not make much of a difference. Infiltrator still alive, but with the Operator, you would think that in a 2v4, you may not even give this a bit of a go. Unless Ali can find a pick, then maybe there's an opportunity to take away one of the angles. Winthrop are still feeling it out. They've cleared some decent space, but this has taken a lot of time. And this is just down to sheer luck of, do you catch the timing? Here comes Fair off the cross. Infiltrator catches one, but nothing more. Finally, the wound cauterizes. Blue Water get their third.
That's understandable. They still have great money to work with for Winthrop University in the next round. So if they're able to see if Blue Water are a little bit more antsy in their post-plant positioning and want to go for a peek, well, that's a person that's going to run through crosshairs and easy pickings, and then you have the pit for the post-plant. I just love that, as we saw in the replay, because Bob had to be first contact on what she was able to see with the players rotating out from the A site, and Zolstal's just crouched, not even paying attention to what's behind him, where Bob's just fighting World War III and he's just watching the staircase. And he's got the trade towards the end, and it gives a chance now for Blue Water to capitalize at least on the round.
Here we go. Finger guns up. Fair only finds one. Left going to step a little bit further forward, but punished this time by Zeke. So that success that we've seen from Winthrop on their push-up from a couple of rounds ago, not going to happen here. Steel Garden out, moves feeling the pressure. Also trying to create an opportunity for Ali to come up from behind. Hey, how are ya? And now all of a sudden, Blue Water are completely stuck. Bob gets the weapon back, vulnerable, down to low HP. Prowler will catch the info. So it's a raw 1v1, but Moobs has the health and the height advantage, and it's going to be 7-3 to Winthrop.
And that's just unfortunate. The Prowler went under the box and didn't even hit the player playing on top, which was Moobs on the boxes by the breakable door. If it was for that, it probably would have given a chance for Bob to really set up a better crosshair placement for that 1v1 duel. But you definitely saw how brawly it got in that previous round just for that rubble control, and you've scaled up to a point where you don't want to take that that part of rubble. You want to slide towards that front because you've been caught by C's nades in the past. So it's nice on fair with a combination of the snake bite, the spit here to vulnerable their opponents and open things up. But it looks like Winthrop University were just ready for instant trades right after.
Well, pistols largely in play here for Blue Water. And that means Winthrop are smelling blood in the water. Oh, goodness! Heck of a snap there from Ali. After the initial chaos of dropping into the smoke, and Blue Water have, well, put it plainly, not a lot of ground to work with here.
And even trying to walk contact this time around as they lost some players in the first place. I don't think it should be a good idea for them to flash yet. I think it has to be on the contact of the walkthrough. Beautifully done right now. Comes down to communication for Blue Water to see if they can open things up.
On the Viper's pit, just to try to secure things in case it gets a little bit mixy.
Spike planted.
Spike will be allowed to plant. Nightfall gives them a chance here. Moobs just backing up, waiting for help. And help is taking a while to get here. Hold on a second. If Blue Water can just shut down one frame of this retake, this is still winnable. Just comes down to, can they actually find the timing for these eliminations? Winthrop trying to spam things out, not able to find much of anything. Infiltrator, a little bait and switch as he tries to make his way in, but Fireball in the corner for a couple! It is to a 1v1. Weapon collected, up and over! How about that for Blue Water? A little 3v5, but just so much smoke all over the C site. It's a huge thrifty round.
I just feel right now that Winthrop University, since that timeout for Blue Water, are kind of playing themselves now. We just talked about how good their ults were to really run away with this half. We saw a showstopper that missed. This time a pit that doesn't really give them a good opportunity to scale out of. Because outside of that, you're running outside of the pit. There's a crossfire setup from Blue Water just on the outside. There's no flashes to support you for the retake either. It just becomes easy picking for Blue Water towards the end when you had a player disadvantage. I feel at that moment when you're so close in, pull that pit down, just start moving in as a team. Don't force yourself in these scenarios.
Unreal. Now we've just got a TDM.
Dude, we are one brain cell
We are so locked right now, Vance. We are so locked. Trades do favor Blue Water, if only barely. Fair has 5 HP, Governor is full health, and has a Nightfall. And there may be an opportunity here for shot clean. Now it's just down to Zeke. Notes in the corner, but Zeke hits a little crouch. And how about the last couple of rounds for Blue Water? A 7-5 half.
What a great way to end the half for Blue Water. Again, I really thought this was at least like a 10-2 with how things have been going so well for Winthrop University on the retakes. But you go down to the hero plays, just the micro adjustments coming in through how they scale towards that map as well. Remember when Zeke got a nice opener from Rubble into the breakable door on the infiltrate with the op? That's thanks to Bob's Prowler. This time around, taps that spike, overplays Governor on the 1v1, and then clutches that round there for Blue Water as well. So you're definitely seeing that despite maybe sometimes the macro is not in the best of looks here for Blue Water, they definitely do have the individual skill to be able to keep the game close here against their opponents. Now it's an opportunity for Winthrop University to turn things around. 4 ghosts on their side, actually 8 ghosts in the server, and most of the util around Infiltrator. He wants to use satchels and nades, open up the area, open up a site, create some space.
Well, pistols for Glyph is pretty much perfect.
Yep.
Well, firing range through the mid choke point. Oh, and Fireball. Had a look at one a little bit deeper. Did not expect Infiltrator to be as close as they were, so it'll just be on to Zeke to try to make more efficiency happen in this 1v4, collecting the orb.
And with the patience too, exactly. Collecting the orb on the A side, but also collecting the orb on the C side. Governor picked up the orb on C, got that plan, so you're min-maxing, being very patient and making sure here that you stay true to your game plan. Despite, you know, your opponents coming up and catching up to the play, you're still able to stay calm and making sure that you're able to at least have some sort of a fight in the long run by collecting these orbs and making sure that your protocols are right. So I like it at least. And again, great hero shots out from Glyph. Now Zeke this time, I feel at this point, I died to Spike. But Glyph is still in a hunt.
Best they can. Glyph finds 4. So good opening pistol for Winthrop, kind of picking up from a little bit of that little stagger at the end of the first half. The Thrifty, I think in particular, really hurts, but overall, not terrible. And now, again, pretty comfortable worlds in terms of how they try to approach this second half, because talking about their Lotus and talking about it, I mean, they pretty much play to an even amount of strength, both on offense and defense. So you look at the success from the first half and say, we got this, we're chilling.
Seems like Blue Water still had good read in the very beginning, though, by pushing those 3 players in front of that B site, but Glyph is just pristine on the shots. One ways now, like, I mean, that's why you don't try to do those peaks on one ways. And that's why, like I said, it looks very good here for Fair on the attack side as this Neon being self-sufficient. You can't get these type of plays here if you're going to try to do solo plays like that. Understandably, it's an eco round on the side of Blue Water, but this has to be a corrected mistake once they get their money right.
Well, very patient here. Infiltrator doesn't want to give away anything. Moobs has a shoulder on the zone. That paranoia doesn't land. Feels bad, man. And that'll be enough to say, all right, off to the races we go on A.
Yep. Got map space, got forward positioning too. Another 1v1 against a Classic. Loses it, but at least the rest has scaled up, and that's the rifles to pull up behind. So very nicely done. Good shots by Fireball ups, though. That's a Bulldog salvage into the next round. Actually, he should go for this. He needs to do some damage. You want to bring a rifle into the next round too. He's making noise now for Bob, so that she could get this flank back towards the A Rebel side, and it could just meet up together and start playing that buddy system to keep Winthrop inside the A site, inside the radius of the spike going off too.
Well, good start for Winthrop. It's going to be a pretty potent bonus as well. pending that you don't get more damage by blue. And, well, Bob may have had the best opportunity. Fireball. As soon as his dark cover fades, well, you know what that would look like. And instead, it's just going to hear everyone run away. Find one more. Okay, so it makes that bonus maybe not as potent as we would have figured. Actually, almost as an Ingle and Infiltrator there for a moment, too, but not the case. And we'll go 9-5 with the Phantom and the Outlaw sticking around.
Definitely some good damage being done, too. And you want to look at the investment in what Blue Water had on that previous round. I think there were a couple of shares, a little bit of util being purchased on their side on that eco. So that means that not a lot of the players are going to be able to invest into full shield. So this Outlaw, that Infiltrator purchase, could actually bring some tremendous value going into this round as well. 3 of them could actually be one-shottable here by Infiltrator. A decent bonus round. I think this, you would want to have Winthrop University play a little bit more slowly. So they are trying to make this noise towards this B side first, so that hopefully Infiltrator could get a pick towards the C side. Ooh, unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen
So
down.
first blood good for Blue Water. Offense going to try to force something over to C, at least by the look of it here. Dark cover will slow that to a little bit of a crawl. Prowler to feel things out at mid, doesn't see anything. But the defense has a pretty good intention of where this initial approach idea was. Minute 10 on the clock, and Winthrop will reset.
It's a reset towards the A side too. So Moob's continuing to add a little bit more pressure on the C side. Okay for him to lose his weapon. He only has a Sheriff. Meanwhile, you're still trying to leverage Infiltrator going for a pick here towards the long staircase with the Outlaw.
Toxins going up.
Well, Zeke's able to find another. And this is kind of, I won't say last chance saloon here for Winthrop, but doesn't feel good trying to get into the site. Good paint shots, though. Wow, Zoe takes a heap of damage, but Fair is just not missing until it sets the scope down. So now it's just up to Infiltrator, 1v4, and obviously the world, the battle up against, not going to happen. Bob for 3, Blue Water back to within 3 as we go into the full gun round.
Just noticed that Infiltrator gave that Outlaw for Glyph because you kind of need your raise to go for the entries as well. So it was a nice attempt. Governor went to bait himself by jumping up there, and you're hoping Glyph to swing out and get that pick against the other Outlaw on the other side. Unfortunately, no hits. Fair manages to stay alive and get a kill on top of that. Bob, she gets 3 kills, but the first one through a smoke too with the Guardian. It's rare to see these type of shots land through smokes at such a long distance at the beginning of the round. But that definitely hurts Winthrop University within that previous round. Blue Water slowly coming back into the game. But a rifle round coming out from Winthrop University where they're going back into their protocols. Controlling the seaside mound, maybe get an orb up here so that Infiltrator is close as soon as you take map control. Governor is the one that's picking it up instead. But they can definitely go for some sort of, oh no, I was gonna say some sort of exit with the Omen ult, but I have to go back to the drawing board here.
Sure will, especially with Zoe still hanging on to that front door. Yeah, not the buy that Winthrop was hoping for. Can't even get the play out of the page of the book that it's put together on. So, tough
Might be an
seats.
instant save.
Very well, maybe.
You look at it, they have 0 map control moving forward now, unless they get lucky with the scale that they have. And again, we've seen the discipline of what Blue Water had on the pulse plant scenario previously when they're playing the pulse plant towards that B site on that 4 versus 2. And you're definitely seeing none of them really trying to go for any aggressive peaks. Just making sure you're covering your angles, covering your corners, and not showing yourselves. So you're in a good spot here to just win this round.
Well, there's at least one elimination. Opens up an opportunity to get into B. Glyph. Whoa. No, no!
No.
Avert your
There's
eyes!
10 seconds.
Look at the shiny thing on your desk. Don't watch that. And now you've got a chance to plant and set up the C site with numbers. If you're Winthrop, no way they pull this 3v5 off.
I just did the biggest caster curse, didn't I?
I think we both did.
It all came down to that first fight in front of the B main, and it opens up everything. Great positioning on Mound 2. Governor should be able to get this pick.
Brother, what is happening? Okay.
I was right. I was right.
Bob, what do you got for us? Gotta go quick. And honestly, there may not even be a window where this even happens. From a 3v5 to a round win and no one falls. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Blue Water had an amazing beginning of that round. Again, catching Infiltrator off guard. Like I said, a slow start that we're currently seeing from the duelists on the side of Winthrop University, but outside of that fight towards that front of that B main, Util can stall well enough. As they're split up across the map, we talked about the buddy system on the A side. By being so passive towards that staircase or towards that tree, and the forward positioning you have towards B, well, the gap was there. Nobody was watching Breakable. So it gives a chance there for Winthrop University to converge back into a pincer maneuver into B and flip the map over towards C to win that round.
Spike down.
Well, Fireball makes up for the whiffs in the last round with the first blood here on the Governor. And that's the spike down. Yeah, you're going to have to. So grab it. Not able to body block it. Now a chance to plant. There are some, well, mitigating utility pieces in the way. But yeah, I was going to say you can teleport through that too. Infiltrator's going to go up and over just to clear the space. And this will be a deep plant on the A side.
They took so much time though. Moves has to come up huge with this rubble control.
Nightfall for the retake. First for Moves is good. Not going to get the second. Threat now established. Did Moves count that there were two, or did he only see one? May not make much of a difference because this high ground play through ropes is going to be difficult to break down for Blue Water with no utility remaining on this retake. And honestly, I mean, if they don't get through tree, you might have to back off and save yourself. Not a lot of time here. Fireball's going to try to make their way in. That's shut down. Same for Bob. And Zeke is already half committed, so now it's just get out with your life. And what a turnaround for Winthrop.
Just talked about how slow it was for Winthrop University to plant towards that A site and giving a chance here for Blue Water to slowly converge towards this A site. And even themselves are quite slow of retaking towards rubble. 3 players moving forward. Moves delays well enough. And then you don't even move in together to try to trade into door. And then Zeke just didn't move through to be able to help out fair and to be able to move in towards that site, and you lose all that timing. Allows, just give it away. You gave it a round away for Winthrop University to just guarantee the round off time. You saw at the very beginning here, instant showstopper in the back of the A site. They were still unaware of where Blue Water was going to converge towards to, and he wasted so much util. And that was such a big window of opportunity for Blue Water to seize. And speaking of seize, there's going to be a lot of control here once again towards rubble.
Oh, mercy. It just feels like the train has fallen off the rails here for Blue Water after that 3v5. It's just, oof.
Yep.
Tough prospects here for Blue as they're going to be facing what will likely be a 12-6 count. Purchase will be poor.
Right?
And there will
it's not going to happen this time.
Yeah.
No castle will be. Time.
Yeah. Well, based on our luck, who knows? Fireball's about to pop a 3-piece watch.
I wouldn't even think differently. That man's insane.
Poison orb emitting.
Guardian 2 in hand. There's one.
Yeah, there's one.
Enemy remaining.
Good paranoia, though.
Boo. Zeke? Okay, able to find another.
And they're okay. I mean, Winthrop are just throwing their lives here, which is fine. Get rid of those weapons if you can. You could still buy within the next round here for Winthrop at map point, while you'll have nothing left here for the side of Blue Water. So Zeke, low HP. That's the weapon gone.
Yep. Whoa-wee, mercy me.
Match point.
All right. Here we go. Is there any magic for Blue Water to come back into map number 1, or will we see Ascent in our very near future? Time will tell. And again, the issue here is just the purchase is not going to be great, and that's never great news. But beyond that, you still have to fight up against the bank accounts of Winthrop, even if you do win this round, plus ultimates are coming online. So what we're framing up here is that this is a difficult road. You're hoping that I think in this one you can get 1 elimination from fair. You can steal Garden and throw the Neon ult into play. That would be nice. But it's a lot of what ifs coming into the round.
If not have the Guardians own again, 3 of them purchasing that at first. Zeke already controls in that gap. But trying to hold that with a Vandal within the pit.
Well, Ollie finds the opener. Fair looking for the long range battle. Really desperately wanting to get the overdrive into play. The Viper's Pit blocking off at C should allow Blue Otter to start to stack over towards mid and A, but still showing forces Winthrop across the map, and I like that.
To judge in the smoke too. Best thing they want is to play contact. They have a boom bot too if they want to start clearing it. I think that'll be the smart play.
Bring me the arsenal!
There's the Steel Garden. That's from the offensive side, and honestly, they may just try to commit into B here, which would be surprising. Wall gets triggered. Okay, we're gonna reflip back over to C. Zeke's got a weapon, but doesn't have the angle. And yeah, Zoe, do what you can with that classic. It's a marshmallow shooter at that range. Weapon seen by Fair, but there's the cross from Governor. And the spike will be planted. 3v5. Weapons back, but no one checks Glyph in the corner. And that will be all you need, most likely. Can Glyph finish it off with all three? Sure can. And Winthrop strike first quickly on their map pick of Lotus.
It all came down to unfortunate decision-making on that last round. They had that pit up from Zeke, decides to drop it down to rotate with his teammates, and that gave the opener when you still had a player instant on that side. So, again, we talk about the protocols being very good for Winthrop University. It really shows that they don't want to go home. They want to try to make it into playoffs, and they put a lot of work into making sure that numbers up, numbers down, rounds up or rounds down. Back up, back up. Dude, I was going to wrap some Limp Bizkit out there. No matter what, the protocols will be there to make sure that they seal the series if they can.
Very true, very true. And I think the other big part about this is, like, it's just not as cutesy in terms of the map picks and bans we saw from yesterday. Everything feels a little bit more straight edge here for Winthrop. So good start. Ascent will be coming up next to see if Blue Otter can find a way to bounce back. Don't go far. I'll be right back with more.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, if you ever doubted Winthrop, let's just say they silenced you right here and now. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Ashi Analyst Desk. And Winthrop take down Blue Otter 13-6 on their map pick of Lotus, starting on the defense, Ash, which is something we were wondering. We were like, how is this going to work? How is this going to kind of like shake out? And then lo and behold, it was Glyph and everyone putting their minds together and having an incredibly dominant Lotus.
Yeah, I think looking at that initial first half on the side of Winthrop, it comes down to the fact that, like, one, they have an insane amount of reps on Lotus, right, to be able to really solidify their plan for the defense. But also, I think playing that push and pull so well, whether it was that control over towards Rubble, trying to deny any of the space that Blue Otter were looking to take, and then also contesting at times over at C on top of that. And I think the game plan was just really nice. There was a lot of those ideas that Dan had talked about before we even headed into our first map about Glyph taking a lot of those opportunities on the Omen and how well that pans out for him as far as taking those shrouded steps up over towards Rubble, then shrouded stepping back, and then always like forcing Blue Otter to re-clear a lot of that space.
It was an incredible map for the side of Winthrop University. They had control of that first and second half completely. I mean, obviously, especially into that second half, because Blue Otter, they only get away with one round, that round 3. But besides that, Winthrop University, they had some great ideas on the defense. They had a read on how aggressive that Rubble fight was going to play out on the side of Blue Otter. And I feel like for Blue Otter as well, they were caught off guard because they were not expecting this aggression to come through from the defense. But there were simple things, right? It's just sending that pain shot in as the Omen is TPing on the side of Rubble, taking that Omen down, and little things like that that converted into the wins. Even when Winthrop University had the numbers disadvantage, you see the way that they are able to turn it around. There was an incredible round on the side of Glyph. It was that round 16 where it was a 3v5. It seemed like Winthrop University were going to lose that round, and then Glyph gets the first one. White swings to get that second one, and they are able to get that spike planted just in time. It's these little ideas that play out for Winthrop University so well. And I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You see in the first kills, not every single one of those 13 rounds or even more were going this side of Winthrop, but it was the conversion for the 5v4s, the 5v3s that worked out so well. And this is why they play this map so much.
I mean, just look at that timeline, Dryad, right? Like we see like they, you know, Blue Otter win the pistol, win the bonus, and then Winthrop University just have, as soon as the gun round starts, they just go off swinging to the point where the only defensive round Blue Otter got was one on the side. The only one on the side themselves. They only won one round in the second half. But Dryad, this is such a it's such a good start to have on your map pick. You start on defense, you start strong, and going into Ascent, which is Blue Otter's map pick. This is, if you're Winthrop University, this is exactly how you want to start your match.
Yeah, this is looking great on the side of Winthrop, and again, this is the reason why we see them go into this map of Lotus so many times. There's so many cool things to highlight about the things that they were doing, right? Even on the attacking side, they were playing Ali to play towards A. Sometimes he's finding some great timings to get the opening, force their rotations as well, knowing that there was going to be a Viper's Pit on that C side, or the way that they were putting moves into this B side, try to get some space. But when you know there's going to be 2-3 players towards B side, there's someone always ready to trade. So incredible map once again for Winthrop University, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. We highlighted Glyph towards the beginning of the broadcast, and he was great. He's not overextending, he's not trying to get the opening pick. He's always there to trade and also make sure that the numbers advantage goes the way of Winthrop University after a bit.
I mean, I love when we highlight people at the beginning of the broadcast, Ash, and they just pop off and we're like, yes, we were right. We knew Glyph had such a game. Maybe he heard Dan talking about him saying, you know, he's a playmaker. He's the kind of I think you said clip-worthy moments kind of guy that you need on your team, Ash. But if you didn't believe us, I guess Glyph absolutely reminded you exactly who he was today, Ash.
Oh, that's for sure. And honestly, thankfully, Roy is not on the desk, because I swear to God, whenever it's me and Roy highlighting someone, it just does, it's like we Omega jinx them. But for Glyph, he had an insane map 1 here on Lotus. And it's not just those individual performances. not just those micro combinations that Dan was talking about, it was also the calling for his team, right? The fact that he's able to perform to this level and to make some of these, even on occasion, riskier decisions while being that leader for Winthrop, I think says so much about the depth of skill for this player, right? He's constantly getting his multi-picks, being able to be that like looming presence, and it's just really nice to see, and that's what you want out of an IGL for the team, especially on a day like today.
I mean, more than ever, I think anytime we talk about like fragging IGL, I think, you know, people kind of like use that facetiously and are like, oh my God, like a fragging IGL, ha ha ha. But goddamn, Glyph, like Glyph is going out there, not only fragging and getting numbers, but you go back and look at his plays. He is the playmaker for the team. And if you didn't see map 1, go back and watch it because we are heading to map 2 of Ascent. This is Blue Water's pick this time with Winthrop University starting on defense. Dan, I mean, right away, you know, you're going to your map pick, you shake off a 13-6, not the best scoreline if you're Blue Water, not what you're really looking for. Obviously, you want to win the first map, but it's not your map pick. You're okay with that, Dan.
Yeah, it should be fine, but I still feel like Winthrop does have the stronger map of Ascent as well. It's just a little bit of a tricky situation for Blue Otter to go into the series. Again, both of the teams fighting to make it to playoffs, and Winthrop maybe not having the strongest start, but on this map of Ascent, both of them are playing very similar compositions. Both of them are playing this double Sentinel with the Cypher and that Deadlock. But the biggest difference to me, and it's something that I mentioned on Tuesday when we were watching some of these teams play, is that for this side of Blue Otter, they have no flashes. The only flash that you really have is going to be the Paranoia, while on the other side, Infiltrator is going to play not only as that aggressive viewer that is willing to go in and take that space, but also flashing for the rest of the team. So this is one of those maps where you don't necessarily see him be that one duelist, that first man in, but just to get that info, get that space, and also set everybody else up for success. I think Infiltrator is the difference maker on this map and should be, as long as everything for this side of Winthrop goes according to plan.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Dan on that. Even though the comps are so similar, on top of just like the flashes thing with Fair, there's a lot more pressure on the rest of his team to be able to help him take that space, get onto site. And while that does fall on the shoulders of Zostal and on Bob in this situation to also try and dismantle, mostly Bob, with like the shock darts, the double sentinel setup that we see coming out from Winthrop, even though Blue Otter have found that success on Ascent previously, I'm pretty sure all 3 of those wins were up against teams that were running the solo Sentinel as well. So my eyes are going to be on how Blue Otter look to try and deal with a lot of these Cypher deadlock traps on the side of Winthrop, because that is kind of where we saw some teams falling short with these Jet comps earlier this week, was just not having the utility to be able to break those traps apart. And I'm kind of feeling scared for Blue Otter now.
Well, we have some of these changes that we've been talking about comp-wise. We had them on Lotus. Maybe we have them on Ascent. Let's see, heading into Agent Select. There is a world where we have a change. There is a world where we don't. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ascent is, there is just a way to play the map, and you play it exactly how you know it, Ash. And looking here, we see that double Senti comp, and we see that Jet comp as well.
Yeah, I think, again, it's the same concerns that I have, especially with them starting out on the attacking side first. It's going to be really hard to get things started. We saw how well this Deadlock Cypher comp works, both in just having those trap plays for Jets in particular with the Deadlock sensors to be able to be set up on those default spots that are a little bit deeper, a little bit harder to break for those default dashes that we're going to expect out of there. So I'm really looking towards Blue Otter to be pressuring over towards that mid side. I think that's where they look the best on Ascent, is when they're going for that market and tree control and trying to dismantle those double sentinel traps through that fashion.
I know we talked about the attack and defense side for both of these teams, especially on the side of Blue Otter with this double sentinel composition. But what catches my attention the most is that this is a map that they're comfortable with. This is their favorite map. I mean, we saw it on Tuesday. They were also picking this map of Ascent, knowing that you're going to be starting on the attack side. And they were able to look pretty good to get some momentum going. They were able to steal that bonus round away from Lander and also take it away, getting just enough rounds on the attack side to then kind of capitalize from that early on. So it's something that is very, very possible, but I don't think Winthrop University is really going to make it that easy for them. They like to go for some aggressive set plays on the defense, especially with this Euro. So it's something that, you know, if you're on the side of Blue Otter, you should be paying attention to, because that is your win condition to stay alive in the series, to still have a chance to make it to playoffs.
Well, we love a challenge. Folks, get comfy, grab a snack, grab a pizza. I don't know, except not deep dish, that's not real pizza, because we are heading into map 2, where NBG University couldn't do it all and qualify for playoffs. I'm sending it to your casters, Van Silly, and my best friend, Shift.
There's no way deep dish pizza's catching strays from someone from Jersey. Unreal. It's a pizza pie, my friend. Do not talk smack on Chicago style. That's all I got to say. What kind of pizza you eat up there in the Great White North there, Van Silly? You just do like the old long cut New York style there, bud? Or what do you guys do up there?
Seal pizza.
Say what?
I don't know. I mean, we're pretty multicultural. We're multicultural in Canada. We got it all. We got deep dish, we got New York style, we got regular pan pizza, we got freezer pizza. It's all good.
What I'm hearing is your pizza game is mid. Actually, I know for a fact it's mid.
Coming from a guy who eats pizza backwards, so I start crust. But we're starting potentially with some aggression from Winthrop University. You know, look at this smoke to avoid this recon dart so they could fight back on middle. But there's already 4 players there to fight.
Well, could be some early action to get it kicked off, and yes, it will. Trades will favor that of Blue Otter on the offense. Barrier Mesh says, do not come, do not pass, do not collect $200. And an opportunity to get the spike on, taking a little long. Opportunity for infiltrator.
Oh my goodness.
But the dart plus the shock dart leads to an eventual elimination. Ali, good freaking grab, but Zeke pops out, finds the kill, and Blue Otter take the pistol.
Love that he swings that on that for sure, to be able to save that round for Blue Otter, because it looked very doable with the shots that Infiltrator came through in. Now we have an opportunity to talk about these comps as well. So both of these teams very comfortable in their compositional picks for this map, and you're going to have to keep an eye open on what the win condition is going to be for Blue Otter. Staying as a group, fighting as a group, using a deadlock to be quite aggressive, but if you want to slow down the game a little bit more, because you are also playing against a double Senti on the other side of Blue Otter, I think the top of the priority list would waste out that utility from Infiltrator as well. So you don't allow these split retakes to happen with good value for the side of Winthrop.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have those big flashes on your side here for Blue Water. So you're already seeing it here much slower, as you could tell. A recon to find information. Fair's always finding literally fair game, moving up towards middle, finding great timings as he's done in the past. Remember that game against Shopfire Rebellion Black? He was just running up mid every single time and finding great positioning against his opponents. And they're reading it correctly here. I mean, yeah. The spike's a little bit further out, but they're in a prime position to converge into the B site with the solo moves.
The observers know what I'm about to say. Oh, moves is always good for one of the sheriff. He was in there, but not like swimwear. So that's going to lead to a B execute. And for Winthrop, very much so could be a kumbaya, all hold hands into the dark abyss of the spike detonation. But there's a chance, of course, with the B plant to possibly find exits. Never know.
So when it's in there like swimwear, are you talking about like huge wedgies? Because that's not comfortable at all.
Yeah, correct.
That's definitely not a comfortable position there for moves. So definitely he was in like swimwear because he was very comfortable.
You have to know, like, when you experience like a cannonball from like 10 feet up, like, you know how your swim trunks just kind of like they get held by the water. It's just, yeah, it's in there like swimwear.
If I did that, I'd probably empty half the pool. I cause ripples in my cannonballs.
I like that. Not a true cannonball if you don't create some sort of wave effect. Well, there's a little bit of a battle here on the exit through B main. Blue Otter saying not interested. We'll run away. One more shock dart from Bob, who actually may feel like giving this a bit of a go. Oh, not like this. Oh, mercy. Well, at least there's no eliminations tallied on either side.
That's definitely the biggest thing. Bob not dying to any of the players is actually a good thing for her and for the team as well. But you definitely see the idea they're trying to do similar things to Winthrop University, as Winthrop University did in the previous map, rather, is making sure that the alt orbs are coming into your favor here on the attack side, already almost halfway to hers, unless she was able to get more picks there on that side. If not, I liked that the last player there from Winthrop just rushed down towards spawn, because you definitely didn't want to stay alive. Now you're going with the glass cannon, though. Interesting purchase on the side of Winthrop. Here. This is only a bonus round from Blue Water and a heavy investment to come through. They're gonna have to be clean with this shot.
Well, it hits. Fireball, the first one to fall, makes the potential post plant a little bit lopsided, or at least a little bit more vulnerable. Up and over, here comes Fair, but Governor is not, whoa, I was not really dissuaded by that little pushover, but has a little bit of trouble keeping their balance on the curb. That's enough for the spike to make its way on. Possible post plant that could look pretty decent. You got good weapons here if you're looking at it from Blue's perspective.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying it's difficult right now in a win con for Blue Water is to waste the utility from Infiltrator. Because he bought the op, he's got nothing left and available for the retake for the site. So the biggest thing they have is a paranoia, which is why Glyph is moving all the way towards market to try to get value off the scale back from the site.
Zoe, I believe, has been seen on that crossover towards logs. Infiltrator will connect. Bob, lineup. Oh, there's one. Hope,
oh my God,
that he's able to catch the outside of the rail. That will work for a second. Smoke, though, is an issue. GravNet, a bigger one. And Glyph is still holding the cross, but no, surely not. These walls have to be made out of something besides paper. And it looks like finally, Glyph... Bob's like, get out of my face! But the defuse comes through and Winthrop will take the round.
She still had some nice shots, though, towards that spawn. Just a jiggle wall bang to just get those static players that were just waiting for the full peak or spot her elbow. And she had two very clean wall bangs in the very beginning, but unfortunately couldn't get that third one to try to muster up to clutch that 1v2 towards the end. Look at these shots. They even played the high-low on that one as well, and she just followed the bullet tracers from Moobs. That's the second time that Moobs is playing an angle here out in the open towards spawn and just gets decimated.
Well, big round here. Quick.
There's going mid again.
Through mid. Loving it. Hearing it.
I mean, there's no camera to look back towards that side. I was going to say, Winthrop has to start moving to try to fight info ASAP. Oh, fair dodges a drone. He's in a prime spot here to cut rotates on spawn.
Well, the reveal has Winthrop kind of figuring out how they want to set up this defense around A. Oh, Infiltrator, are you going to give it to us? No. Thinking about maybe possibly getting a little bit of a peek while that barrier mesh is still holding some integrity. But meanwhile, this is interesting. Winthrop looking to possibly reframe an attack on this hit through mid by triple stacking it. Good recon. Fair's in trouble. Does actually stay away from the grab, but not away from the spam. Fireball, not able to do anything to try to counteract that. And Winthrop have the numbers 5v3.
I was going to say they were in such a good position to start rotating the map to get value off the insert that Fair had in M3.
30 seconds left.
Now it's Fireball that has that opportunity, and Moves only has a judge to work with. So they could do it again. You have to start moving towards B main, pop that camera open, force a rotate across. It's not even being pinged.
Whoa, Governor just a little pirouette off the top of the cistern. But okay, okay. No time. Well, actually, yes, there is time. Very close, just half a second remaining, and Infiltrator is all of a sudden from 5v3 and a 1v3.
Just keep taking a shift. I got nothing else to say.
I know it.
They didn't expect the second insert somehow. They did a great job denying the first two players moving up towards Pizza. And again, I feel that this would have been doable for Blue Water to maybe not even lose any players in the process, but you needed somebody to step up to the plate, and it's Fireball up this time playing as a KJ and gets a 4K.
Good shout from our ops team getting involved in the pizza conversation. Yep, I see you. Infiltrator just trying to keep their life. And a Guardian. We'll do so.
Okay, how about this?
Hit me.
So you're old school like me. So do you like McCain pizza pockets or do you like Pillsbury pizza pops?
I don't know what either of those things are. I know, like, you got Hot Pockets that have the pizza filling, which I did, but like, it was a pizza Hot Pocket. It wasn't. What was the brand you said?
So it was McCain pizza pockets or Pillsbury pizza pops. Maybe it's a Canadian thing again.
That has to be a Canadian thing. Do you guys have pizza pockets with poutine in it or what?
No, but it's just the Pillsbury pizza pops just uses like the Pillsbury dough, and it's just so much better than the McCain pizza pockets.
Ah, man, I've never heard of those brands. All I know is the Hot Pocket brand.
Hot Pocket is newer. Hot Pocket's newer.
Newer? Wait, Hot Pockets had to have come out in like the late 1990s. What do you think came first?
It's still later.
Or early 2000s. What do you think came first, the toaster strudel or the Hot Pocket?
The toaster strudel.
I think so too.
Yeah. Great pizza snack that keeps you coming back. McCain Elio's Pizza Pockets. No?
No, dude, just Hot Pockets. That's the one.
I know that one, but that's newer. I'm sure the kids in the chat will know Hot Pockets more than Pizza Pockets.
Hot Pockets were, okay, this might change your perspective. Hot Pockets were invented in 1983. So do you still think toasters? Do you think toaster strudels were
That was before I was born somehow.
Same.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna paranoia flush into the A main though.
Okay,
there's not too many players holding on that side, and it's only Ali.
Well, that'll work.
Goodbye.
Grab net to counter. Hunter's Fury blindly tossed out here, but Infiltrator takes some damage, will be eliminated. Annihilation blindly tossed towards tree, not going to connect and gives Ali a chance, but no, not going to be able to take advantage of that. Long flank on the way. Alarm bot will read this, and Winthrop on pistols will, well, be in a difficult spot.
Yeah, and a timeout's just to focus on the next round anyways. So it was a nice attempt though. Ali did a lot of things on his own. Another pick would have had the Annihilation too, which maybe would have given him a fighting chance, but now it's just trying to find that damage. Hey, that's you missed your cue.
I didn't want to jinx it. I didn't want to jinx it. I had to hold my breath on that one. All right. So 1983 is what I said for Hot Pockets. Do you think toaster strudels were before or after that, Vansili? I'll give you a hint. It's close. It's really close.
It has to be after now.
It is after 1985.
Damn.
That's crazy.
And somehow it doesn't make any of us feel old because we were all not born then.
That was 40 years ago, almost to the
Actually, no, I was born in 85. Damn it.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I was already born in 85.
That's tough. All right, let's get into it. Hunter's Fury out early here for the defense, trying to find some connection over towards Tree, but Fair has gotten through. Is Infiltrator going to expect this? No, maybe not. God. And now all of a sudden Governor has to respond with the trade and will. So keeps the defense at least in the round 4v4.
Some good stalls coming through here with the attack of lockdown. All a perfect hit here for Zeke to get those 2 kills. You got to save now at this point.
Yeah, it feels that way. Man, tough moment there. You think you're going to get one and the the lockdown, but instead it's Zeke for 2, bodyguarding not just the position, but also the lockdown in particular. Neural theft could be committed to. Oh, the recon bolt does not get taken out, and you see the instant consequence. Bob says, not so fast. Plus extra shock darts to push moves off, which will commit the operator to the save.
Which is a good thing here for the son of Winthrop University. That said, though, I guess the other game plan that you have for Blue Water when we talked about, well, I guess they still scaled very, very quickly on their end, too, on the attack. They don't really want to play the slower pacing as they usually do. If they do, it's like Fair moving in towards that mid side, but that split towards A was very, very aggressive, and it's once again Fair at the tip of the spear, just finding great timings. He's catching players off the rotate, catches even Infiltrator off guard, can't even react with the operator too. And I guess that's another nice little game plan, just to make sure that you just go face forward and find those timings from Fair, just like he kind of did on the attack side on that previous round when he was playing that Neon. So
yeah,
Winthrop, that timeout, there was some sort of conversation to get something done, and unfortunately it wasn't good enough. The op for Infiltrator forced that TP out, and he just caught off the rotate after.
This was so big from Zeke to be able to bodyguard. And yeah, there's the lineup. We had a really good third-person view of that. And then, yeah, missing the recon bolt, instant punish. So Blue Otter off to the races here on offense. And it's weird because, like, a lot of these rounds have been tight. Of course, living rent-free is that 5v3 that Winthrop wasn't able to convert, but...
Yeah. It is definitely getting very brawly on both sides. Yeah. It could have been a different story for sure if Fireball didn't drop those 4 players previously, but a little bit of a change of a pace. Trying to go for a little bit of jiggle peek and double swing here from the side of B main, but it's still Fair at that point. I don't think you're gonna try to drone because you have 0 spacing done so far on the side of Blue Water.
Oh, that just confirms the paranoia can be sent. Do they expect a second though? What do we say about moves? Oh goodness! Oh, that's so good for moves. Problem is, Fair is just a touch better. supply of support from Zoe just to make sure that Fair can stay alive. And that'll be the round. An Infiltrator will once again just kind of hang out and, well, maybe have an opportunity to get the 1v1 against Bob.
I think that's the main thing, and it's smart for him. Usually in this scenario, he's like, why aren't you falling back and save your weapon? I think he's just trying to close one lane to guarantee at least that he's not going to get shot from 2 different angles, right? So getting this pick first is actually quite huge. I don't think you can go for this. You got Dimensional Drift and 2 Flash, but there's no way.
No, surely not. Unless. Oh
my God.
Unless there's a little bit of spam there, but no, not to happen.
Just threw smoke, a random tap too. I wonder if it's because of the decoy. Because the decoy went up and just got stuck into the wall. And then you just shot towards that direction and suddenly Infiltrated just behind that. Some good damage done at least. But man, that should have been the op saving to the next round, because if I remember correctly, he had under 2K going into this round. Okay, he still has enough. Got it purchased, looks like by Ali.
A weapon's a weapon, right? Yeah. Unless, oh, Fair. Tried to go old school. It's a little day 1 ascent trick. Not gonna work. Oh, what a prediction of this grav. Zoe's in some trouble, but we'll be able to get some separation and clear the nuisance of the crouch only. One-way cyber cage, not gonna work out after the initial tag, and everything will reset 5v4.
Exactly, that's how you want to play it as well on the attack side when you're playing it slow. Wasting out the Sentinel utility. So you're waiting for the next GravNet, to refresh. Ali still has the wall to work with, so for the side of Winthrop University, he can still play quite slowly. He throws it now at the minute mark, and that's even going to waste the clock down even more. Yes, you broke a trip towards B, but with the trip still up towards middle and this wall still up towards the A side, they still have good map control and understanding of where opponents could be scaling from for now.
No bullet left behind right there for Zoe. And is this going to try to create a little bit more noise to keep the focus onto A? Well, maybe not. Trying to set up a dark cover for this execute for Blue. There it goes to market. I'll drone to scout. Free play up towards switch. Now it just comes down to how do you clear out the back side of the B site. Paranoia, that's how. From the shadows to scout it. Fireball for the opener. Moves keeping their lives. Time is becoming an issue, but the trade is there. Should allow for the plant. Dimensional Drift comes through. Annihilation is out. Oh, but it just whiffs. Ali now, their turn. Also comes up, it looks to be a bit short. As Glyph will clear out front side market. Hunter's Fury to put a bit of a pause to this. 2v2 now. In the reset, coming back forward. Paranoia still being held on to, and Glyph will use that to help break down the split focus. Winthrop will get their second. Woo, crazy retake.
Ended up being pretty good there on the side of Winthrop for the retake, but I'd like to say that Blue Otter played that pretty decently. By breaking that wall up towards tree side, you also played a very slow game, so you force out both TPs where Infiltrate can not fast TP and help out the team towards that B site. But that little extra thing that was missing to maybe try to force rotates that could maybe get value of where Zolsol, was setting up here towards that catwalk side to sell that fake, was breaking that trip on middle. So that maybe he keep those players at bay, maybe cut those rotates when things come across. But as nobody was really showing face after you break that wall, and you felt like you were on a time crunch, you just tried to go for the full exec right after, but it was beautifully held towards the end here by, held well enough towards that back of the site, but it was on that retake. Starting with the Infiltrator ult that real out here, Winthrop University to battle through and win that round in the end.
Well, big round. Is there an opportunity to turn this into some little bit of momentum, just to try to get this half a little bit more neutral? I mean, this has been a really hot start for Blue.
Yeah.
And a map that both teams have had a lot of time playing on. You would assume this would be a pretty neutral battleground, but up until the last couple of rounds, it really has just been the Blue Otter show. So, a couple to play. Weapons are going to be fine. Operator Odin in the mix for the first time here for Governor. Keep an eye on that.
You're definitely sitting comfortably here for Blue Otter to play double Senti on the attack side. And, you know, it's your map pick, so naturally The other double Senti comp wants to play on defense first, and you're still able to pull up 6 rounds. So you're in a really good spot. If Winthrop University don't start stringing these rounds back in, just like just like they did on that previous map, they might have a chance, or how Blue Water did, rather.
Yeah. Fair trying for the knives, does get tagged up down to critical health. Infiltrator also sees a bit of a shoulder. That has the focus for Governor a bit open, as Infiltrator will now switch the op around for a rifle. Spike will be planted. Retake tools, not a lot.
No. So we can see what the recon's at. Recon flash will be the biggest thing to start the rotate back, because Infiltrator doesn't have flash to go through with it. It's in 5 seconds.
Paranoia is out, moves, finds the opener, plus a second, unbelievable. Now it's just down to trying to fish Bob out from underneath. There's the reveal, there's the last shots on the Odin, and it's all on to Fireball, who is away from where this post plant was set up at, and that was just, we didn't really get to see much of it, but Moobs finds 2 all over the site just by walking up. The recon wasn't even ready yet.
Yeah. I think it comes down to that as well. When you don't want to be too predictable to say, hey, our recon's going to be up, we're going to flash retake, just get ready for it. You kind of just want to have some players kind of like bait themselves out so that you could get value. He could find out where the players could be. The flash could get a lot more value. The recon dart will then get value on top of that as well. But he just manages to get 2 picks on his own. They're very nicely done by Moobs, holding, anchoring on the B side, playing retake on A side as well, trying to get redemption from the first half. On the first map, rather, after losing 6-13, or winning 6-13, rather.
Well, this battle with the op is allowing a little bit more space and freedom, it feels like, for the defense to move around. They're enjoying that. But this is new. Force hit over towards Tree. Glyph gonna try to contest this early with the Paranoia. Offense will go first. Nice shot from Infiltrator, still kind of out in the open as a trade will come through onto the site itself, but no one is looking to Infiltrator's direction. Hello? Comms? Zoe stuck now in Tree. Reveal will come through. Infiltrator still on a bit of a corner. Secondary teleport will get Zoe out of there, but that was a messy approach, and the follow-up peek will get punished.
Didn't even get the spike on the way out either, so that's the spike down still on Tree. Great opping being done here by Infiltrator. And yeah, you're right. Nobody looked towards that side because I think we're focusing on the smoke coming out instead.
1 enemy remaining.
Wow. That fell apart quickly.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, now the shots are definitely hitting on the side of Infiltrator here with the operator. That said, though, if anything, on how they played that, I have to commend how Winthrop moved around that map on the defensive side. As soon as Infiltrator misses that first shot and gets information from Pizza and forces to TP out, you already have Governor droning up to see if anybody's scaling towards that side. Middle is open. You're getting the players now procced up and ready here for a Tree side hit. You already have long A control from the side of Ali, and then you have this Glyph Paranoia that comes towards Tree. So now you have perfect stalls on both ends. You allow now Winthrop University to converge. You waste out utility from Blue Water when they were trying to go for the full exec towards the A site, and now they're just pinned in that spot. It was just very, very nicely orchestrated on how they manipulated the map on their side on defense, actually. So very much starting this comeback.
Yeah, that's just one of those, maybe you're just looking at that from Fair and saying they just don't expect that aggressive angle to be taken by Infiltrator, just trying to focus on that fight through the door. But that felt a little too easy for Infiltrator right there.
Yeah.
So 6-4, economy's still okay for Blue Water. Enough to purchase, obviously, and they're going to get close to, well, depending on how the round goes, maybe finding things like a Hunter's Fury, a lockdown, or an Annihilator before the half comes to a close. Same could be said on the other side, but man, Fair has really found the wrong end of this operator in a couple of rounds now.
I think they've realized that too. The amount of times that Fair goes on a solo mission for mid Tree side, they really want to try to punish that.
Yikes.
You do no wrong.
Well, I was about to say, man, this is one of those situations that, like, the op connects and the whole round just falls apart for Blue Water. This does not look like the first 6 rounds, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Definitely looks like a fruitful timeout out of Winthrop University.
Here.
Very reminiscent of Lotus once again. And as much as I talked about Infiltrator not landing shots on that raise previously on that last map, he's in the right places at the right time every single time. As soon as he started this Euro defensive op. Naturally took a couple of rounds and a timeout, but you're seeing the results now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, this is not, it's not news, but you get the economy to purchase an operator and a node, and then the defense starts to find a lot more success. Oh, hello. Oh, goodbye. I was about to say double op? No, not happening. That'd be sick. Could be a possible trap play here. Ooh. Some aggression coming through. Glyph, are you joking? Just runs up and finds one. GravNet trying to lock him into place. Not going to work out. Hunter's Fury also there, and Fair gets crossed up. Oh, mercy. So now you're into what looks to be a 6-6 half in the blink of an eye. Annihilation will work. They know Fireball's sitting behind the crates, and that was, after what looked to be a very polished 6-2 count for Blue Otter. Those last 4 rounds couldn't have been more opposite. Winthrop just took it over and dominated.
And so clean, too. And it looks like it was something drawn out for Blue Water to just try to smash into the A side and disrespect the deadlock. But when you have a Hunter's Fury available that's not accounted for, that had great support coming out from Governor, there was nothing there that that Blue Water could really do coming through the one-way smoke that was being thrown on defense. And that's, again, the disadvantage that you have on pulling out this composition for the side of Blue Water. The biggest flash that you have is going to be a Paranoia. So if you can't really go for a KO flash or a Yoru flash through these smokes, then you're kind of just left standing. And those 2 players converging towards that side just went for a free stroll and free kills. Now they tied up the game.
Yep. Ooh, all right. Here we go, more action. Blue Otter trying to set something up over towards A long. Nothing home. Well, there's someone home, but the door's locked. No contact for Winthrop, so they'll continue on forward with this 4-1 split. A little bit of noise being made by Moobs, and on a solo mission, he provides one, and maybe has a chance at more. Looked like there's a battle between him and Fireball there for a moment, but the barrier mesh will be destroyed, and Winthrop will try to make their way onto A.
Still full HP too, and they have util for the full exec deadlock. Blocks out the lane towards tree.
Yeah, it's just perfect breakdown. Nowhere to go here. Fireball, oh, okay. 2 for them, makes this more manageable to the 2v2. Recon dart up and open, and that's gonna be enough for the double team to come out and leave Zoe by themselves, 1v2, trying to play this from long, and Governor may get blindsided or maybe finds the timing. Glyph now gonna reset, just backing away, respecting the space, trying to play with the new ally, which is the clock. Dark cover will make this a little bit more difficult for Zoe to work through. And a couple of spam shots now has Glyph and a massive advantage. Just don't get headshot and you're gonna be okay. Off the reload, Zoe stuck in no man's land. Winthrop take the second half pistol.
Very nice this time around here, and Glyph didn't decide to go for the drop smoke just in case the timing did come through here for Zolstol, that he already made it through towards that main side and he would have been caught off guard. So he really just wanted to play, hey, my opponent's going to run through the smoke. I'm going to try to pick him off, and does so perfectly. Looks like Zolstol unfortunately ran out of bullets too. I think before going into A main had 4 bullets left. So he had to be quite clean on the shots, and unfortunately wasn't. Now carrying 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian within the next round. And it's even Moobs being selfless. He bought one of those weapons for his teammates so he could just watch his camera the whole time. So his job is just to find information on anybody pushing down towards B, not really watching middle, while the rest are playing middle to try to just punish Fair once again.
Take flight.
Well, here's an opportunity. Fair. Oh, good help for Infiltrator, and Governor's going to let him know, not that he really had much to do with that. A nice idea from Fair, but a first blood goes the way of Winthrop, who now have weapons and numbers.
I think it just play as a group. I don't think there's really anything that Zeke could do. I don't think you want to waste your wall in the first place, so smart for him to just swing out and die. I think that's fine. Try to play into the next round. I mean, you had such a good lead in the very beginning at 6-2 half. There's still a lot of Valorant left to be played here on this map, especially now that you have the defensive side. So don't waste your util out too early. Move that into the next round. Focus on what's next. You now know, at least with how the round just went through, of what Winthrop University's carrying going to the next round, especially if it's a flawless. They understand that there's a Bulldog. They saw that Governor had a Guardian when he was fighting towards that side too against Fair. so they can think how they want to position themselves a little bit better here for the next round.
Fireball will find a couple again. Goodness. But Zoe is going to try to play for exits with the Bucky. Oh, good discipline. Nope, and now they're like, well, we know what he's got. And they're going to try to isolate best they can. Catch yourself a corner at Gelato. Oh, wow, that's a chunky Bucky shot, but doesn't make a difference. Governor still finds the win, and Winthrop will have, again, a strong bonus. But the thing is, that's 2 plants now in the last 2 rounds. They could really bring a little bit more to the table than you would expect.
And if I'm Winthrop University, I still want to try to focus towards a split on A side. Focus on middle, focus on A, because with the shots that Fireball has been carrying from the pistol round with the Sheriff to this round with the Sheriff too, I think he's pretty much warmed up here to do his job towards his B-side anchor. So Winthrop seems like that's the case. Once again, Moobs just watching the pushes on both extremities on middle and left extremity. While the rest are still carrying these Bulldogs. Looks like they wanted to bring an Outlaw first, but they want to stay as a group and fight.
Quick hit, moving their way through. Paranoia to clear out A main. Barrier mesh is forced out. Let you at home decide if you think that's value for one side or the other or not. Barrier mesh destroyed. So now you look over to kind of Moobs' direction. Does he try to sneak something into tree with all this noise being made at A main? Thinking about it, but Zeke will have their attention turned back over as the spike will reverse the play back over to B.
Nor what's happening here. Bob doesn't have any shock darts left, so I think she may have broke all of Moobs' utility at the very beginning too. So you're now forcing the players to scale a lot more slowly back into B-side main. I mean, this is still going to be quite slow. You're seeing the insert and how they're moving around the map for Winthrop. Right now, if Moobs can get an opener on tree, this is an easy smoke back to middle to cross back towards A site. If not, you're maximizing information now with the dimensional drift.
And you've already broken some of the Killjoy utility. Fireball just trying to spam, hope and pray that something will connect. Instead, it's fair for the first blood. But the dimensional drift has gained entry. Moves on the corner, knows there's a battle here, and Fair's able to lock that in for their second. So now it's down to how does Winthrop hold this post plan, and the answer is they may not be able to. Infiltrator, right click with the Bulldog, not going to connect. And it's on to Glyph, 1 versus 5. Yep, that's about how you'd expect that to go. Clean for Blue Otter.
That's what I mentioned before, right? If you're able to just save your econ and have a much cleaner buy going into this one as well, knowing there's still a lot of Valorant left to be played in this half, I mean, this is the result you get towards the end. A nice flawless. You're now carrying over 3,000 credits across the board as well. But not only that, they found good timings on these fights against Winthrop. I think there was 3 individual scenarios where a player got caught off guard. Fair swinging out the smoke in the first place, right over here. Then you have Moobs that still was making so much noise against Pharaoh as he dropped down from Catwalk. All of that information was already given. And then the last one, you're trying to find a tucked in corner just before the smoke dissipates. And then you're just caught out in the open, knife in hand, picked off, and it doesn't render it easy for you to hold a pulse plan for Winthrop University.
Well, full purchase here for both teams. The lockdown for the defense of Blue Otter has been earned. And whoa, Blue Otter are stacking A. Sensors to play off of for Bob. That's it.
It's very interesting for sure. Because now even the KJ is not really set up towards tree where you want to play the retake. So they're just looking for angles to fight.
Yeah. Playing retake for B with the lockdown, you'd think too?
Yeah, I think if anything right now what they're trying to do is Zeke is going to be the first point of contact. And as soon as they start scaling up, if a turret spots them, then you have to swing out from Fair. Never mind, Fair just doesn't care.
And Glyph says, I also don't care. I'm out of the... Whoa!
Are you sure?
Yeah, I thought he didn't care, but apparently he cares a little bit. Back up and over. Hi, how are you? Teleport for Infiltrator shut down. No trade for Ollie, not as of yet. Grab net, sentry turret, causing a bit of a mess, but still Fireball back to site dealt with, and this is not how this was supposed to go for Blue Otter.
One enemy remaining.
Here comes the teleport back onto the site.
Left.
Spike will be planted, and yeah, I mean, the Blue Otter were set up perfectly for that, but Glyph finds the opener at long, and everything else just falls apart.
They got antsy. That's
Yeah.
basically it. Because right now, again, you're playing a lockdown and you're playing it behind generator. So if your teammates are already falling one by one by pushing up towards A main and dying, and then you can't really hold the anchor towards the tree because you already lost your next teammate to be able to swing off you to go for these trades, well, you're unfortunately useless in the back of the site, and you can't even play the game. You can't even play your util. And unfortunately, it just allows here Winthrop University to just flood the way that they did. Look at the X's and look at the positions that you currently have here. So many scenarios of different 3 versus 1s, if not 4 versus 2s, when Winthrop was scaling towards that site on A. So just a little bit unfortunate in terms of indecisions by lack of information in the beginning of these rounds here for Blue Water on that previous round.
Well, on to the next. Full arsenal still in hand for Blue Water. Guardian for Bob. Governor's going to get the orb to get him the Hunter's Fury. And, ooh. A window has been opened for Fair. Spike is rotating. Recon Dart destroyed. Fair is still holding.
Oh, he's going to find a bad timing, isn't he?
Or a great timing. That's the Spike carrier down, and you do have enough help here to possibly keep yourself up and kicking. Glyph not able to find the trade. And the defensive lockdown was called there. It may not make a difference. Let's say the defensive lockdown feels over-invested, but Fair puts the round pretty much out of question, at least so you would think. Still an annihilation available for Ollie, though, so if you can get a plant, you've got some post-plant security with that.
Yeah, they have to group up a little bit more quickly, though. If not, right now you're just trying to find timings because Ali's already inserted, right? So he's got to make a play while the other two are grouping up towards this towards the catwalk, sorry.
Well, A Crash will make its way out. Ollie will drop. Zoe, I don't believe, has seen Infiltrator on the cross, but it may not matter. With 17 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it's going to be just a hang and hold, it looks like.
I even wonder, like, how Governor got picked off. I'm pretty sure you should be able to hear rotates, right, from that spot, I would assume.
You would assume,
especially that it's pinged there.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just extra patience from Fair works out for him.
6 cents, but if not, the first round here for Winthrop University, that's actually a huge gap that was exploited when we were just talking about how good they were on defensive rounds, on how they're moving around the map back and forth here on the attack. Now not playing a single position on middle that previous round, Fair again goes on a stroll, and he's always going to attempt for these type of hero plays because he's just literally playing like a rank game. If nobody's going to challenge him at these spots, well, he's going to find those timings and openings. And if people want to challenge them, well, he has enough aim to try to win and try to escape because he is playing the jet. Now they want to focus on that, though.
Yep.
2 towards the tiles. Oh, my God. He's moving down.
Oh, what absolutely beautiful from the shadows from Glyph. Followed up by Zoe, who's going to put the pressure on. Ollie for the first. Fireball responds. Annihilation bounces over and catches Fireball. So look at the around the world here. Can they save Fireball before he gets captured fully? No, not quite. Footsteps are coming through. Zeke not maybe in a position to hear this, but is, figuring that this could be a play.
This is a round of Valorant if I haven't seen one, huh? I mean, Zeke still has good timing, has grab net, could stall. Oh no, he's gonna swing.
Oh, the first one's clean. Grab net out. Responded to, though, by Ollie. And yeah, Infiltrator will get the lockdown in. So now it's up to Fair and Zoe, playing from opposite sides of the A site. Post-plant setup, largely huddled together. Boobs is responsible for the defensive spawn. Infiltrator will be the last man standing if things get crazy. And there's still a question if all 3 players are actually on site, it looks like right now. So here comes the first point of contact.
Enemy remaining.
So it gets traded. There goes the barrier. And no, Infiltrator a little high-low with Ali will find the kill, and that'll be now 10-8 Winthrop past the double-digit mark.
I mean, fair as well for, not fair the player, but fair for Zeke to be able to do what he did. Again, he finds that perfect timing, already hears that there's nobody moving in towards that B site, so he's trying to stall as much as he could. Getting that first kill and even got a grab net onto Ali towards that right side of dice, so he did his fair, I'm going to keep saying fair and I'm going to get pissed off. He did his job, but there's just too much util for Winthrop University on the actual execution again, because they don't have to waste a lot of that util when they're scaling up on the map like they are on the attack side either. Look at how they're playing right now. 3-man contact, walk up, keep most of Ali's utility for the actual hit.
Yep.
Drone still available here for getting information for Infiltrator, potentially get this tree control.
This is a very critical round for Blue Otter. And Fair will find first blood with the operator through mid. I was about to say, if they lose this round, they will likely be on a pretty heavy save. And you don't want to be doing that, looking at an 11-8 tally. So, very critical one for Blue Otter. The threat of glass, maybe not fully read. There's the flash. Zeke able to read the gate crash. That's huge. Annihilation comes out. That'll pull in one. But from the middle of the map, Cliff able to find the kill. Ali able to save a life, and Winthrop are on site. Nearby is Fireball. But is there a chance for them to stop the plant? Ooh, finds one.
The big flank.
And a second shot from Fair hits. So it's just down to Governor with the decision to be made, spike in hand. And it's going to just kill the noise and create a little bit of doubt, trying to isolate a 1v1. Not going to happen. And that critical round for Blue Otter gets past the finish line.
And the first time here that Blue Otter brings out an operator for Fair. The other times you saw him walking down towards middle with a Vandal, the dash down towards Gelato with a trap play that forced a TP out of Glyph a couple of rounds ago. And this time he stays anchored up with an op and he gets great value out of it. Moves even going for the hero play to try to scale up, thinking he has the timing because he hasn't seen Fair at the very beginning. And that might change the game plan now for Winthrop University moving into this next round. Look at them even all avoiding middle for now. Focusing on extremities, all 5 players. 2 working on the B side, 3 over towards A. It is an eco round, trying to get these orbs up.
I know exactly.
Oh, moves good for one, always. Nearly always. So as long as I don't talk about it, he's good for one.
Say in retrospect.
I'm here for that. Makes me look somewhat smart. But good numbers advantage. Hunter's Fury could be critical here to try to open up a little bit more space towards B. Especially with moves already establishing the threat and keeping the focus of Fair at mid. So this is really all on what Fireball can find. And really outside of the one moment we caught on camera in 4K, he's been good.
Almost feels like we were premature, though, to throw the neural threat from moves. Because the 2 pings to get information, and then they just stopped. And right now, you really didn't get Infiltrate on the kill, so he couldn't really grab the orb to get the ult. That comes down to just try to get something with the Hunter's Fury on the exit, I'm assuming here.
Off shot comes out a little bit wide. Fair trying to avoid the grab net. Second shot, not going to connect. And Infiltrator finds the 1v1 on site. Are you joking? Hunter's Fury to block off market. Moves with the knife will work, and then he gets the operator. Who is this man? Whose man's is this? Getting it done with every form of weapon in here in Valorant. Pistol, knife, off.
Spike planted.
And this is a thrifty round that's got Zeke. I 1v5, and Glyph finds the time to save a life. What a round for Winthrop.
Staring at moves, too, to try to get the salvage the op, too, to try to run away with it. And thankfully, as you've just mentioned, a little bit of a save there from the players coming back from that B site. And yeah, definitely a timeout needed this time around. We're almost looking at a back and forth here in the second half, looking at Tanjiro's kimono.
30 seconds left.
Dude,
that's silly.
It's all left clicks on top of that. All left click kills.
What a time to be alive.
Boob's got to change his name to Pex, man. That's so manly the way he's playing.
Looking like Terry Crews out there. Well, Blue Otter, they're going to understand the severity of the situation after dropping that thrifty. It feels like force buy or bust right now with the scattered economy that they've got. I mean, 9-12 isn't the worst case scenario, but the problem is like you don't have the ultimates that you want. So,
yeah, Fair's too far away from Blade Storms too. I think you're calling it perfectly. If this comes down to a sort of a hero buy or a force buy, then you have to go for some sort of a trap play. But they're thinking differently right now. It makes sense. You remember, Fireball has been quite pristine in terms of his shots with lore weapons in these scenarios, and he's getting good value out of it. So they're going to leverage him to be the last anchor towards this B site, while the rest are just going to try to find their one-offs here with the sheriffs that they have. And if he needs to go for a save in the next round and play a sheriff, he's fine in the gun round too. So yeah, I respect that.
Over there.
Opening shot lands, though. Makes
Tally
this
with
more
the up.
difficult. Yeah. Patience is a virtue. Winthrop are not challenging anything. Just going to keep the numbers here. Wait for some extra utility to come through.
Oh, even a dart doesn't get the pings here towards main. All
Yeah.
three of them can start walking back here into B. Turret, yeah, it's going to spot them, but look at the other two still anchoring up on the right side of the A site. These guys are still looking to finish somewhere, potentially towards the A site, depending what they see here towards B.
You also hear the Vandal, and that might be enough for Winthrop to say, let's not even bother risking it. 43 seconds on the clock. They have not felt anything out over towards A, but the job that they've been trying to do is done. They've gotten Blue Otter to rotate fully, and now a chance to stop the rotation back through mid-map. At least put a pause to it. Dark cover up top. Yep, beautiful. Should be enough for Winthrop to just push their way in. That's awkward. That just hit off the back of the decoy? Hello?
And netted themselves. Nice. We'll take that.
But here we go. Fireball. That works for the first, but the problem is everyone else only has pistols.
Enemy remaining.
So just on to Bob.
Seconds left.
Maybe you can collect that Vandal up top, but not likely. And it's going to be Winthrop on match point.
Do some damage of these. One kill and a death, 2 kills. Get that Hunter's Fury up for the next round. She has to go for some sort of a play here. Be meticulous to at least clear out all the angles so she could isolate some fights. And oh, unlucky.
Revealing area.
Move back out, and there's a camera now watching you.
Well, you called it. One tap and a death would get the Hunter's Fury.
There it is. Check mark.
Okay. So you've got that to work with, but is it going to be enough? Because the Dimensional Drift is ready, the Annihilation is ready, and Winthrop have bank to play with, even if they do drop this round.
Here.
Thing is, Winthrop has rounds to play with too. 3 chances to even close that map, and we're just talking about the amount of respect that was given this time around. Winthrop University, knowing that they're playing on an anti-eco, just stayed put towards that spawn. And then players are flushing out. They punish them one by one. Once they realize here at the minute mark, okay, well, nobody's really making a mistake anymore or forcing themselves out. Let's try to move in as a group. And he played it perfectly here to just gather up towards the A site for that plant. But now let's see what that, oh, I mean, there was an attempt. Recon dart with the Hunter's Fury. But you're seeing that the 2 players that were going to avoid the Hunter's Fury is an Omen and a Yoru that could just TP away.
Yep. Oh, stop it, dude. Oof. Fair has been getting the business the last couple of rounds. So 5v4. Spike going to be left over towards the backside at B main. Barrier mesh has been placed. And that's just trying to give some space for Blue Otter to back off and reset this defense a touch. But it's not good news right now for Blue Otter.
Yeah, and we're just, I think the thing is you have to keep Bob alive towards that spawn so you can support on both sides with Hunter's Fury. Oh, okay, blind ult.
That works. May have been a tag actually on the glyph there from the dart before that. Regardless,
Possibly,
it gets
yeah.
us to a 4v4. And now you're just wondering, like, when is Infiltrator going to try to actually execute here with what you figure would be a Dimensional Drift? The Gate Crash will come back after the decoy sent over towards Tree. Not going to fold the defense as Blue Otter's already making their way back. Annihilation out. Paranoia trying to stop any action on the site itself. As the Dimensional Drift gets the read. Can you thread the needle? Yes, you can. You find one in the corner. All of it pinged, all of it tagged. That barrier, or that grab net rather, was solid, but it's just too late. And speaking of too late, it's also too little. Blue Otter will fall 13-6, 13-9. Winthrop University, after getting a little cute yesterday versus NV, take care of business, and they will make their way into playoffs.
They qualified too. As we talked about it, this was very labored for the side of Winthrop University, but a much-needed win that's going to give them a lot of confidence moving into the playoffs. Unfortunate there for Blue Otter that they were so close, but no cigar. But that also comes down to a couple of roster changes that happened last minute in the last few weeks too that maybe made things a little bit more difficult. Lack of practice maybe to set up in a series here against Winthrop University. It looked really good at the very beginning with the start that they had on the attack side of Lotus, but then after that, it really looked like Winthrop University had full control here of this series and also full control of the differentials that they had in this double Sentinel comp. From a Cypher to a Deadlock versus the KJ in a Deadlock, they were much more comfortable with moves in that position to get the information they needed to secure this win.
It's just so odd because the first half was looking so good for Blue Otter, and then it was 7 rounds in a row in the blink of an eye. I mean, those last 4 were rapid fire. So crazy things, but Blue Otter eliminated Winthrop University move on. Desk comes back next after the break, and we'll set up our second series with that. So don't go far. I'll be right back.
Então fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Então fuga, vai. Então fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Look, we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Look, we need to go our ways. Don't you see the
Final
mess you
stage.
made?
One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, Winthrop University have punched their ticket to playoffs, defeating Blue Otter with a clean 2-0. I have to say, Dan, that is the Winthrop University that we've been looking for, that we know, that we love. It's just so good to see them back in this form.
Yeah, it was great to see this out of Winthrop University, especially the recovery that they had, because at some point it was, what, like 6-1? It seemed like there was nothing they could do on the defense side, and then with the timeout, there was a great recovery from them. I think especially on the attacking side, I want to focus on, because they were doing a lot of cool things. A lot of the rounds depended on who was going to take that mid control. Was it going to be fair with that Jett, getting that opening and backing up, then getting a couple more kills throughout the round? Or was it going to be, some of those rounds that we saw where they were, both of the attackers and the defenders were completely swapping sides, going either mid or taking tree control, going into garden and swapping things around? There was a good read on the side of Blue Otter, but it seems like there was always a Winthrop University that was one step ahead to close out the series, and it was very, very close. But I love the little things that they were doing to make sure, like this, for example, getting that operator in one of the eco rounds, keeping it late into the round, and having Ali get the opening with it. There's so many cool things, once again, for Winthrop University that make me excited to see what they can do in playoffs.
I mean, yeah, especially from yesterday when, you know, the NV loss was, I think, kind of hard. We saw the NV come back into form and the Winthrop that, you know, the little things that we're talking about, right? The little things that we were looking for. It is great to see that not only have they improved, they can also improve mid-game. You know, literally the tail two halves, if you guys look at the timeline, like halves, excuse me, half of a half, you know, 1 and 6, like Dan said, Ash, and then all of a sudden just Winthrop, you know, I think they took a timeout. It was 1-3, 1-4, please correct me if I'm wrong, but, and then they just kind of run away with it in the end. Blue Water try their best, but only end up with 9 rounds at the end.
Yeah, that timeout was around like round 5, I'm pretty sure, for the side of Winthrop. But I do want to give Blue Water that credit. For the beginning of this map, I really thought that it was going to be us going all the way to Icebox, us getting to see that kind of brawl and scrap fest. They had really good ideas as far as a lot of like those mid plays, those crunches that we were expecting coming out from them, and that's why they found so much success, was trying to get around a lot of those trap setups there from the Sentinels on the side of Winthrop. But it was a great response out of WU, and so much of that had to do with Infiltrator. The fact that in this map, when we saw that shift after the timeout, we did see Infiltrator. He did get the op like pretty early on into that first half. And then afterwards, he ends up changing that positioning. It wasn't working out at first. He gets a little bit more aggressive with it to try and shut down that mid space that Blue Water were looking to take. And that's where that huge shift came, was just that performance coming out from Infiltrator, getting his groove back here on Ascent and carrying that momentum into the attacking side there as well, where we really saw, I think, the difference between that Yoru and that Jet, how Infiltrator is able to set himself up a little bit more for success and have that get out of jail free card there with the gate crash as well, and how well it can do at like working around that deadlock setup, that KJ setup, and trying to get into that backline, cause that distraction for the rest of his team to follow up. And a lot of that support also coming out from Glyph with those paranoias constantly hitting. Really nicely played there by Winthrop.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those, I think, just as a Yoru in general, I think, you know, Exter obviously has the title of like being a very popular Yoru, a known Yoru, but when you could talk about the basics of Yoru, Dan, just kind of like what Yoru is supposed to be in its thesis, I mean, in the cockpit, Infiltrator has got it completely in. He's sailing, he's got it, and he's such an excellent example of a high, not only like a high fragging Yoru, but someone who knows like the technicalities of Yoru intimately.
Absolutely, and Infiltrator is one of the most impressive duelists I feel like that we have in Challengers, and especially now with the teams that we're finding out are going into playoffs, because he is not only incredibly flexible but also great on this Yoru. I feel like this is the win condition that we talked about at the beginning. You have that extra flash, sure, you can get that space early on for the team, but on top of that, he was able to set up everybody else for success. And I think Infiltrator is just incredibly consistent, even in this series that you don't really see it by the numbers. Maybe he's not the one top fragging, he still has a very clear understanding of what his role should be depending on the duelist that he's playing, and that is why Winthrop is so good at recovering when things are going wrong. We've seen infinite amounts of maps where Winthrop is down just a few rounds, is down to half, and then they turn it around, and part of it is what Infiltrator is able to do, and it is the same thing that just happened in Ascent.
It is such a pleasure to watch. I think anytime you watch a Yoru just like do Yoru things, if you will, that's such a basic way of saying it, but it's always such a pleasure to watch Infiltrator play. But I don't have Infiltrator with me. I have the Mr. Knife Kill himself moves from Winthrop University here. Gabe, you know exactly what you did. I see you immediately enter chat and you go, you guys like that knife kill? Talk to me about that. Talk to me about that. What you said, you told me you felt silly. What's going on?
Yeah, I just I didn't trust myself to hit that shot on that smoke, so I just pulled out my knife and ran at him. Well, I saw he was stunned too, so it worked out.
It was easy. I mean, something about Winthrop that we love and we've been talking about is how quickly you guys improve. Because yesterday was a tough loss against Envy. You know, we saw like lots of like small things here and there, but today, even just from the half, in the middle of the half itself, y'all just coming through and making these changes. Can you talk to me about the conversation after the loss to Envy yesterday? What did you guys talk about?
To be honest, we didn't talk about much. We kind of just said, you know what, let's just go tomorrow, guys. You know, I think we look at the losses we've had. We've lost to Envy, Qbert, and Maryville. I think all three of those teams are like very respectable losses. You know, I think the Maryville loss and the Envy loss was a stop. The Qbert loss was close. So, you know, I think that kind of just speaks to the level of challengers at this point. I think a lot of teams have improved. But, you know, I also do think we were struggling a little bit. You know, we're still getting used to roster changes. But, you know, I think we're improving and we made playoffs. So now everyone's on the same playing field. Doesn't matter.
Talking about getting used to those roster changes, because obviously I think some of your former teammates are in chat saying hello and rooting for you guys, and also hoping your game goes quickly because they have to leave. Not naming names, but I did see that. But how has it been getting used to your new teammates, and what have you had to adjust to?
Well, I mean, first thing, shout out to Nasty, shout out to Flair. We wouldn't be in the position to get to Ascension or, be in this position in general without them. They're great friends of mine. I love them to death. But, I think the core difference right now is we're not in person with each other. We haven't met everyone yet. Next week, we're going to be all playing together from Winthrop. So that, is going to be great for us. That'll be a good, friendship buff. Obviously online, it's a little bit tense at times. We've all gone at it with each other. But at the end of the day, we all want to win. And, I think that showed today. The difference between comms is yesterday and today was stark difference. And, it showed.
Something I want to ask you as well is my very first interview, first time I ever spoke to you, Moobs, you said to me that we don't practice. And you said the infamous line that I cannot repeat on broadcast because I would get in trouble. But you then have made a shift with Winthrop. You told me you started practicing, you started taking this, not that you didn't take it seriously, but you're putting in more time than you guys did before. That is a pretty stark shift as a team to say, hey, we're just not going to practice, to, hey, we can make this, we can do this. We're actually going to put as much time in as we can. What is the pressure with the team right now? Do you guys feel the pressure, or is it just kind of, hey, we're actually this good, we're going to make it, we're going to try as hard as we can?
I don't think there's pressure, but definitely, I think it's excitement in the air. I think if you asked us a year ago, it's oh, Winthrop's and Challengers, they're collegiate team or whatever, they'll get one win, right? But now we're in a position to go to Ascension, and there's two teams that could potentially go to Ascension that are collegiate teams. I think now it's kind of we don't want to be treated as oh, they're collegiate. Who cares? We're competing with these guys. We can make it. I don't think anyone's nervous. I think everyone's very excited at that opportunity. And, shifting from no practice to having classes and doing whatever to now 6-hour practice days and then doing whatever and then playing on your own time. It's just, speaks to the dedication of our guys. We're not paid. We're not being, we're not on scholarship right now for the summer. This is all free time. So, we're putting in a lot of work, and I think we can make it, and that's, it's keeping us motivated.
I mean, you guys are absolutely killing it. And my final question for you is a bit of a departure, but we were talking about pizza your entire game because I brought up that deep dish pizza isn't a real pizza. Can I know your pizza preference?
I mean, Hawaiian goes hard. I love pineapple a lot.
Go. Goodbye.
No,
okay, goodbye, Gabe. Thank you so much. It was great interviewing you. No, I'm too Italian for this. No, goodbye, Gabe. We got to go.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was great. I cannot tell you guys how Italian I am. My last name is Martini. Okay? Don't do this to me. I'm from Jersey. We have the best pizza in the world. I'm going to go calm down, reset, and I'll see you guys next for YFP versus Nightblood Gaming. Oh, my God. This work environment's crazy.
Don't forget why. Don't forget why. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Hey guys, it's me, Liz. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm Italian and I like nothing on my pizza. Ash likes pineapple on pizza. Dan, what about you?
I like pineapple on pizza.
Let's go.
What is this hostile work
It's my
environment
favorite
I'm
pizza.
in?
It's great.
I
It's
cannot
great.
be. No, I'm Italian, Jersey. We have the best pizza in the world. You don't
That
put pineapple.
doesn't matter. If the pizza is good, it's good. I like my Hawaiian pizza. I
In
like my
what
pineapple on
world
pizza.
do you look at cheese and like tomato sauce and on bread and be like, put a sour fruit on it? Like that makes no sense. Anyways,
It's
welcome
great.
back, everyone.
Sour?
Pineapple? Anyways, today's next game is going to be YFP versus Nightblood Gaming, or NBG, depending on how you want to say the battle of the tri-codes with the with the 3 letters. I mean, we saw them yesterday, Dan. Or we saw Nightblood yesterday, Dan, kind of pull out the win. Screwface coming through with that incredible energy, but really just the Nightblood gaming that I think has been slowly and crawling and making their way through and just kind of showing it's like kind of like a dark horse, I would say, Dan, almost.
It could be, yeah, for sure. I think they've had some questionable games for sure, but I think the energy of the team, I feel like, is what the difference maker is. Obviously, with Screwface kind of leading in charge and being able to turn that into the win that they had last week or just a few days ago. But I think overall, yeah, they are the underdog team. They're the team that you're not really putting to make it to playoffs. But I feel like in the same situation as YFP, right, where there's a team that has struggled a little bit, that has a questionable win sometimes, and then the recovery that they've had as of recent is kind of what makes this match so exciting.
I mean, Ash, right away, like you were here with me on the desk yesterday watching Nightblood kind of just crawl through it and really just kind of not crawl's the wrong word, but really, I think, prove a lot of people wrong yesterday, even though they've been like kind of consistently doing that. Many people just, I think, have to be like kind of reminded exactly who Nightblood Gaming are, even though they have pretty recognizable names on the roster.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that they do have pretty recognizable names on the roster for Nightblood. And a lot of that comes down to, I think we talked about Screwface. I'm sure we're going to keep talking about Screwface. The calling was really great, I think, for Nightblood. They had a really good approach in their matchup up against SAD yesterday. I feel like those are two teams that were kind of in like a similar spot with how the community kind of like views them and whatnot. And this was also like a new roster on the side of Nightblood as well, right? Ahead of this split, this rebuild that we saw coming from them. And they've kind of quietly just been like chugging away. They haven't had like the craziest run or anything like that. Have had a couple of difficult opponents, I think really stunned us in that round one up against TSM. And now it's about, the do or die situation in this final moment. Do they make playoffs or are they going to be out of the running at the end of today? And it is I think, like Dan said, a very similar kind of matchup between these two teams. But I've been really impressed, I think, by some of the individuals on Nightblood. We talked about the calling out from Screwface. He was also popping off in the server yesterday. I think Kyle was, again, he's injecting that energy into this squad, and the leadership was so good. It felt like he had such a good read on the plan from SAD. Like the mid-rounding was amazing out of Nightblood as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do up against a YFP that I think the issues that we've had with them has been kind of that disconnectedness. And I feel like right now Nightblood are in a great spot where they're working really well synergistically.
I mean, Dan, coming to you about Screwface, we talk about the calling, we talk about the fragging, talk about the energy. He's just kind of someone who has it all. Roy was on the desk and saying that he's played with Kyle on a LAN and that he is just always talking, always keeping the energy up. When you break down his in-game kind of prowess, he has been in the scene, he's been part of that, infamous EG roster. He is someone who is just such an asset for Nightblood to have, both in fragging power and calling.
Absolutely, and I feel like Screwface, before we knew him as a leader, we always knew him as this guy who can really take over these rounds and frag out in that way, and that's kind of what we continue to see throughout the Swiss stage. He was, like you guys were saying, incredible when we got the chance to see him just play yesterday, and I think this is something that should keep going. I like that he's playing a lot of the initiator for the calling and kind of the mid calling that Ash was talking about. You do need to be kind of with the rest of the team, being able to do these set plays and make that communication work as easy as possible. But even when he's going on the Cypher, like we saw in Ascent, he was still able to take over, get that great communication, gets one, backs up, and that way the rest of the team is able to be there just in time for the retake. It's just the little things that once again work out for this team, and I'm super excited to see them again as do or die. And I feel like for the side of Nightblood, they love to be under pressure.
I mean, I talked to Kyle yesterday and he was down for it. He was like, yeah, we're going to win. He doesn't feel any pressure. If anything, he feels like an opportunity, which is an excellent way to say it. And that opportunity today is against YFP, a roster, same kind of story, right? Like just proving a lot of people wrong, has all of these heavy hitters on this roster, Ash, and just have been consistently putting them together. And I talked to Weeda rather, when they won, and he said, they needed to reset after their losses. Like they needed to not talk to each other, not scrim, and just kind of have this mental reset. And the mental reset has absolutely worked, Ash.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny that we're having these two teams go head to head because you mentioned that even in your interview yesterday with Screwface, and he was like, "What do you mean they didn't talk to each other?" So like very different approaches on the back end for these two squads. And like you are saying that they had kind of a similar story, but I also think it's very different in a way because of the names that you see on YFP. It feels like all of these individuals have so much expectation behind them because of the experience that they have in competitive Valorant, the veterancy on this squad. And you look at the history that they've had throughout the Swiss stage as well. I want to give them the fact that all of their losses have been up against some of the top teams in challengers, and they've been difficult losses, that's for sure. But you're talking about NBG being this team that loves to be under pressure. I feel like with YFP, sometimes I look at a matchup and I'm like, okay, they should win this. They don't win it. And then in the games where you're like, okay, there's a lot of pressure on them, it feels like all of these players end up stepping up to the plate and having these insane individual performances. I feel like it could really go either way.
I always introduce this next player with the same line, but I don't think there's any other way that's broadcast friendly I can introduce him. Let's get freaky, guys. Let's talk about Weeded. I can't say anything else that he says. He is someone who, I mean, I'm sure everyone here has seen his tweets, and I'm sure you have laughed at them. I'm sure you've gone to his streams. He is someone who is such a mainstay in the Valorant community. But in the server, Dan, my God, is he a absolute beast, Dan.
I love the contrast of Weeded on the crazy things that he's doing and posting on social media, and then how actually calm, cool, and collected he is when he's playing these matches. He knows exactly what he has to do with his initiator role. He knows exactly the way that he has to play with the Fade specifically on him, and I think it's been super interesting. And then just the way to close out those rounds as well when it's needed. I feel like he's just a very complete player, and that's something that we need more in challengers. Sometimes you see, at least in the duelist role, a lot of the players have been able to improve, get a little bit more flexible, not be this maybe playing two agents, but willing to flex a little bit. But for Weeded, I feel like he has everything that you should need, right? Bringing the vibes up when it's needed, also being able to clutch, to save those rounds when it's needed too, and then just being a little silly. He likes to be a little silly sometimes.
He definitely does. I feel like that's pretty valid for like a lot of players on YFP, so it kind of like works out in that way. I love Dan mentioning like that clutch factor too, because I feel like with Weeded, even if it's not like an actual clutch in the game, just like those multi-kill situations, his decision making is so good, and I'm looking forward to seeing him be one of those players that can make that insane impact today here for YFP.
Well, two players we also want to highlight in our head-to-head is Son of Car and B-Dog. Some of the, I mean, they're such different duelists, Dan, but just truly, like, if you're going to pay attention to the duelists, any players on this team, on either team, excuse me, I can't speak today. If you're going to pay attention to any players on either team, watch these two and watch how they face each other, Dan.
I want to specifically pay attention to the first kills that they got in the last series. Son of Car got 15 first kills, 12 first deaths. So a lot of dying, but a lot of first kills that were opening up those opportunities for the Saturday Night Blood. And then on the other side, it's a bit more one-sided, where B-Dog was getting 14 first kills and 4 first deaths. And I mention these numbers in specific because they really highlight the way that these two players are different, where Son of Car is opening up a lot of space, but is a little bit more reliant on somebody trading him. Well, on the other side for B-Dog, he is not only the guy going in the Neon or the Jet, but he's also getting that first pick, opening up the space, and then the rest of the team can capitalize from that side hit. It's just very, very different, and I love that B-Dog is also being able to step back. Obviously, on the Vine, we do see him play the Brimstone and have an understanding that not a lot of players have, where it's how different all of these agents play out. The Neon, you're the first man in, sometimes you're getting traded right away, and then the Jet is kind of solo plays towards mid, depending on the map, towards Haven, for example, the way that he plays towards A, and then Brimstone a bit more chill, playing for the post plan. So great plays for the side of B-Dog, and Son of Car is also one of those guys that can completely take over these rounds. So even if they play different, you should be expecting chaos towards the beginning of them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Especially when you think about, like, I guess, their duelist agent pools. We're talking about the flexibility with B-Dog as a whole, but then the fact that he's like one of the few players in Challengers that's also like pulling out the Waylay as well, compared to Senokar is really well known for the Raze, which is when we usually see Thief taking that duelist role, and then the Brimstone that Dan was talking about there. I'm really excited to see this head to head because it feels like they're very selfless duelists, but in different fashions, like Dan had said.
Well, these two duelists, there we go. English language is hard, and that's okay. We are going to be meeting on best of 3 maps today, so let's head into our map select so we can see where we're going to see these two very different but very important players on their teams. We're going to be heading to Corrode. I don't think we've seen Corrode at all this week. Ladies, correct me if I'm wrong. Then Sunset, and then this week's classic, apparently, Lotus. I started with Dan last time. Ash, I'm going to go to you with this map pool. Anything that stands out to you?
I think when you're looking at the fact that we're starting off on Corrode, a map that you mentioned that we hadn't seen much this week, also maps that neither of these teams have found success on this particular split. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe the game plan change that's coming out from them. This is where we're expecting to see B-Dog maybe going back to that Waylay. I'd be curious to see maybe if there ends up being like a change in the duelist that he ends up choosing for that, because of how I think punishing that Waylay can be at times, especially when you're facing up against a KO where you're not going to be able to have that refrag to go back.
I like that you mentioned the Waylay too and the potential of seeing it in the hands of B-Dog, because last time that Nightblood played this map, it was against Legacy Kingdom, and they were also playing a Waylay that did cause some trouble. I feel like it was not only the Waylay, it was a bit of a mix of the Waylay, but also the Chamber from last, and the way that they were trying to take control of the map because of these two. But overall, are we gonna say the Waylay again? I feel like I'm just a Waylay hater. And I don't want to be, but every time I'm like, are we really gonna keep it the same?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like B-Dog makes Waylay look impeccable. No, Dan? Like, you like any, because I'm on with you. Like, I'm a Waylay like non-believer. I don't know what that noun is, but when I watch B-Dog play Waylay, he makes the agent not only look viable, but look like maybe the correct choice we should be playing on like Lotus or Corrode.
I think it's great on this map when teams don't have a lot of ultimates to get side control, because that's, I feel like, one of the biggest issues that teams have had. So with the Waylay, it can be a little bit easier. We've seen, especially towards that B side, every time a Waylay has an ultimate, that's kind of what you are expecting. But still, I feel like the fast plays with the Neon are the most interesting to me. So I don't know.
I mean, Neon is such a good duelist, like such a flashy, player, agent, able to create that space and able to take that momentum. And here, hey, Ash, once again, how are you? Ash was the odd one out last time and with the blue auto prediction. And now you are also the odd one out with NBG. So, Ash, step up to the plate. What's going on? Why'd you choose NBG?
Okay, this is actually a really hard decision for me because I feel like it's in these matches where YFP have their backs up against the wall that you've got players just popping off like here and there, being that star-studded player that's able to take over the server, and then they somehow pull it all together by the end after having like a turbulent season. But then at the same time, for NBG, I think I lean into them because of how impressed I was by the calling of Screwface yesterday. I felt like all of the adjustments were really great. They constantly had answers to SAD Esports. When SAD were looking to make changes of their own, NBG were just so quick to find that kind of reply. And I really have to give them credit there, and that's why I'm leaning NBG today.
Dryad, I'm happy you represent both of us. Dryad et al. It's like a lawyer thing. Why did we go for YFP?
I feel like YFP and the little things that they've talked about, even though it sounds a little odd about not communicating and just going in the game and getting the group that way, I feel like that really worked out in the last series that they played out. And I just feel like this is a team that can recover in the same way that we were talking about Winthrop. When things are going wrong, I feel like that experience does play a part into it. And you look at the players, you look at the clutch potential, and I just want to give it to the side of YFP. They're such a strong squad, and both of them are under pressure. And I know that you guys mentioned that, for Screwface and the side of Nightblood as well, they like that pressure, but I think it would mean for YFP so much if they're able to make it to playoffs with the kind of inconsistent road that they've had throughout.
You spoke so well for me. I don't think I have anything else to say. Like, I think it's just, I think you hit the nail on the head with that. There's a maturity that you have to realize that you need to take a break and you need to step away. You know, I think it takes a lot of strength and a lot of, like understanding, be like, hey, we shouldn't talk to each other. We shouldn't scrim. We're not the best we can be right now. And that really impressed me with my interview with Weeded. Because I wasn't expecting that. I think we've touched on, he's a pretty funny guy online, but when he is in the server and he is playing Valorant, he is probably one of the most serious, mature individuals I have seen in game throughout any of the regions. But we will be having Nightblood Gaming and YFP go into agent select for the map of Corrode. And we have the B-Dog Neon.
Oh my God, they listen. I can't believe it. I'm
Dan,
gonna
they
cry.
listened. They listened,
This is so
Dan.
good. This is so good. I'm a fan. #1 fan of YP comp. That's me. They're playing the Neon that is going to enable this fast play source mid that I mentioned. But on top of that, they also have the Chamber. I had my questions on that Cypher because the Cypher is not that it's not viable, but the Chamber can bring so much more to those early fights that I think is great. And on top of that, you have this double initiator that I feel like is a slightly different approach. We've seen a double initiator composition for example, this out of 100 Thieves, but it was not with this Gecko. And the Gecko for the late rounds can work out. So while I feel like it's a very complete composition, I'm happy with what I'm seeing from YFP.
I definitely have to agree with Dan. I think it plays really nicely into the Nightblood Gaming composition as well, because you're expecting that push and pull game that Thief and B-Dog are going to be able to apply that pressure on the extremities, where Nightblood are going to have to be a lot more cautious in their default to start off on the attacking side, because they don't have that Sentinel utility to watch that flank. Going with that double controller instead, I'm excited to see that ebb and flow now between these two teams in this tug of war that's anticipated here on Corrode.
Well, folks, playoffs is on the line. Will it be YFP or Nightblood Gaming to qualify? I have two casters to send into, and they better not like pineapple on pizza. It's Shift and Vans.
Wow, Liz and I are really not going to be friends after this one. I love pineapple on pizza. I'm just going to let that one rock.
I'd rather speak about chow mein. Let's talk about chow mein and dumplings.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I just want to change the subject.
Oh, okay. Sick of the pizza conversation. I see you.
We've been talking about this for like 2 maps now.
It's like been a map. It's been a map that we've talked about it. Let's not get over ambitious, my guy.
I do want to talk about this game, though, right?
Go hit it.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced about the Gecko, though. I know in EMEA, they've been trying it a lot. APAC's not using it at all. Americas has not been using it, too, and I hope... I mean, you have a cerebral mind in Stellar that's been very, very good in like defining his own style, his own meta. Think about Turtle Truce back then with the double Senti on Ascent. Hopefully he had something pretty good here with this Gecko on this map. If not, everything else compositionally wise, I think on paper looks much better than NBG, and we might have to think about Sunset for NBG coming up next.
Well, see what we get here. Opening play, starting to develop a little bit over towards B. Only marginally so at B main. A little bit of noise over towards A at the same time, while this walk down at mid stairs is going to allow an angle for Thief to work off of. So again, lots of questions, I think, like you mentioned. I think for YFP, a lot of it is, can you get early reads, right? Like, you don't really have the information gathering tools that NBG has. So there's a level of, again, predictability that's going to have to be there. Yeah, for YFP to find value on this setup, you think?
I mean, you're already seeing it from NBG, right? With the comp that they have, they can't really scale as well towards middle. You're always going to have to like jump peek too at the very beginning if you don't have a dart up. So this is very difficult. Maybe the knife's going to help a little bit more, but at least so far, they've done a good job pushing YFP back to try to go for a split into A.
Oh, and Jake also connects for first blood. Screwface trying to battle back, but not going to be allowed to. Split focus on the way with A Link now being the new threat for Son of Car, who almost finds two, but Jake could snap, responds, gets the trade, and forces NBG to B.
Even throws out a Gecko eye through the window to see that nobody's there, so they can fast rotate towards B. If anything, Jake did a great job with the drop smokes.
Oof, B-Dog, rare misses with the Sheriff there. Opens the door for a plant to come on in. Weeded just gonna wait, has a haunt available for when they do eventually want to try to hit this retake, but I love this little scale to B elbow. Stellar gonna see the paranoia come across, but the elevation play not gonna work out. So now numbers start to develop for NBG. Good fragment. Thinking about the knife, that'll get sent and will reveal. You hear the footsteps coming through. Shot from Kumi is gonna hit. Shock dart not. Suppression about to expire, but not gonna make much of a difference. Weeded only has the classic to work with here. Just going to come down to the double swing. We're just going to jump it. We're going to peek it. And eventually, the play will be made. Weeded knows he's got to try to make this happen. Both players stacked on top of each other, and Nightblood bounced back after dropping first blood to get the pistol.
Even great shots coming through from, again, Jakey with the drop smokes to get that first blood on that side. Even though they traded through and had a player's advantage on the side of YFP, it's the fast rotate towards the end, towards that B site. That, yeah, I think it could have been a different fight moving forward here with B-Dog getting caught out in the open the way that he did with the Sheriff. Couldn't really get a relay ball out. I think it's because, you know, he couldn't land his shots and he was trying to just readjust and just got picked off. And that just opens up everything when there's nobody really set up to trade off each other on the side of YFP. So just pure shooting coming out from Nightblood Gaming, able to convert the pistol round. And that's a little bit of a change. The knife, yes, it's going to spot two, but not necessarily knowing where those opponents are at. It's YFP 4-player walking down.
Oh boy, the dark cover. Sure face. Wow, really good Dizzy behind that, but Noted is the one who rips everything apart. As a decent effort for YFP. You saw the timing with the Gecko. Looked good, but too many numbers there. And now it's just on to Thief with the Headhunter. Only has a couple of shots with it as well on top of that. So not good news here for him. You hear the footsteps though, and maybe there's a chance for Thief to get something and make this bonus a little less formidable. First shot lands, last one will not, and yeah, the switch timing of getting the classic up not going to happen, and NBG hit the expected second.
And that was what free util being utilized towards middle though to try to get the picks here and the flood. It worked out for a little bit of a damage, but also in the end dropping 3 players in the process for YFP, so it's not too bad. The side of NBG though, the last 2 rounds, you're starting to see how it works a little bit, right? The double initiator util to look back towards middle. They separate themselves on kind of like a 1-3-1 kind of thing. So I think because they're also not playing any sentinels on their side for NBG, this would be a perfect opportunity for Thief to hold aggressive lines, play the 1v1s on these extremities, and just make sure that they lock down that area so that NBG will have to always keep a player back. And it allows gaps to open up for YFP to explode a little bit on the defensive side because of the lack of a sentinel player to hold like the aggressive information.
Gotta go.
It goes again. Yep. Extremity control back to a 1-3-1. YFP is just ready for that right now. The Prowler's not going to see too much yet, but I mean, they're still in prime position.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nightblood just gonna kind of run through the smoke, trade things out 1 for 1, but Jake falling means the smoke ability of YFP is now in question. Not dead yet is Noted, trying to make their way back into the play and up and over. Stellar almost caught with the mosh out, but Thief saves a life.
Through smoke.
So, yeah, we'll get the 3v2. Kuma's gonna upgrade a weapon, and the spam shots connect. Oh, mercy my. How about that? Again, another situation you think YFP have the edge, and Nightblood from the brink just take it on back. The only thing that's different here, though, is the quick timing of this route from B-Dog. Does not see Kumi. Do you check your corner fully? You sure do. No trade, as Kumi's just going to go ahead and set the clock to their advantage playing for the plant.
Huge health advantage for YFP, but Kumi does have a flash to work with. He can flash TP, find a different position, and actually TP's out to the entrance. I kind of like that.
Patience now. B-Dog has to clear every single angle. This is going to take time. This is taking maybe too much time. You still haven't even looked inside the B site yet. If you're B-Dog, and I get it, you need to check every corner, but this is a huge advantage now to Kumi. There's just so much you have to clear. Relay bolt out. There's the slide, but Kumi is in a perfect spot to get the read. And Nightblood win the bonus and go 3-0 up immediately.
Didn't have to use his paranoia on top of that on a 1-1. And I feel there's a little bit of a mistake that happened there for YFP. They have numbers advantage. Trades are perfect at the very beginning here on middle, but Thief kind of like just overextended and really wanted to win this fight instead of trying to TP away and hold an angle. Because as much, the more he could delay on top of middle, the more value that B-Dog has on that push. And now finally he gets a backstep kill, and NBG has now the read that they are trying to go for these aggressive late round pushes.
And now right off the get-go of round 4, the Outlaw does the job it's meant to do and do what is largely just pistol upgrades for YFP. So off to the races here is Nightblood. I think you're right, you know, just to kind of throw the spark notes on this. It's like YFP have had advantages, just have not been able to hold them. And that's partially due to the way Corrode is set up, where all these walls are just so thin. But still, it's just, you get what you came for, get out of there. Especially in that last round. So not the start YFP want.
And the other thing that's annoying too is a Jet on an op or an outlaw just holding back towards spawn. I had that in my 5 stacks yesterday, and I was getting so pissed off playing against a double duelist with a Jet still holding spawn with a sniper.
That's fair.
And it's fair game because it's such a good weapon on this map. Zelsa's got so much value with the operator as well, playing as a Vice, to just stay back and not try to find the openings. Now you move it as a group, it's perfect for the openers. I mean, it's all anti-ecos on top of that, but you're getting away with a flawless. You're in a comfortable lead after 4 rounds.
Yeah, very much so. Well, somehow Thief has taken no damage from all of this spam, but may not make much of a difference. Screwface gonna push up, and that will do it. Flawless round for Nightblood, 4-0. And the thing about it is, considering that we're going into round 5, the ultimates you'd like to start seeing being close to earn for YFP are nowhere near. Thrash is only halfway, Costello is 0-4. The Overdrive's not even really all that close, as B-Dog's only 1-4. It's just a little bit of a kill diff right now between Nightblood and YFP.
Yeah. And that looks like the buy for the Outlaw was just to go on an anti-eco. Look at Son of Carl already with a Phantom going into this round. And all grouped up here towards this B site. You talked about no ults available for YFP's end, but this null command could open up this B site here. If it does get that ping, then that turret is not going to see anything at all towards B main.
Well, the null command's going to be spent here for Nightblood. It's just going to be the single potential shot for Thief, but that doesn't hit. He's pushed off the angle. Plant's going to be in the mix. Hunter Sphere going to be called in just as a way to try to establish the zone of control here so no one can challenge. No tags by the look of it from that, but still hard pretense to figure how YFP break back into the site. Fragment to hold. Kumi up top. Oh, not prepared for that quick action from Jake. So now numbers for YFP. Smiley, hard holding an angle. Son of Car, what is this little step up? Also here is the teleport, so knows there's someone nearby, but Jake quickly for the trade. Follow up from Smiley, good. Back and forth we go until Noted has the last 2 in his eyes and is able to snap to connect for both headshots to put Nightblood onto 5.
And note this time, a player you have to keep an eye out on for sure. In the past few weeks as well, has been playing awesome. And again, I think this is just very simple Valorant executions coming out here from Nightblood Gaming. The KO ult does get enough in enough range here to get that ping onto Thief. The trademark gets 0 value towards B main. Everybody can move inside that site and even push towards elbow, because nobody's really playing top heaven. Nobody's holding elbow on defensive side. So now those smokes are starting to come into fruition, and it's just clean.
Yep, knives out early now for Son of Car. Whoa, nice shots from B-Dog, but the trades are better, and the stack up you thought maybe was going to be an issue, but not the case. Now you've got the pick-me-up. Everyone's going to get back to now on their way to B. Stellar shuts down the teleport scout. Recon bolt not going to fully reveal, so Stellar can stay inside the site. And meanwhile, Thief is going to take away the possible rotate through mid as he steps a little bit deeper up.
Doesn't have a trademark though, so he can't escape anywhere. So he's pretty much in a one and done. And so far, everybody from NBG's walking. So this is a huge question mark. Are they still back towards B? Are they rotating towards the A side through spawn? So all this is just going to have them keep guessing and potentially even second guess their position. Look at now, at that minute mark, not knowing what's happening so far, they group up towards A side. What does that do? It leaves A side open. So as you make noise for NBG towards this A side, Note could get inserted on middle and start walking up. So you have to be clean on your shots here for both players over on the A side.
Yeah. Well, smoke is down. Spam from Jake, not going to land. Thief, you're the next one up.
30 seconds left.
Good angle of approach here. Plays the counter flash perfectly. Screw only will find the first. So now it's just down to Note for the 1v2 and pretty far away. But maybe a chance to isolate because Thief is right around the corner. And all it takes is one toe tap to win that battle out. Here's the footsteps. Good damage from Thief. There's the smoke. Now trying to play for the plant. Stellar doesn't hop into it initially, but still finds the kill. Now we get back into play again. Not dead yet. Up and over around the smoke. Tries to finesse the mechanics of it, but no, the animation takes a little too long, and Stellar gets YFP on the board.
That would have been so insane if he actually got that one towards the end, but I love here that YFP did a little bit of what Sunakar did on that previous round. Just play on the edges, the extremities of the smoke, set up that crossfire, and they get, what, 3 for 2, which is huge here. Leaving it on a 1v1 towards the end for the Stellar masterclass on that 1v1 to be able to win that against Note. That said, I must say again, it stays very, very simple for NBG. They're not really trying to break the map or break the playbook or anything like that either. You're just leveraging pure buddy systems on these trades and trying to get good value out of it. I was talking about that. The idea here of trying to move forward and get some map control with the op and try to work against the extremities, but again, it's a jet op on the spawn.
Yeah, trades are decent. Numbers advantage for NBG 4v3. Stellar has the Thrash available and is playing a pretty safe position back at elbow. But Sunakar is able to clear a little bit of that early position. B-Dog hearing a lot of footsteps. And they set something up here. There's, wow, beautiful relay. And then you're gonna get a follow-up that's perfect from the Nightfall. Brilliant stuff from B-Dog, who's not done yet. 4 in the round and 2 in a row. That's brilliant stuff for YFP.
That's a huge combo that worked out here on the side of YFP for the stall over on that A side, especially after losing Thief so early into that round. And when you're looking at it, they're not giving the up over to Thief before we go into this replay. Looks like B-Dog wants to go set that up towards that B side. Maybe leverage Thief to just play util rifle and stall here towards A anyways. But yeah, look at that. It was just a nice, beautiful slide off the concuss and Nightfall too. And there's that push back on middle to control that area. They could heavily focus 4 players down that side because you still have that trip that doesn't really get contested here at the beginning of the rounds on the side of YFP. Sorry, on the side of Nightblood Gaming.
There we go. Opening information gathering, pretty decent. Mosh being held, YFP feeling the pressure. Paranoia also kind of cuts through that, and honestly, NBG's like, all right, we'll just let that utility get expended and then change the focus with a minute 5 on the clock still.
That's just Kumi with 2 TPs that wastes out all of that utility.
Here.
But the rotate's still very, very long. As they made a lot of noise, nobody was really inserted up. Like I said, they never really broke that trip on that side of the A site, so YFP's great on the rotate.
Now trades are good for Nightblood again. 3v3, back to the action once more onto A. Pardon me, 4v3. B-Dog, do you have any more antics available at this playthrough mid? Well, okay.
Good thing we got off the camera on that one.
I was gonna say, all it's on the switch, but kill comes through regardless. We did able to really find one from the front. Quickly scrambling back to Screwface. Dizzy out. YFP trying to clear out A. You have the wingman back into play. You can still try to hold this, especially with Weeded on the corner. Reveal is out. The wingman is shut down. Weeded an opportunity, but misses it. And for Stellar, this is a very difficult 1v2 as shoulders continue to be thrown. You got to try to hold this at least a halfway, and that's no problem for Screwface. 6-2, Nightblood looking comfortable on Corrode.
And that's where the plant spot is the best plant spot for the A site. You don't have to play tucked inside the site where people are pincering on different angles. Think about all the entrances from back hallway, back spawn, A link, A spawn. Like there's so many angles if you're staying turtled in. By having that plant on the outside, now you could take full control of cutting rotates and also covering spike. That said, there was a little bit of a lack of conversation potentially here on the side of YFP because that Thrash, he still wanted to come up for that second wave to maybe give you a chance to fight back. But I think Weeded felt like he really wanted that pick. But here's a trap play towards B main.
Oh, shotgun, that'll work. But the trades again, Nightblood so quick to respond when YFP finds some sort of an opener. And a lot of that, again, it kind of just boils down to what you're talking about at the very beginning, where like this extremity side of the map, YFP's trying to assert some dominance, but Nightblood's held back. They got good reactionary focus, and they continue to find themselves in 4v3s in the first 15, 20 seconds.
And that's nothing new coming on the side of YFP, what they tried to do over there, right? When you have the paranoia and concuss, the only thing that was missing, I think maybe it was a seize to continue a little bit deeper to get more value into the shotgun moving down towards that B lane. But that said, you try to lower the amount of utility needed to try to get your picks on an eco that you currently have here, or a mixed buy that you currently have. Save that util potentially for the retake on the site, as Jake falls back here and gives up the space.
Well, Hunter's Fury is out for Screwface, just making sure this plant stays safe from any of those choke points. So crossing T's and dotting I's may be an overinvestment considering it's pistols, but Nightblood really want to get this out of hand and out of control, and so far they're doing that nicely. Thief and Weeded working together, would have contact possibly with Noted first. But the other issue is, again, the ability for possible quick trade if it needs to come through. This time it's not. Noted clean.
And that's why getting the Hunter's Fury out on the attack side for NBG from YSP's perspective, you'll take it any day. Only forcing Jake to swing out here, and he dies, waste out the ult. Now that's a little bit less to use for your site takes. But if you're looking at how, you know, they're currently playing here for NBG, the reason why I'm saying on paper the composition looks much better for the side of YFP versus NBG is because of playing a Jet here. They talked about it on the desk. There's no really ways to escape when you're playing like a Neon, something like that. You're focused to fight inside the site. Jet is the same thing. It's no Waylay that could TP out. There's no Euro that could TP out. But NBG are not leveraging Son of Car to really dash into sites. They're still staying tight-knit as a group and continuing to split towards the same site.
First blood for Smiley comes through. Ooh, Noted had been seen by Jake. Still comes out and finds the win, man. It's like, what do you do to find a win if you're YFP? It's like you had advantage all over the place. And Nightblood's just shooting right now, man. That's really all I could say.
Like at Son of Car, he had dash procced and just walks into the site. He's not dashing in. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And it comes down to these moments with the comp that you have from YFP. Because you have a chamber in your comp, you're allowing yourself, which is totally fine, to push out the way that you can to try to get the first pick because you TP out. But Thief has lost 3 individual aggressive pushes that way so far in this half. And as soon as he falls down, everything just falls like dominoes.
Well, Smiley holding onto a fragment. That's just going to kill extra time. The fast lane does allow B-Dog to take a different angle. Not dead yet again for Noted, who's had a great half. And how valuable is that return to fruition? Oh, mercy. This continual domination in the last second for NBG. Noted's on 15 through 10 rounds.
Exactly. Who better than Note to win that? Not dead yet to even win that against Stellar towards the end. Redemption from the last little 1v1 they had previously. And he's just farming, definitely. Aura, orbs, ults after ults. And it's plain and simple. You're looking at these fights. There's not real pop flashes, scale up. They're pushing through their own smokes. They're challenging Thief. They're winning fights on extremities. Look, another push. Thankfully, there's a smoke there. And he still gets sprayed through smoke.
Doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Also, keep in mind, this is a forced purchase here for YFP. B-Dog right on into the mix, trying for it, but Son of Car responds. We'll keep that again. Opening 15, 20 seconds, and what is it? A 4v3 again to Nightblood.
And they're moving and converging towards A site. They think here that they're getting the pinch, but the spike's left towards that B side. So once the swank comes across and dealt with,
Stay down.
at least Son of Car is there.
Yeah,
he trucks himself, and his Son of Car is there to help him out. But yeah, they're just knocking down every push from this lower buy that you have from YFP. Now they definitely know that the B site's open for business, and we're gonna have a 9-2 half so far. And this is really just NBG. I'm gonna have to keep repeating myself because I am gonna be like Dan Dryad, as she doesn't like Waylay. I like Waylay, but I'm also a Jet hater on this map. But it works out very well for Nightblood Gaming just because they're winning all these good fights.
Well, I think about the other side of this, fans. It's like, it's not only that they win in the fights, but there's an information advantage for Nightblood here. There's no real way for YFP to guarantee intel, whereas Screwface is just throwing in a recon dart and null drone, and then you flash and dash. It's just, it feels a little too free right now. Like, there's just not enough contest unless Stellar's in the right spot to throw something to counter. But I don't know. It feels like YFP is just lacking information, and their ability, well, I guess their, I won't even say ability, but the authority they're trying to establish on the outsides of the map has not panned out either.
To be fair, I think for Fade is probably one of the best initiators you're gonna have on this map. But the way that you're currently playing it doesn't really bring the best value to the information that you're trying to gather. If you're looking at like easy lineups you could throw from like B main to like try to get on top of middle, and the things they could do to try to find information without throwing their lives away. What if we just went for an instant prowler out towards B main? Now you'll know at least there's going to be some pressure on that side. If there is, maybe that's the call. Okay, maybe we don't want to overextend yet over on the A side yet, or we could because we got information on the B side, or vice versa. If the prowler doesn't see anybody, you don't have to push towards the A side. That's what I meant. So they're not really using the utility to the best of their advantage for YFP side to get that value.
Can't use that.
Oh, gets knifed too. Can't even prowler.
Oh, but Jake with the shutdown. Noted. Well, he's mixed between two different members. And that's going to be for the first time in a long time. YFP with numbers now. 3v5. A lot of focus still at mid-map. A little bit of a balancing act here from Jake. Flash allows Screwface to get towards stairs. Follow up, that's the end of the utility. And well, you just don't figure that these trades are going to come away convincingly for Nightblood. Even though Wingman getting involved. But just on to Screwface, 1v3 Prowler scouts him out. Here should be the double peek from this point on. Nice little shock dart to get a little bit of damage on the We Did, but 50 seconds. Yeah, Stellar's going to keep chasing it. Well, the 9-3 half. Any cursors in chat?
I don't know. At this point, it seems like NBG cannot really lose this map so far with the way they've been out-aiming YFP. That previous round was won by YFP simply because the game plan worked, because their players actually landed shots. Thief finally contested on that side towards the A-Link, gets that pick. Even set up for a crossfire with Jake. That's that first pick. The second one gets contested. Now they delay enough for the rotate to come across, especially with the Nightfall. So it all works out in the end when you're landing your shots. And that's the name of the game as well for YFP's composition on that defense. Hopefully now things can change around here on the attack side. You're seeing how Thief is currently setting up. He's trying to watch his trip towards this A side. He's going to look and contest towards middle and could TP out while the rest are leaning towards his B pressure.
Whoa. There's a little early indication of what's going on for YFP. Focus on to B, walk down at mid, recon dart. Anyone gonna hold on to this? Ooh, Jake's able to get one as there's utility in hand for Kumi, but we'll stay 4v4. NBG trying to respond to some of this pressure. As now B-Dog makes his way onto site, but Screwface gets one by dart, one by ghost. It's just, can't do anything wrong, it feels like. Can Nightblood until Thief just takes a little bit of a wide peek and connects with the Headhunter. Follow up, though, going to be difficult to assume. And it'll be a pistol to NBG, who should be looking good for a pretty significant advantage of that pistol win.
Yeah, definitely. Not even a plant, too, so they can't even go for a stinger buy if they wanted to for the side of YFP. So now it's the gamble. Do you want to try to go for some sort of a full save so you could have the best weapons as possible? Because you know for a fact Son of Car is going to come out with an outlaw within this round, within the next round. You need your full shields. So you're keeping the economy super low. Barely any investments coming through except for Jakey with the Sheriff.
Oh, shot for Son of Car is good. Kumi there to follow up. Quick response, though, as B-Dog just sprints into the fold. But from there, where do you go? Son of Car just kind of dancing inside the dark cover. Help is on the way. And actually, Son of Car is going to be in a good spot. Possibly even follow up with one more here. Small shoulder, easy to find the kill into Jake. And YFP will be stuck at elbow.
One enemy remaining.
That's all she wrote. B-Dog got 1 HP surviving in the first place when he traded out his teammate at the corner, bottom elbow. But now I really want to go and look to see what this buy is going to be. Yeah, exactly. Jakey invested into a Sheriff that previous round, and that should have been not an investment that came through on his side. They need his paranoia. He needs his shield to play against the Outlaw as well. They're not putting himself in a favorable position here on the attack side now for YFP. Okay, he has it. So he's going to go for Guardian instead, but it's Guardian with still regen shield. Only one person moving forward on the attack side. That's going to be We Did to try to bait out any type of trap plays.
Now here comes a forced play, fragment involved. YFP find the first. Smiley can't get away from B-Dog either, and Screwface just not quite able to find the timing, and wouldn't you know it, YFP just able to peek and take care of him quickly. So should be looking good here for 4. This is a bonus after all for NBG, just trying to make it punishing. And Sunakar is in the mix, and whoa, that right click. Little ADS foul, the Bulldog almost works, but not gonna happen. 11-4, YFP hold on to 4 rifles.
Yeah, we're slightly overzealous there on the side of YFP to have Note go into his smoke with a Guardian to try to prevent a push over on that B site from YFP. But thankfully here, they stopped the bleeding, at least for now. For YFP's end on the attack side, now we're pretty even balanced. Another round coming in for YFP would put them in a comfortable spot here on the attack, but we talk about a half here on the attack that really leaned towards the side of Nightblood Gaming. Mind you, YFP could do a very similar thing here on their attack side as well. Continuing to push and pull the way that they are for both of these teams. I mean, you're seeing how NBG are so mobile around the map. Again, because of a lack of Senti, you're gonna have to like really guess and rely here on the info in utility from initiators, especially with the dart missing. This is a huge advantage for YFP to scale up.
Kumi, yeah, I was going to say, you just need to stay alive here. Paranoia, dark cover, that'll allow YFP to move forward. Oh, no. That's just, some days you just get the blessings. And that's the definition of it. I mean, you're spamming through a Prowler, you find 2. B-Dog keeps the play up and running, though. To a 2v3. Noted did what they needed to do, but still a chance for YFP to get 5.
Sunakar's on the big flank here, and I love that he doesn't want to overextend into A-Link in case YFP rotates on that side because they cut noise. They're waiting for the wingman to come back up to go for the plant. It's a bad plant now for YFP inside the site. Both players have to stay committed within.
Well, here we go. Screwface. Whoa! Timing of that was unbelievable for B-Dog. Now the finger guns are out, and Neon just continues to do Neon things.
What are we doing, though?
I don't know.
Smiley's underhanding, flashing for himself to move through instead of waiting for his teammate Screwface to meet up with them so they could maybe try to double swing with it. And then Screwface is walking knife out just to try to time out the Neon wall. And he gets caught off a slide, knife in hand, picked off, and you just gave away your lives. That is something you kind of want to take back here for NBG, because remind you, yes, it was very dominant for Nightblood Gaming in the first half. But if YFP starts building up this momentum here, the story's going to change.
Sunakar whiffs on the 9s, and an opportunity just kind of missed there. Good relay, B-Dog just running it down. Kumi trying to hold this angle best as possible, but yeah, you already see what's about to happen. That's what's about to happen. So, just pistols, you missed an opportunity with the knife. Smiley, maybe. Good flash, good follow-up, but Jake's on the corner to find the opposite angle. So YFP get to 6, Nightblood sweating a little bit.
Oh, that was a sick shot, though, by Smiley. A little bit of a redemption from the last time, too. But yeah, definitely. The economy is good enough to finally get an operator out for Nightblood Gaming with its glass cannon. Thankfully, still has a full kit around it outside of the armor. Let's look at that replay again. I mean, this was very similar looks to what we were trying to do previously from YFP's end on defense. Just try to go for the trap play and get value off the knives. But the counter dizzy was really good.
Knife reveal, son of Car. Aggressive peek with the operator. That works. Now you take your focus back to mid. Noted playing in a corner. There are members nearby on the deeper side of mid to maybe pull the focus away from this initial angle. Is there a sprint up from B-Dog? No, doesn't need it. Oh, Screwface gets stuck trying to jump peek the corner. Oh, God. Kumi provides the response, though. We get back level to a 2v2.
Right? A little bit of a DM coming in from both sides, and yeah, definitely with Kyle getting caught off. Sorry, Screwface getting caught off, but still a winnable position here for Nightblood Gaming. Paranoia avoided. Smiley still has full utility for the retake.
Well, there's some of it, and we're just not clearing the corners. What is happening to Nightblood? I mean, to be fair, like, kind of like we were talking about, there was a handful of rounds where Nightblood just hit shots through smokes, and it's just like, well, what do you do? Like, YFP just wasn't able to really play the game, it felt like, for a while. Now, they're starting to cook. And you never know. Like, this is starting to look very, very favorable in terms of how YFP is setting up their attack. They're dealing with Nightblood in these opening aggressive plays. They've continued to go to this buy-sell or buy-saves, you know, kind of cycle. And, I mean, it's comfortable with the ultimates that are available right now for YFP, too, in case things get mixy.
You're definitely seeing that a map like Corrode is starting to favor the attack side a little bit more. You're forcing yourselves to play for trap plays on B, mid control. But as soon as you lose like one player that's a little bit so far extended out, the defensive line is very, very thin. Nice kind of paranoia.
Yep. Fast lane still gets YFP forward, and Nightblood just cannot hang with the weapons that they brought to battle. So, looking like it could be a flawless, and it will be. YFP all of a sudden down 3. And, well, this next round for Nightblood, I don't want to say it's a must-win, but they've got the right tools to give themselves a chance here. You know, the Null Command, the Hunter's Fury, both good opportunities to stop anything like a Nightfall execute.
Yeah. And for YFP side, if it's not for any pressure coming out from NBG walking into their crosshair towards B site, you're starting to see that their playstyle is a lot more slower. Just because they want to figure out where the recon dart's coming from, where the knife's hitting from. So, or they get hit by the information, or they don't, and they're able to work the map after, because as NBG start for information, they're starting to move up and trying to fight. And as you're staying as a group here for YFP, you're able to trade out perfectly. Weedit's always letting himself getting hit by the knife, but this is also always false information. So at least this time around, I think after round number 20, you should be ready here for Nightblood Gaming and should expect a re-hit.
Face your fear!
There's the Nightfall. Null Command. Smiley hasn't used it yet. Hunter's Fury first, then the Null Command after. There's one tag for Screwface. It does find B-Dog, who could not sprint away because, again, of the Null Command. So great stuff there in terms of how you combine those. Son of Car also connects. Nightblood, 5v3, looking good. Trying to get to 12. Son of Car knows he's got to try to hold the battle and hold this angle and misses the shot. So chance for YFP to get the plant and set themselves up here.
Plant is deep again, so they can't really play on the outside of the site. So Nightblood Gaming actually has a small window to scale back from the spawn.
Deploying drone.
Aldrone does see Thief, but Stellar's hearing all of these footsteps. Is anyone going to watch for this? Sweden pulls the focus. Here comes the opportunity maybe for Stellar. Oh, he's holds. Doesn't actually get into the fold on this. So now you're stuck in a crossfire. Gets the first. Gets the second. Noted trying to hang and pulls off just in time. The shorty was going to be good, you'd think, but Nightblood get away with one, and they're now on map point.
Another 1v1 at the spike between Note and Stellar. Odin salvage moved into the next round, but all of that stall was perfect. On that end, you called it perfectly as well, Shift. The double combination not giving a chance here for B-Dog to really escape. And when Noted needed to land those shots, or sorry, when Son of Car needed to land that type of shot like Thief did towards that A connector to stall and drop players, he did exactly that and gave a winning chance there for Nightblood Gaming, and a beautiful retake towards the end. Just brute forcing and disrespecting the utility on the pulse plan from YFP. Knife is getting more though. I think I heard 3 pings out of that one.
But you hear the spam from Screwface. That's going to be a threat that YFP will need to respect, especially with them starting to move down mid. Screwface, do you still want to try to peek with this? Aldrone is out. Prowler coming through quickly. There's one on the tag. Sunakar holding the angle. Keeps A link safe. Doesn't get hit by the paranoia, but dashes away anyways. Actually, dashes into the paranoia. So back onto site they go. But look at this route from Nightblood around the back. We have not seen this yet, Vans. And we did his turn for it, but cannot find the kill.
Now you know it's guaranteed hit towards A side. Good stall by Kumi with the flash. Now you got to play soft site.
Sunakar affected, but still finds one.
One enemy
Kumi
remaining.
provides the trade.
Spike
And with
down
that
A.
follow-up from Smiley, it is just down to Thief. Trying to hang a little longer in the map, but here come all the troops, and Noted will finish it off. It took a while from an 8-2 count to 13-8. Nightblood take their map and have an edge in the series now. Trying to get, again, into this do-or-die match to map 2.
Yeah, very nice there on that previous round for Nightblood Gaming in terms of leveraging, again, initiator utility to be very mobile around the map. Not only does the recon dart being thrown on the top middle at the bottom mid gets instantly broken, and he threw a flash over from B main. When that recon dart gets instantly broken, it's a call. They rotate it out from the B site so the two players can move forward. So that's a little bit of the game plan that came out here from Nightblood Gaming, knowing that they have a lack of sentinel, how they didn't want to activate and be more mobile with the initiator utility. And it seems as though YFP was not ready for that. So they never really watched their backs in those moments, never really punished the aggression that came out on that side, where on the other end, Nightblood Gaming did that against YFP when YFP held the defense. So in the end, it was Nightblood Gaming that played their own game, and it worked out.
There's also a level of, again, these spam shots that led to Prowlers being eliminated and 2 players afterwards. Just weird stuff. Sometimes
and the 1v1s.
That's the way, yeah, the 1v1. Sometimes that's just the way Valorant goes. So Nightblood take the edge, but it is their map selection. We'll head over to YFP's choice for map 2 at the backside of the break.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Ash on the desk. And Nightblood Gaming take down YFP 13-8 on their map pick of Corrode. The first time we've seen Corrode this entire week, Ash.
Yeah, and it was a really nice showing coming out from Nightblood Gaming. I think their approach to this map on the attacking side in particular was stellar. Like the fact that that starts off with that 9-3. And I talked about it before we headed into the map itself about how it was really going to hinge on how Nightblood wanted to play that default on attack because they were running that no sentinel composition, how they would have to take care for that push and pull game that we're expecting out of the side of YFP, Thief taking space over towards mid. And I felt like there were really good re-clear protocols when they were going to, fake pump one site, rotate to another. And it was just really nicely played, I think, on the macro side to start things off really strong on attack.
I really liked too that recovery on the side of Nightblood into that second half because it seemed like there was a comeback happening for the side of YFP, and it was mainly from them playing a very standard game of 4-1, just leaving the chamber towards that A side, and every single time expecting that push on the defense for Nightblood. But after a while and after a timeout, it seems like they really understood that they just had to hold back. Then you see a little bit more of Son of Car with his operator towards A, and then a lot of those hits that every single time that they try to end up towards A, it's just very, very messy. Sometimes it came down to the 1v1s, to the clutches too, but Nightblood, they already had such a big advantage that they really knew how to capitalize from this. I feel like maybe it would have been a different world if YP started on the attack, but again, I feel like even though they had an understanding on early on how to take that lead, punishing that aggression from the defense, later on, they really didn't know what to do, and I wanted them to work around the map a little bit more.
I mean, just looking at that timeline, echoing what Dryad said, that, YFP was making a comeback. It was a 9-3 half, you guys. There was a lot left to be desired from YFP, but there was almost a comeback in the making, like Dryad was saying, but they just couldn't get it done. I'm going to go back to you, Dryad, because you were very happy about a particular comp. You said you were the biggest fan. Talk to me about the comp and how it worked or didn't work or the way you liked it.
It didn't work the way that I wanted at all. Again, I mainly wanted to see it on attack side first, and we didn't really get a chance to do so. They were not really contesting mid the way that I wanted to. Like I said, they were playing this 4-1 where they were putting Thief towards that A side. Everybody else was either trying to experiment towards that B side, trying to get some space, and then there was an aggressive push from the defense trying to shut them down, or it was a late mid control that where at that point Nightblood had already rotated. So the Neon, what does so well and why we praise Sentinels, for example, so much about it is because they are able to take the mid control with it, but the Neon was not really contested. It was mainly just the extremities that they were trying to play with, whether it was the Prowler to start them off, or it was trying to get those early advantages with that set play. But outside of that, I wanted to see more from YFP. I feel like the composition does have a lot of potential. I know that Van said he's not really convinced about the Gekko because, in Americas, I really haven't seen it. So I had my questions, and I feel like, you can make it work, but for YFP, they still need a lot more work to do to make sure that everything works the way that they want to.
There's a proof of concept, just not the execution is there. Not that the execution is not there quite yet, but it's exciting things. But we will also want to point out on NBG, not Son of Car on the top of the leaderboard, but Note Ash, because while you may look at a VLR or the scoreboard we just had and Son of Car is at the top, you wanted to talk about the impact that Note had.
Yeah, I feel like the late round impact from Note was so good. A lot of those clutch moments, a lot of the moments where NBG were down at the beginning of the round because YFP found the opening pick was recovered because Note was able to find those multi-frags and bring things back to equal playing ground. Not just that, but it felt like the positioning was also great as well. I think a lot of the pinch plays hinged on Note taking timings, and I think those moments in those clutch plays too, the Clove ultimate made such a big difference. Those moments where we saw like that bobbing and weaving, the speed up from the pick me up as well, the movement from Note, and those micro decisions really changed the game there for the side of NBG to help them find a lot of success in rounds where they were originally not the ones in the driver's seat.
And you heard me giggling there because like some of the stuff that Note was getting away with was ridiculous. Like it was so, I don't want to call it beautiful, but I'm going to call it beautiful to watch. It was such a pleasure to watch, Note. And if we take that energy into map 2, this could be an easy 2-0 for Nightblood Gaming. And map 2 is coming up. It will be Sunset. And it is YFP's pick. So they did not win the Crow pick, but it was not their pick. So YFP might be feeling okay, Dan, going into Sunset, but they will be starting on the defense side of their map pick, Dan.
And it's been some time since we saw Nightblood play this map. Last time they played it was against Shop of Rebellion Gold. And make sure that you get that clear, because on the other side, YFP last time they played it was against Shop of Rebellion Black. But that was a bit more recent. And yeah, it was pretty dominant on the attack side for the side of Nightblood Gaming. Then it was almost kind of a fake comeback for Shop of Rebellion Gold. But I think overall this should be a bit more standard, a bit more of both of them playing very, very similar compositions. And I know that we have already talked about Stellar on the Breach, so every time that I've seen it, I just feel like, you know what, never mind. If I had my questions out of all the maps where you can play the Breach, it's fine. You can get away with it. Stellar understands the timings. B-Dog also understands the timings on how to make things work to make sure that they don't get flooded. But that's also what happened on this last map. So a couple questions here, but I'm still confident on YFP.
Ash, going into YFP's pick of Sunset, how are you feeling? Now, we were feeling confident on the side of Dan, on the side of Ash.
I think that I'm feeling confident for YFP for Sunset to be a map where they can try and take it to the third one. But at the same time, I think off the back of that highlight that we had with No, I'm really excited to see him and Jake going head-to-head on the Omens there as well. These are two players where we see No on that Clove because he does like to get aggressive at times. He does like to go for some of those risky plays. And Jake, on the other side, is another controller that does love to lean into that play style. They'll both go for some really funky TPs with the Shrouded Step. And I think it's going to be really exciting to see how cerebral these two players are going to get in some of those micro plays where they try to make that magic happen in a round.
Lotus do or die, for these teams as well. So they might, like we saw last time, pick out a new agent, get a little funky, or like Dan is suggesting, we stick with the tried and true, what we know the agents like. I love fun. Variety is the spice of life. I'd love to see something different, but I don't know, Ash, if you risk it at this point, because it's not necessarily, especially when you're down one map and you're going to your map pick. It's just, you stick with what you know. You want to do what is best. But can you give me some copium? Is there any chance we'll see something different, or?
I feel like if a team is going to pull something different, it would be YFP, but I have to be with Dan on this. Like, I don't think that at this point in the Swiss stage, when it's the final day to try and make playoffs, that you're going to be going for one of those risks and hinging all of it on that, as opposed to playing a composition that you've been running, that you're comfortable with, especially when you're expecting that mirror matchup as well. Both of these teams should understand the weaknesses and the strengths of their comps and the holes that they can try and find.
The composition is exactly the same, and it's not the same as that map of Corrode where it was a bit more creative, right? We talked about the waylay that they were playing before, and you're going with something a bit more standard with the neon and the chamber. But here, this is just a composition that works. It's just one of the strongest options that we have right now in the meta, at least in Americas, that I've seen, where again, they're still playing the breach, they're playing the neon, they play with those initiators, and they are able to find specifically with that Sova how they're going to be approaching the round. So yeah, as we get to see the agents select, things are the same as we just mentioned.
I mean, I had hope, okay? There's a world where, maybe we see a B-Dog waylay on Sunset. I don't know. There's probably not a world at all. There's not a single universe that would come up with this. But, Ash, you're right. Sticking with what they know, what is tried and true, with a true mirror matchup.
Yeah, I think both these teams with the mirror matchup, like we were talking about, there's the expectation that they understand how this composition wants to be played, with the trap plays for YFP starting out on defense first. And then for Nightblood, they should expect to be able to pull some of that utility out early, right? Bait it out, try and get those timings, and try and be able to avoid some of that breach util before that fault line looks to refresh.
I mean, we would definitely want to remind people to keep an eye on the Note Omen. You saw him on the Clove on Corrode, but definitely I'm going to go back to you and actually, never mind. We're ready to go to casters. We're going to get this game started. So I'm just going to go straight to Vans and Shift. Friends, take it away.
Thank you. Let's do this thing. YFP trying to bounce back on their map pick. Very different idea in terms of, map to map, maybe some of the identity differences. But the thing is, we're going to get a little bit of a mirror matchup here. So there is a level of you have to execute. And that was not an issue for YFP, I would say, necessarily in map number 1. They got a little unlucky in certain regards, but there's a different level of Nightblood that's going to be running at them this time, literally.
Definitely. Hopefully YFP were able to circle back after that first map and hopped on a call and very synchronized and put themselves on the same page here so that they could definitely try to push this into a third map. Thinking about the big picture of things is you're already trailing behind by 1 map. You have to try to push this to a third. If not, you're eliminated, and NBG are the team moving forward. So everybody's going to have to be synced up on the side of YFP. They got to touch base, and they got to make sure here that they table their opponents on this map.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It will be NBG on offense, looking to already establish some quick presence at B main. All drone will scout things out. There is a trap wire to stop any scaling deep onto site. Nightblood are going to commit most of their numbers to get their way on in. Noted able to find one. That's another one through the smoke, my guy. It's just, it doesn't stop. It just does not stop. Thief caught as the cyber cage drops, and Nightblood are off to the races here in the pistol.
Who better than Note? Who better than Note? 5-on-2, double swing. Jake at least gets 2. The full windup, but nobody wants to push forward onto that. Think about it, the nerf coming in from the breach vault line, it's very hard to synchronize that a little bit more, so you need to let that wind up here before you go for the swing. Doable positions now for B-Dog and Jake.
Well, this first battle, a big one, and it comes through cleanly for Jake. Screwface, I believe, was seen on that little shoulder. The question mark is, where is Smiley? Recon Bolt reveals 1. B-Dog's going to try to hop on, taking a little bit of damage, but is going to try to stick for it. Do they actually get a reveal on this? It doesn't matter. They spam it out anyways, and Nightblood will win the pistol to get the early edge.
Boy, it was close, too, because you definitely saw that we were sticking on to that spike. We were just going to commit to try to take that through because players were reloading on the side of Nightblood Gaming on that post plant. And nobody really chased it down either. They just fully commit into, let's spray that spot, different angles, left and right. Can't really ping it anymore, but you're just going to kind of guess. And thankfully, they're able to manage and salvage that round in the end because it was looking quite dangerous and very winnable as soon as Jakey got those 2 kills into the market. NBG now comes in with a strong buy. An aggressive push down from YFP. Cameras are already going to show the presence of a lot of players towards this B main, so YFP at least, they have all 5 players very, very close for a type of flood into B.
Thief trying to hold on the backside of the site. Quick rotation in. YFP will have 3 members to try to deal with this. This first one could be big for Thief. Does a lot of damage. B-Dog follows up and takes care of it. Weapon not really in a retrievable position, and holding that angle will be Screwface, actually backing himself up, so all he has to worry about is that angle. Noda gonna get a smoke out. Aftershock just trying to keep away any early contest as here comes the defense for YFP. B-Dog gonna go quickly. Good right click. We did following on that. That's a weapon now collected. Shock darts being traded on both sides. Keep your eye on Kumi, who's trying to get his way in through Market, but doesn't have the weapon needed to find the kills. And how about that from YFP? They take the anti-eco, only dropping 1.
I'm really not liking how we're playing the pulse plants right now for Nightblood Gaming for the last 2 rounds. You're playing Sunset like it's 2022 or 2023, whatever that map that came out. 2023, right? We came out at Champ, so 2023.
Yeah. Late 23?
Yes.
Yeah, late 23.
So you're planning and you're trying to play pulse plant on the outside. There's no more pings. That smoke that's thrown towards the B main was perfect for YFP to just start flooding back. And then, as I mentioned, when they had 5 players already for our fast conversions into the B side retake, recon dart flashes, everything was really pristine here to allow B-Dog to even get the opener. Smiley was left on an island. Even if he flashed some players, he has no support.
Well, different battle. This time it's over to A. Ooh, B-Dog in some trouble. Actually gets pushed off the angle from the Outlaw. Orb collected for Screwface, and that's all they want. Kumi, he's got a spy cam up, so looks like YFP knows that he should be in the mix somewhere. Good damage tallied. Aldrin will force the hand. Here comes Kumi trying for it. Gets one, that's fine. So decent exchange for a life-for-life battle, and NBG will now move their way over to market where there's a trap wire waiting for them.
On both sides too, top mid, market side. He's waiting for it.
They found my wire.
He does take a lot of damage though.
Lamb is good
Hit
here.
by the fault line, so it's winnable. Smiley going to take a bit of an aggressive angle. And actually, they're going to set up the post plant, possibly just to dig back in towards B main again. But instead, no. Playing on top of site. It's going to take some incredible reactions. Guardian, Outlaw, Bulldog. The weapons available for YFP on this retake.
There.
And the first check's going to be from Thief. Whoa, that works. Any follow-up, Smiley? He's got all the utility in the world to play with, but tries to go for timing shoulder. Not going to work. Noted. Seen, dealt with, and YFP take the retake.
I gotta say, Weeded shouldn't have died in that position though, because they've already had 2 players at that spot. You literally mentioned the camera was being thrown in that position, and Weeded knew that Kumi was in that spot. He drones it, and then Jake just kind of left. so then he's stuck in a drone. He gets right-click classic and picked off. I mean, it's small little details, but that hurts into the economy into the later run potentially here for YFP. Thankfully, though, it was an eco round that they won in that second round, so they still have quite a bit of money flowing going to this round number 4. But they are looking for some sort of play here. Denial towards A main with a recon dart and a stall with the fault line. And then potentially, no, B-Dog's just going to stay on top, right? He's just going to stay on top and watch bottom mid here. Yeah. But they went for it. Both initiators using both their utility. They realized there's no scale up. And I like that recon dart. Instead of going all the way back towards the A main, it went into short A because they understand the nerfs that came through from the breach. If you could still stall and avoid here and rush up and avoid the fault line rather, the ping could still get some good value.
Yeah. Well, both teams playing very patiently here in round 4. First time we've really seen it, to be honest. Jake just trying to see what he can find from the shadows. Not able to really get too much info. And with 50 seconds on the clock here, yeah, I mean, NBG's trying to establish some pressure at mid, but honestly, YFP aren't going to be too deterred by that. The only thing that really happens is Stella rotates over to be a little bit more careful of it, but on site, everything's pretty comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, an easy opener here. You're playing soft side, trying to play trap kills because of the
30
smokes.
seconds left.
There's follow-up on the flash. Son of Car kind of playing as the bait there. Nightblood able to find the 2-for-1 exchange. 20 seconds. We did caught with utility out. B-Dog not able to connect over through market. Aftershock will stop the plant, though. Pushes this back into default.
10 seconds
Counter
left.
to be thrown out. And Nightblood will get the plant that they want. Good relay bolt. Stellar, though, not able to follow on that. Look at the long flank on the way from Noted. And that means that if you're YFP, you need to start winning some battles quickly because you're just not going to expect this. And Stellar realizes he's in an impossible position. Noted will find both and we'll get tied at 2.
Very nice stall coming in from Nightblood Gaming. Almost even the aftershock kind of was a blessing in disguise for their side on the post plant. Because the more they wasted down that clock and repositioned themselves to plant inside B, that flank did get great value from Note. That said, I also like that Nightblood Gaming are staying in the site this time around. Even though they didn't have to play against an Omen because Jakey already died early in the round, they're still covering their mistakes that they did in the first few rounds, and it's looking to be a little bit of a cleaner attack side coming in here once they're getting their economy right after getting ecoed on that second round. So protocols are still there. Cameras watching mid on that side. Alert comes through on 1 and 2. And the main focus is just orb control for NBG towards B.
Yeah. Grab it, get away. It's really all it's been, honestly. So for Nightblood, now they're taking their focus back over to A. B-Dog, of course, with the operator, just going to hold this angle initially. Could get a chance. Aldrone will push him off. and also scout out the position. Still trying to get an angle back. Fault line will come through. That will connect. NBG going to take the space that they're given. And for YFP, they're going to have to get the defense to rotate over to help deal with this.
Because it could have so, I mean, look at the positioning from Thief. He's got trips for info. The only big gap is towards that market, which is why they're doubling up towards B. But that camera mid is going to see everything as well. So you can just stay calm. Now you notice it's a huge split towards the B side. So what's the reaction inside B now?
30 seconds left.
Well, first and foremost, got to deal with this battle at middle. Doesn't really amount to too much. Wrap over coming through. Really good trap.
Beautiful.
Spam coming through on the backside of this. Smiley's somehow able to survive through it, but YFP looking good with their numbers. The rope that's going to get called in. We did. Little bounce off the shock darts. Does it land? Not fully. And Kumi's got an opportunity to use that neural theft for free info. So now it's just down to B-Dog, 1v2. But the problem is he only has the op for now. 2 weapons on the ground, though, in front of him. Should be able to exchange these, but it just comes down to, does he recognize that NBG are playing in this position?
And I respect the double B main this time around because they have Aftershock to work with.
Yep. There's the first check. No one in the corner. This next one is the difficult one.
One enemy remaining.
But a snap comes through. Now you've got the guns up. Trying to make a play over, and Kumi not able to hold strong. B-Dog quick to get back. Should have time. Yeah, he's got time.
Okay, so I like the double towards B main, but why is Kumi focused on watching that flank? He still has camera for middle, right? So he could see if the rotate's coming on that side. And then also there's still a trip watching flank. So why they should high-low and watch in that area, knowing especially the neural theft got full information of where the 3 players are at. That's how Kumi got the last 2 kills quite easily towards that back of the B site. Yet they just let themselves falter to 2 individual 1v1s, and B-Dog gets the clutch.
Wow. Looked like that was about to be a pretty casual post plant for NBG. We've seen mistakes really plague these teams already through the first map in almost a half. Reveal at mid. As YFP obviously very cautious about this potential play. Overdrive is out, and wow, Stellar almost gets the better of Sonakar there, who's looking for more. And that's enough for Jake to find the easy trade. Hunter's Fury, though, from the front now has the defense completely crossed up. Jake does get one more before falling. That makes this more manageable for YFP in the 2v3.
Well, plant will be good at least. And this time we want to make sure here that we're dotting our I's. So all 3 of them grouped together. They flip the map. They're watching towards Boba. You can't let yourself getting opt here by B-Dog.
Relay bolt out. High-low setup. Oh, Noted isn't able to teleport away. Screwface holds his, though. So now it's just down to B-Dog again. This time he will not have the overdrive, and NBG, surely they grab this one.
Coming through.
Unless something crazy happens.
Go, go, go.
Fast lane up, then yeah, B-Dog's like, no, there's no way. Tries to get out of there and will. That'll be enough to save the op. Is there a follow-up here from Screwface? A check? There is, but there's enough charge for B-Dog to still stay alive.
And that's a little bit of a better positioning towards the end too. As soon as you get the recon dart and you spot the opper heading towards Boba, Thief takes the underpass and the other one plays towards squad. So at least when it comes down to first contact, the other one could bob up and they'll play for a trade, which didn't happen 2 rounds ago. Well, it's a little bit cleaner. At least we're kind of learning from our mistakes round after round. It's Edge of Tomorrow right now, starring Tom Cruise. Now we're tied up. I mean, this is probably the most exciting half that we're going to see so far because both teams are anteing each other every single time here. So I'm loving that look at even the looks that you currently have from YP, despite them having like a broken buy, they still have an op to work with. But you are definitely seeing different looks. Trap kills coming in from setups on the B side as well on gun rounds. NBG respecting this.
B-Dog gonna have a chance here. Deals with the Aldrone first. Fault line will not hit. Relay bolt to give him the separation and then a quick turnaround just to see if he can find one, and will. So first blood good for YFP, or being collected, but noted stops anything else from developing with the scope. So 4v4, and with the weapon advantage, Nightblood will make their way on and also find success with the lure through mid.
Nice value from We Did.
Honestly, if Jake can get around the back of this play, this is still winnable.
And they're not looking at it.
Oh, the timing there. Jake looking for a weapon.
30
Gets
seconds
caught
left.
instead. So now it's just down to Stellar and We Did from the defensive spawn.
enemy remaining.
And no, it's not going to happen unless We Did can collect. Maybe collat. No, not going to happen. Screwface put that one out of reach, and Nightblood will take the edge 4-3.
They're going to have the signature I hold shift. We Did. Always good for one with the Sheriff.
Nope, that's just move.
I mean, We Did also has his moments as well. He's been the super sub for so many teams in the past, and better circumstances would probably see him in tier 1 right now as well. Love that guy. But unfortunately, not good enough to win the 1 versus 3. But at the end of the day, this was an op around, I think, the Stinger and a couple of pistols. He gets value out of a Hunter's Fury. They get value out of a Sheriff. They try to keep the economy low here against NBG. Screwface is already at 0 credits. So little by little here, if they're able to convert now into their full gun round, back into a different look once again. A camera looking back towards the market, and an aggressive angle just around the corner from B-Dog that doesn't really have any Q except from the jiggle from Thief to help out.
Well, this is a lot of utility spend early here for YFP from Elbow. That's a Paranoia and a Dark cover on the one-way cross. And NBG are going to go feel things out to make sure no one had used that as a chance to move up through mid and then make a decision what they want to do with Son of Car on the op. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity here with that flash out of the picture. I don't know. I think you'd be thinking about, can we just burst onto site somewhere?
I think they should go for some sort of a Bogdan's Law. Give the off to somebody else so that Son of Car can get an opener with a rifle as he slides in. Because now time's pressing. It's 35 seconds. They're all converted towards the B site.
Yeah,
it is definitely going to be a one-dimensional hit towards B.
Yep. There's the weapon swap that you called for.
Left.
Here's the first check, and it works out for Son of Car. Thief, not able to get into the picture immediately. Neural Theft, though, gets earned with that elimination, plus a headshot from Stellar does convert. Now they're rolling Thunder. Maybe a touch early. Everyone does get hit by that, but NBG will have a chance to kind of get back into the play once more.
10 seconds left.
By way of Son of Car, trying to dash forward. That's 3 in the round for Son of Car. We Did stuck at market, gets dealt with. Stellar, can you save the round? No, not gonna happen. Kumi with the response, and yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a panic moment. Stellar earns the Rolling Thunder with that first kill and then immediately hits it when the clock very well may have been his best ally if he held a little longer.
Yeah, especially after, who was it? I think it was Thief that died. When Thief died, he had Neural Theft. Used it right away. But I think the Rolling Thunder was still good because they were already committed on site and were about to plant. And then the double ping keeps them at bay. And I'm pretty sure Stellar still had one more flash. So I think it's lack of synergy right after that for the re-hit coming out from NBG. The flash didn't get value, unfortunately, and we lost the fight towards the market. And boom, Bob's your uncle towards the end, and NBG wins that round.
Bob's your uncle is crazy.
Is that not a call anymore in 2025?
I mean, it's tough because
goes
like,
to Dynamite,
Bob,
bring it back into the 2000s.
Bob is not your uncle. Bob plays for FlyQuest.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
All right, if you're
I
thinking
can
about
say that
way.
now because they got eliminated from Challengers. Noted for first blood. Good response from We Did.
Always good for
Should
one.
be flushed out by this aftershock, and yeah, that'll work out. Fault line to try to counter is a little too late. Neural Theft has been spent for Kumi as well on top of that. So the threat around middle is well established and well recognized. Stellar gets another 1-for-1, but there should be a plant here for Son of Car, and we'll go 2v3.
Jake is also low on HP as well. And now you can just watch towards spawn. The other two should watch towards short. And it's even a planet for elbow. I think you could double up elbow and be in a good spot too.
Smoke out.
Dude, he even headshots.
That'll work. I know, dude. It's just Nightblood have done their their ritualistic diligence to get the blessings of the smoke shots.
God.
And that's disgusting. Do we have that from his POV? Because what?
I feel good.
At this rate, we're getting a lot of POVs from Sonokar, man. This guy's got to get picked up at some point.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. I'm hoping we've got that first person POV because that looked silly from our angle.
We're gonna have to wait a long time because usually we get the replays from the half until now.
Do we get it? Oh, I was hoping. I was holding my breath there.
Wait, you're gonna have to wait till the last one. Let's just be patient and watch.
Okay.
I want to be a passenger princess on these replays. Like that, I hated that round. I hated that round. Sorry, I was supposed to be passenger princess.
Yeah, we're just hanging out watching, fans.
Okay, let me get my popcorn.
Please. Closer. Closer. Maybe.
Oh. No, we got a floating one instead. What good times. But yeah, so a call out, a timeout being called now by Stellar and desperately needed at this point because NBG seems like they are free-flowing on their attack side so far and having some good answers into what YFP's currently doing. Like I said, the looks are very good in the beginning of how you're setting up here on the side of the defense, and you're still getting great value out of it. But through the chaos of just going toe-to-toe and dueling, NBG, it's always them on top since the first map until now.
Well, this is a critical one here for YFP. Full purchase. No ultimates. Rolling Thunder available for Nightblood. But ooh, Sonokar gets caught. Trying to play aggressive and noted. Almost in a spot to follow up. Oh boy, this trap wire could make things difficult, but the trades are decent enough for Nightblood to not just win market, but also assert some control on the backside of the defensive spawn. So 3v3 post-plant should come through, but a quick response from YFP to retake market. Now the Aldrone to get a little bit further.
That's
But
so
Kumi!
nice.
Oh gosh. The last thing you could let happen. Stellar trying to throw shoulders to the operator is not going to get a second chance. Fake the sound cue with the teleport, and Stellar's got nowhere to go. How does Kumi get both right there? I mean, you do everything you need to if you're YFP.
So I was just about to talk about that. The differences in how they played that 2 versus when we did have the drone and got killed by a classic when Jake should have watched after him. Because Kubi goes for that plant at that default spot, he's pinned. He has no utility. Drone comes out. So it's actually Nope that goes for the wide swing, lets himself get pinged. So when players are focused on that first ping on a player that's outside in the open, then Kumi could just swing back out because the crosshair is not placed on him anymore. And he just at least try to guarantee trades where they can, and he gets a double kill on top of that. Just very, very nice little things here coming out from NBG. That's synergy from ranked games for anything. It just shows here that Nightblood Gaming, they're not here to mess around. Even though they're coming out with like crazy comps on Corrode or whatnot, they have fragging capabilities, they have fragging power, and they also have good teamwork.
Well, there is enough firepower here for YFP to still purchase and be in relatively even fighting form. B-Dog with the shotgun, but also having the overdrive gives him options.
Take flight.
Nightblood, a big advantage though, and now they've got an overdrive of their own, plus the Hunter's Fury if they were to find any sort of a reveal from Screwface. Doesn't get much with the Aldrone besides the ability to get into elbow, at least initially. Is there going to be any sort of an actual push-up, though? See, the shotgun being held onto for B-Dog for now. 4 members here means that they'll surely check this corner. Just comes down to, can B-Dog find one and get away? Gets the first. Yeah, and he's got the space to try to get away. Fast lane goes up. B-Dog still holding his position. He's got the weapon upgrade, but Screwface able to find the kill. Now they do the overdrive for Son of Kar. Hunter's Fury to make sure they can get into sight. And then a win for Kumi again at mid-map. The first initial contact good for YFP, but nothing else beyond it.
Yeah, that's just a difficult thing. Oh, if there's a dig coming in, so I can maybe. Oh, no, never mind.
Whoa. Deep? No. Go ahead, Vance.
Oh, no. Yeah, so I was just about to mention this. So even though he got value, B-Dog, with that Bucky around that corner, this is a second time where he plays kind of like a one and done, but doesn't have real support from players coming through to like assist him to stall, assist him to flash back. He's kind of like just left for to his own devices, right? Look at his position right now towards that B main. That's exactly what I was talking about before. When he's playing on that left side, Thief is the one jiggling on that spot. But if he's getting smoked out or something happens, you saw Senecar slide through and got the pick on him. So I feel like there's a little bit of a miss in terms of getting the best value of trap plays with a Neon, but at least they got everything else right.
Well, this will be fun. A little bit of a mashup here at B main, but B-Dog bit off more than he could chew. Plus, I think it just also starts with the simple fact that Senecar gets one before dropping on that same initiation through main. So value for Nightblood here in round 12.
Yeah, and why is that? Is because Stellar is forced to play back towards the spawn every time because he's fault lining. They anticipate these pushes on top middle. He's never really in range to go for that real trap play with a Breach Neon that we know that Breach Neon could do. That was the actual meta of this map when you had those two agents being spammed every single time here on this map before the Neon got the nerf and now the Breach got the nerf. So there's that a little extra that's missing. And NBG, they're walking away here with this lead, potentially a 9-3. As I say that though, Jake's alive. He can smoke main. Okay, never mind. He goes for a walk peek instead.
Yeah, it just really feels like, I don't want to say puggy, but it feels a little puggy where it's just like, hey, I'm around you. We can kind of do this as a duo, do this one thing. But from the full team coordination, it hasn't really fully been there. The Thief builds a lifeline. Flash. Stellar can't get it to halfway. How big could that possibly be? Yeah, especially with the time that remains. Shot will land for Thief to get 4, but there won't be time for the defuse. It'll be a 9-3 half for Nightblood Gaming. And initially, in the back and forth that we had, it looked like YFP was going to be fine, but it's just a couple of critical mistakes get punished by Nightblood, and they end up putting together 8 in a row.
That's
or 7 in a row, rather.
Yeah, and that's where I cast a curse things, right? Literally, when it was 3-3, I said this is probably the best half of VALORANT we can get so far from both of these teams trying to one-up each other. But really, ever since that, I think it was the Rolling Thunder round that was fully denied on the side of NBG, it just felt like they understood mechanically what their opponents were going to come out with next based off utility that they're using, based off position that they're doing, and based off the information that they're getting in. It just seems like they're really running away with this game. Now, with 4 Ghosts, full kit for Note, it's a pressure towards the A side here, and just a little bit of a trap kill going in for leading here on a market spam. So you're definitely seeing the 2 players on the B site playing a little bit more soft and focusing on not getting pressured on the right side. I think it allows for them to tuck in a little bit more and play on the right side of the B site so they could wait it out and stall as much as they could for the rotate to happen. That's why the smoke's coming up there too. There you go.
Oh, wow, look at this. So much damage had been tallied on the cross by Screwface. I believe one was from Shock Darts, the other was just spam from the Ghost. And now you have the ability to get yourself back in if you're Nightblood. Recon Bolt denied. How do you set up Son of Car? Well, I was gonna say that's how, but Thief finds the first kill, trade comes out. YFP, numbers starting to amount for them to the 2v3. Now just down to Smiley for the 1v3. And there's just nowhere to go. YFP holds strong on the front side of B, and we'll take the second half pistol rather.
Worked out well, at least to set up things for Nightblood Gaming towards that B site. Not allowing players to get across, but as we scaled up very slowly for YFP when we broke that trip, it really now prevented and Nightblood Gaming from getting real value and information of where their opponents are kind of set up on the pulse plan. So you try to come out for trades. There were a lot more perfect on the side of YFP, and it's a much needed piss around on that side to at least hopefully instill a little bit of confidence back on the side of the attack, especially for the side of YFP, who are still fighting here to try to push this to Lotus if they can.
Take flight.
Oh, the Owl Drone will garner a free entry to B. NBG was more stacked, trying to play a bit of a firing range through mid.
Right here.
So you'll get everything you can here. YFP going to grab the orb and also plan. That's a lot of value for Weeded getting an early Hunter's Fury potentially.
Yeah.
Here.
And if for NBG, I don't think they want to try to play that Corrode comeback again or allow YFP to do their comeback again. So look at them all staying outside here, playing around that smoke. so they could just die to spike. You're right. You don't want to give the ults over here to the initiators for the side of the attack. So I love the discipline coming out from Nightblood Gaming. No more pugginess and spam or rank games coming through on their side.
Well, YFP is going to step up into this a little bit. Say it could be difficult to actually get the trades they want, but they do find the kills. And Weeded is going to have a round 3 Hunter's Fury. All right, that works.
It was a nice try. They tried to stall, counter, relay bolt, get him to die to spike at the same time too, but Weeded just came by, drove by with a ghost. Got 3 picks out of that one. Huge for the side of the attack. Again, I'm not taking anything away here from Nightblood Gaming. I think they played that protocol correctly. Just couldn't win those fights, and you have better weapons on the side of YFP and a buddy system to push back and flip the map towards Boba.
All right, full weapons now for both sides. Bulldogs will still be in play, but it's rifles nonetheless. YFP firmly in control of this second half start. Screwface, bold challenge for the defense to take over mid.
He's a Sova.
Yeah.
Pushing down towards Elbow for that kill. Or Tiles, rather.
Oh, you see the setup here. Hunter's Fury is going to be called out with the tag coming through, but Screwface manages to stay alive, if only just barely. And meanwhile, Smiley finds the lurk onto Thief through mid. So the only option is to go to A. Now, I will say B-Dog very well may create some opportunities here for this YFP post plant. The only question is, does he actually wait diligently to catch the sound cues and maybe a crosser, or does he go back and try to help the side? He will choose the latter.
Yeah, it would have been a different story if he actually broke the camera earlier on. But now as it spots him, falls back in. Look at NBG, all grouped up towards spawn.
Here comes the play. Flash will hold off a little bit longer, but that's largely the end of the utility for Stellar, except for maybe an aftershock to stop a potential defuse. YFP backing up in towards main. Recon dart available for Weeded. There's the first toggle. Aftershock gets called. Relay bolt to follow, but Screwface finds one. Forces B-Dog to have to step up, as Noted will hold. B-Dog trying to get there to save. Not gonna happen. Nightblood will get to 10 with 0.7 seconds on the clock.
I felt it though. As soon as the slide went through and they missed the first shots and he was going inside that smoke, I thought B-Dog had that somehow to save that round there for YFP. But it ends up being super clean on the side of Nightblood Gaming. Great utility usage to scale back towards that map. I mean, even though it didn't get any flashes, any pings, whatnot, that's all great information to know that nobody's playing on site, so they could just protect the VIP, which is note on that diffuse. So now they get it. Thankfully here for YFP, because it was quite convincing on the first few rounds. Hold on, let's hold that thought. We're pushing now towards beaming control. Potentially fault line and try to get Son of Car out. If not, that's map control.
Yeah. I mean, everything's covered here in terms of being able to play forward, but the only vulnerability is you don't have the ability of checking info at mid. So YFP have gotten into position there, but what do you do with it? That's the real question, because NBG looks like they're happy to kind of split the map and just play off the Sentinel utility at A, and everyone else is stacking a market.
Yeah, just a small battle of attrition now for mid control, but everybody, you're just funneling everybody into the trap utility over at A.
First trap denied. Thief will place one of his own. Second trap should be seen here as well. But Noted is able to find one before entry even really occurs for YFP. Defense is going to make a long play around the back, but long is the key word there, because this is taking a while, plus there's still a spy cam and a trap in the way. So in terms of breaking this down, difficult to identify. There's the first trap gone. Smiley's going to throw the fault line across the middle of the site, and there's not a lot of info here for Nightblood. Just comes down to if YFP can actually win these battles as the clock starts to tick away. Flash out. Jake still holding on the flank. Here comes the attack from NBG, but another trap wire gets triggered. That'll work out for YFP as Thief is able to follow behind that, but Noted still keeps the play alive. Kumi able to find the other, and that's enough for 11. I mean, again, YFP are in a perfect spot, just can't find the kills.
Thank God. I couldn't even hear the pings coming through with all the gunshots, but looks like they were still good to go. Great shots coming out, as you just mentioned, from both Noted and Gumi. And I think it's the scaling from YFP towards that A site. Note getting a pick like he did on the top of the boxes at gate in the back of the A site when there's no smoke being thrown by Jake to cover out that area, to throw one ways at that spot to allow here the Neon to really move up. I wonder if they were just focusing on like a Neon wall for him to get across, but him getting clotheslined in that spot. And Nightblood Gaming on top of that being very, very meticulous and trying to find the right timing for the retake into the sites has been perfect here. Despite them looking like they're playing close to the wire with what's left on the spike, they're just doing awesome so far.
Yeesh. All right. Backs against the wall here for YFP. God, it's just so tough because it starts so good this half, right? Like the pistol, the follow-up, the bonus. You get that early Hunter's Fury. You're thinking maybe you can get back into this game quickly, but now you got to take the time out and think about it because you're down in economy. Looks like they are going to try to purchase in if Jake gives us any intention of that, but it's not going to be great. But yeah, I think you kind of have to, right? Yeah.
Okay, food place. Thank God. What is your favorite food place?
In terms of like, you think of fast food?
I guess so. We'll keep it simple.
I would say my regular, if I were to get fast food, it's going to sound bad of me, but Taco Bell doesn't miss.
Bro, Taco Bell hits.
And NBG's not missing. Oh, this is just,
NBG's hidden.
Okay. Well, sometimes it be like that, and for YFP, it's been like that all day.
Match point.
That's what Esports Duggan and I did last weekend at the Ride Studios. After casting one day, we just sat there at the right PC bongs, ordered Taco Bell, and just played some games. It was sick.
There's something about it. It just it sets the vibe. What that vibe is, well.
Listen, we don't have Taco Bell in Montreal. So
actually?
Yeah, I think this whole like 101 law, I don't want to go into politics, but I think because Taco Bell is not French and you can't translate to French, I don't think you're able to have Taco Bell here.
All right.
I would assume so. Actually, we did have Taco Bell in the past, but then they removed them all. I don't know why. I miss it a lot. Every time I go to LA, first thing I order, Taco Bell.
It's crazy behavior out of you, but I respect it. I respect it. Guardians, Vandal, Phantom, last chance for YFP. And really, again, like you're one away from a Rolling Thunder. That would be big for you, but we'll see. Smiley elects to be revealed, has a Rolling Thunder of his own, so can't afford to play on the backside of the side if he wants to. Noted watching his cross from the connector. And meanwhile, Kumi's just on an island, and why not? He's been shooting well today.
And am I wrong to think here that NBG made it towards the split 3 with like everything that happened in terms of like relegation, promotion, and whatnot? Didn't they have to come back from it, or am I capping now at this point?
My memory doesn't go that far back.
Yeah, if anything though, it's still a very good story coming out from Nightblood Gaming to make it out this far.
It's essentially a brand new roster too from what they had to play with prior, so it's been solid. Kumi in a little bit of trouble here as the pressure starts to amount on the front side of B. Son of Car still finds the first two though. Unreal stuff. Now the Rolling Thunder to finish. Hunter's Fury with that. And it's been pretty much perfect for Nightblood here in the last couple of rounds. Thief does what he can, but it's only a single kill. Nightblood, 13-8, 13-5. Schmink, schmonk, beep, bonk. Little DoorDash, map 2 right there. YFP will be eliminated and, well, they will not have the option of taking a break. They're just going to have to.
And that's just unfortunate too, because you think about the roster of YFP where a couple of them even played stage 1 of kickoff and gave Furia their only win this stage this year. At that point, and to faulty here in Challengers against a rebirth Nightblood Gaming that looks so good right now with this roster. I gotta say, it's just heartbreaking to see YFP not be able to make it through the playoffs, especially as an organization. They've always done so good to pick up great potential players and great potential teams, but just always seem to just miss it by this much.
Unreal stuff, man. The names on paper you thought would have been comfortable, not the case. Trials, tribulations, plague YFP, they'll be sent away from playoffs. Whereas we now have all 8 of our squads. But I know Liz and the gang are going to want to give you the details of who all is there, especially from the game that happened off stream earlier today, plus, of course, the recent results of Winthrop winning. So they'll be back to give the breakdown, plus also set up playoffs. And for us, we'll say good night for now. See you guys next time.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, folks, we have one more team qualified for the Ascension playoffs, and that is Nightblood Gaming taking down YFP. Welcome back for the final time to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Ash on the desk. And Nightblood Gaming, I think, proving a lot of people wrong today, Ash. I think there were a lot of NBG believers, but I think the majority of the community thought YFP was going to take this.
Yeah, I gotta back you on that because you look at that YFP roster, there are just so many big names on that team. And even though it felt like a pretty even matchup going into today, considering the most recent results of both of these squads, I definitely think that it was still kind of like a lot of people thought NBG might be the underdog, but man, did they prove us wrong. It felt like their macro approach to this map was so good. And Vans was touching it on it as well. For YFP, we talked about, okay, running the mirror matchup, expecting those breach trap plays coming through, and they were just missing the majority of defense in that first half from YFP. We saw Stellar often playing over towards that mid line instead, not really looking to set up B-Dog in the way that we would expect on some of those extremities, and the B-Dog often lacking some of the support that we would have wanted when he is going for some of those deeper fights.
Absolutely. And even towards that second half, when you think maybe YFP can start getting some rounds, getting something going, it was just completely denied every single time. I really like the approach on the side of Nightblood, and to, you know, having an understanding of how that map was going to work out and pushing the side of YFP to go in towards that A side where Nightblood is already willing to play for that retake because they have all those Cypher trips, and then they just wait, they get that opening pick, they wait, they play for the retake, and it just works out perfectly. It was very well read for the side of Nightblood, and now we get why they were so confident.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about my interview with Screwface Dan, right? He was like, yeah, we're going to win. No problem. No pressure. We're good. We're feeling great. And I was like, I mean, I was a little taken. I didn't say anything during the interview, Dan. I was a little taken aback by that. But you mean, you look at their player stats, and you look at exactly what we have on the screen right now. They were feeling it, all of them. Like their kill spread, like look how close they are in kills, Ash. Like they just I think I used the word unit, and I think people think it's like the meme, like, oh, an absolute unit kind of joke thing. but they moved like a cohesive unit. They're so good together, Ash.
I think that's what we were shouting out at the top of the day before this match even started, right? It was the difference between YFP having a lot of these players that look for those hero plays where some of that synergy is what was missing at times. They definitely have moments of brilliance when that synergy does come to fruition, but you see a lot of those like solo peaks for NBG. It feels like they're a lot more cohesive when it comes to those peaks, those timings with each other, ensuring that they're constantly getting those trades down. And I also got to give a shout out like to Kumi, the MVP here for the side of NBG. I think we saw a lot of great positioning from Kumi, being that player often going for like those lurk positions, right, on the Cypher, but not actually getting super active with it, helping out with that mid-rounding, relaying that information, and then grouping up with the rest of the team. And you saw like 0 first engagements coming out from him as well. There was so much value, I think, in the mid-round that Kumi did provide for NBG to be able to close out and get better reads on this map up against YFP.
And I mean, we got to give it a credit to YFP. You know, they played their heart out. They're a team that has impressed us this entire split, but it is NBG taking it home. And Holly, I see you in chat saying, no, Screwface is not doing the interview. Come here, Kyle. Let's do a little interview, shall we? Shall we do an interview, Kyle? Shall we do an interview? Okay. What are we sporting today? We got the nose strip. We got the
dude, nose strip off Amazon, $9.99 per. Beautiful.
Nice.
That's the wrong side. Juby sponsor check. Boom. Oh my God, this is so disorienting. This is Zowie sponsor check. Boom.
Look at that. Wait, that font.
Boom. Freeze frame. Okay, I'm sorry. We can go.
I asked for a fit check, but that was I like the font. All right.
Wait, you want to see my shorts? No, I'm
sure.
sorry.
No,
I really like him. I really like him, bro. They're like nice charcoal Johnsons. Very nice. Big fan.
That's
a full fit.
Everyone say good fit check in chat. Good fit check. Moving.
I want to talk to you. I'm fucking shocked.
I want to talk to you about from today to tomorrow, because I spoke to you yesterday, literally 23 hours ago, and you're like, yeah, we're feeling good about tomorrow. There was absolutely no pressure. And we saw you. I watched your video outside. Thank you for using my line. I have a couple other ones ready for you.
I'll use them today.
But they were I want to ask you, what was the conversation with the team? Because I see Holly in chat. She is saying that she heard you hyping them up. Yesterday, what was the conversation with the team of like, we're going into tomorrow, it's another do or die match?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same yesterday as it was like today. And like, even I talked to them right after the game, right? We've accomplished nothing. We've accomplished completely nothing. Like the job is like still very, very much needs to be done. Like we need to 100% take this momentum that we earned this last week with our hard work in practice. And we did like take it and, apply for the next 2 weeks, because I think we have 2 weeks till playoffs. And, until we qualify for Ascension or at a minimum have a very deep run in playoffs, like the job's not done. And it's nothing to be celebratory over. But obviously we're happy to win and we love playing together, which is good. But like the end goal is not going 4-4 or whatever, 4-3 and the split, right? But yeah. I
mean, maybe it's me just being a forever optimist, but that's a rather harsh outlook, no, Kyle? To say like we the job, like we've accomplished nothing. I mean, Kyle, you proved a lot of people wrong today, and you've fought through this bracket to qualify for playoffs. Is that not an accomplishment in and of itself?
Yeah, I guess it is. And like, I think I view that accomplishment more in the light of like, I reinvented myself as a player in this offseason. And like, I was very close to, I guess, kind of like, quote, giving up IGL because I didn't like view the legitimacy of the role in tier 2, tier 3 as like a viable way to make franchising, like unless you had like a really, really strong org. And yeah, I mean, obviously I'm excited to have won. You know, when my Ambrosia run and my Winthrop won, I like, it was in relegation, right? Like, which is literally worst in slot. So yeah, of course I'm really excited to win. But I guess I just view myself as like a high quality player still who can do it. And like, if I can do it and I have the effort, like I have the teammates now who want to listen to me. I have the teammates who want to show up to practice and be there and have a smile on their face every day. It's on me now. Like, and if I don't make it, it's all on me. So like when I look at this type of stuff, I look at this win, like obviously I'm ecstatic to have gone further and I get to play more Valorant, which is always good. But I'm not here to be some bum that just shows up and like does okay. And then like, all right, guys, I can't wait to go to class. Like, no, man, I'm here to be on stage and I'm here to win on stage against the best. And like, this is like step -5 of that, right? Like I need to be a winner in tier 2 at a very minimum before I could even start to say that my dream is like winning an international LAN, right? But that's what I'm working for every day. And that's what reminds me every day. When I wake up, that's what I'm thinking about. It's not like my match with YFP or my match with like Legacy or whoever, you know, those are just steps on the way.
I mean, to be fair, I think you're such an impressive player. And we were like, I don't know if you could go back to the pre-show, we like highlighted you, right? Like you are someone who has consistently been so good for so long. And it has actually genuinely been such a pleasure, not only as someone who knows you, but just as someone in the professional Valorant scene to watch you kind of like find your mojo, find your groove, like once again, because you have worked so hard for this, Kyle. And I don't think people quite understand that. You have worked tirelessly for this. And I think a lot of people would have...
Since beta. That was
since
bad.
beta.
Like,
yeah.
I was literally plat in beta, like literally, like my first rank. So it's like, I've been playing since the jump and, you know, I was like on there, I had like 17 different Twitch accounts trying to get a key. Like, I don't know if there's any beta enjoyers here, but like, you know how that struggle was getting a Valorant launch key, right? And like, you know, to go from there to here, like I've had some really good ups and I've had some really bad downs, and obviously post EG, like the redacted Winthrop moment, the thinking men moment, hey, that's a down, right? And it took a lot to climb out of that mentally and to like I said, reinvent myself and continue like pushing when like, I guess like, especially then, like I was so close to being franchised, like to the point of like having a contract, right? Like, yeah. And I'm not going to go into details about how that went down, right? But like, let's just say that it wasn't necessarily because the old face was like a bad player. And I think like going from that to like getting relegated was like literally like earth shattering to me, and like destroyed my confidence, destroyed my ability to be a good leader, destroyed my ability to like have self-belief and like the IGL role. Like, and I think I'm happy that I didn't let it permanently pressure me. Yeah, because we're here now.
You're here now, and you qualify for such in playoffs, impressing so many people. And I think that just helped me narrow down a quote for you.
Yes, please.
The strength is in the struggle.
God, I'm gonna be very strong at the end of this year, dude. Like, dude, you have no idea.
So many PRs, lifting to progressive failure. Oh, let's fucking. I think I'm so sorry. Oh
Oh
God!
my God, that's not me. Right, I didn't do
You
that.
said
I didn't do that.
You said it first.
No. I did not do that. That's all you, bro. That's the brainworms. I did it yesterday.
Right.
I did it yesterday, not today.
All right, Bods, go back. But all right, I'm gonna let you go, Kyle. Celebrate your win, and I'll see you in a hot second.
Thank you, guys.
Dan's looking at me just like, well, Liz, what are you gonna do?
I'm looking at the camera and I'm thinking about my cat, and I'm listening to this interview, and there's a lot going on. And
you know, Dan has a kitty cat on her lap. It's
yes.
very, very cute. Good morning. Oh my God.
I woke her up for this.
I thought you woke up. Okay, never mind. But folks, we had a lot of Valorant this week. Okay, a lot of Valorant to get through, and you have stuck through it all. So thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your attention. As you can see, we finally filled out this bracket, Ash. I feel like it's been forever we've been looking at this bracket, and it is absolutely incredible to see this like all kind of work out in ways maybe we didn't quite expect it to, you know, like the Shopify Rebellion roster is going out, and it's Valorant in a nutshell, Ash.
It really is. It's Challengers NA in a nutshell. It feels like this bracket in some ways looks like flipped from, like, for a couple teams, it looks like flipped from stage 1 and stage 2. The fact that we're not seeing Burger Boys in playoffs after the crazy run that they had during the second stage. The fact that SRB, after winning stage 1, aren't going to be making playoffs once again here now in stage 3 as well. And then having 2 of these collegiate teams qualifying, Maryville doing it so early on and really proving, I think, what Moobs is talking about in his interview earlier. And I really think that after today's performance and after the performance of the last couple matches Nightblood has had, they're definitely a dark horse that we've got to keep our eyes out for during the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, I mean, just it is such a pleasure to watch these teams who I think have, again, like, I think I keep on saying this and I apologize, but it is genuinely what is happening, like proving a lot of people wrong. And I think proving a lot of doubters wrong. I remember earlier when the TSM roster was facing so many allegations of these guys need to get out, right? These guys aren't worth it. They need to throw the whole entire team. And now they qualify for playoffs in that early spot in the kind of in the middle of the bracket. But friends, that's gonna be it for us this week. Thank you so much for joining us this week. We have filled out our Ascension playoffs and it has been such a pleasure. On behalf of the broadcast production, casters, and the desk, and myself,
And
thank
my
you so
cat.
much for watching. And your cat. Say meow meow. Say meow meow. Can we see her when we're a little more in?
Can you turn around?
Can you turn around? It's
There you go. Oh, she's mad.
what a pretty baby. But on behalf of everyone, including Dan's cat, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make decisions, and we'll see you back when we see you.
But doesn't have the angle. And yeah, Zoe, do what you can with that classic. It's Marshmallow shooter at that range. Weapon seen by Fair, but there's the cross from Governor. And the spike will be planted. 3v5. Weapons back, but no one checks for it in the corner. And that will be all you need, most likely. Can Glyph finish it off with all 3? Sure, the gate crash will come back after the decoy sent over towards Tree. Not going to pull the defense as Blue Otters already making their way back. Annihilation out. Paranoid trying to stop any action on the site itself. As the Dimensional Drift gets the read. Can you thread the needle? Yes, you can. You find one in the corner. All of it pinged, all of it tagged. That barrier, or that grab net rather, was solid, but it's just too late.
Now you know, guaranteed hit goes A-side. Good stall by Gumi with the flash. Now you got to play soft side.
Sanakar affected, but still finds one. Kumi provides the trade. And with that follow-up from Smiley, it is just down the feet. Trying to hang a little longer in the map, but here come all the troops, and Noted will flip the fire zone. Been solid. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. The pressure starts to mount on the front side of the Sanakar. Still finds the first 2, though. Unreal stuff. Now they're Rolling Thunder to finish. Hunter's Fury with that. And it's been pretty much perfect for Nightfall here in the last couple of rounds. Thief does what he can, but it's only a single, but doesn't